Prologue. It is said that in science, the greatest changes come about when some researcher says, that's odd. The same can be said for relationships. That's not my shade of lipstick. Warfare. That's an odd dust cloud, etc. But in this case, the subject is science, and relationships, and warfare, and things that are just ginormously huge and hard to grasp, because space is like that. That's odd. What? Chris Greenstein, in spite of his name, was a gangling, good-looking blonde guy who most people mistook for a very pale surfer dude. He'd found that he was great with the ladies right up until he opened his mouth. So his public persona was of tall, blonde, and dumb, as in mute. He had a master's in aeronautical engineering and a Ph.D. in astrophysics. The first might have gotten him a really good-paying job if he could just manage to get through corporate interviews without putting his foot in his mouth. The second generally boiled down to academia or, do you want fries with that? He had the same problem with academia he had with corporations. Chris was the third-shift data center manager for Skywatch. Skywatch was an underfunded and overlooked collection of geeks, nerds, and astronomy PhDs who couldn't otherwise find a job, who dedicated themselves to the very important and very poorly understood job of searching the sky for stuff that could kill the world. The most dangerous were comets, which, despite having the essential consistency of a slushy, moved very fast and were generally very big. And when a slushy that's the size of Manhattan Island hits a planet going faster than anything mankind could create, it doesn't just go bang. It turns into a fireball that is only different from a nuclear weapon in that it doesn't release radiation. What it does release is plasma, huge piles of flying, burning rock and hot gases, over a continent. Then the world, or the biosphere at least, more or less gets the big blue screen of death, hits reset, and starts all over again with some crocodiles and one or two burrowing animals. One comet killed the dinosaurs. Most of the guys at Skywatch made not much more than minimum wage. It gives one pause. The way that Skywatch looked for stuff was anything that was quick, cheap, and easy. They had databases of all the really enormous amounts of stuff, comets, asteroids, bits, pieces, minor moons, rocks, and just general debris that filled the system. They would occasionally get a contact from someone who thought that they'd found the next apocalypse. Locate, identify, headed for Earth, yes, no. New, yes, no. Most of it was automatic. Most of it was done by other people. Essentially anyone with a telescope, from a backyard enthusiast to the team that ran the Hubble, was part of Skywatch. But 35 guys, including the 2 women, were paid, not much more than minimum wage, to sort and filter and essentially be the child of Amalus. Chris was a nail-biter. Most people who worked for Skywatch for any period of time developed some particular tic. They knew the odds of the big one happening in their lifetime were way less than winning the lottery 15 times in a row. Even a little bang was unlikely to occur anywhere that it mattered. A carbonaceous asteroid with a 25-megaton airburst yield like Tunguska was unlikely to occur over anything important. The world is 7/10 ocean, and even the land bits are surprisingly empty. But living day in and day out, with the certainty that the fate of the world is in your hands, slowly wears. Most people stayed in the Corps of Skywatch for fewer than 5 years, if for no other reason than the pay. Chris had started as a filter technician. "Yes, that's an asteroid. It's already categorized, thank you." 6 years ago. He was way past his sell-by date, and the blonde had started going gray. "It's a streak, but it's a really odd streak. The algorithm is saying it's a flaw." The way that asteroids and comets are detected has to do with the way that stars are viewed. The more starlight that is collected, the stronger the picture. In the old days, this was done by having a photographic plate hooked up to a telescope that slowly tracked across the night sky, picking up the tiny scatter of photons from the distant star. Computers only changed that in that they could resolve the image more precisely, fold, spindle, and mutilate, and a CCD chip was used instead of a plate. When you're tracking on a star, if something moves across your view, it creates a streak. Asteroids and comets are closer than stars, and if they are moving across your angle of view, they create such a streak. If they're moving towards you, it creates a small streak. Across the view, a large one. The angle of the sun is important. So is the size of the object, etc. Serious researchers didn't have time for streaks. But any streak could be important, so they sent them to Skywatch, where servers crunched the data on the streak and finally came up with whether it was an already identified streak, a new streak that was bad, etc. In this case, the servers were saying it was odd. "Define odd," Chris said, bringing up the data. Skywatch researchers rarely looked at images. What he saw was a mass of numbers that to the uninformed would look something like a really huge mass of indecipherable numbers. For Chris, it instantly created a picture of the object in question, and the numbers were very odd. Never mind, albedo of 0.73? Perfect circle? Diameter of 10.148 kilometers, ring-shaped, velocity of... That's not a flaw, it's a practical joke. Who'd it come from? Max Planck. It's from Calar Alto, that's the problem, Germans. Calar Alto was a complex of several massive telescopes located in Andalusia in southern Spain, and was a joint project of the Spanish and German governments. The German portion was the Max Planck Institute for Astronomy, and despite its location, Max Planck did most of the work at Calar Alto. "Famously don't have a sense of humor," Chris said. He looked at the angle and trajectory again and shrugged. The bad part of working for Skywatch was worrying about the big one. The good part was that nothing was ever an immediate emergency. Anything spotted was probably going to take a long time to get to Earth. Mark and categorize, it's not on a track for Earth. Angle's off, velocity is all wrong. Ask Collard to do another shot when they've got a free cycle. And we'd better keep an eye on it, because with that velocity it's going to shoot through the entire system in a couple of years, and if it hits anything, it's going to be really cool. You know what it looks like? Yeah. A halo. Maybe it's the Covenant. Chris picked up his phone groggily and checked the number. "Hello? Chris, sorry to wake you, it's John. Could you come in a little early today? We've got a manager's meeting." "What's up?" Chris asked, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. John Marin was the director of Skywatch. He knew his managers didn't get paid enough to be woken up in the middle of their equivalent night. "It's Halo. There's been an anomaly. We'll talk about it when you get in. We've got a video conference with Collar at 4. Please try to be there." "Yes, sir," Chris said. He looked at the time and sighed. Might as well get up. Day was shot to hell anyway. "Good afternoon, Dr. Heinz." John Marin, in spite of his name, looked and sounded like the epitome of a New York Jewish boy, which was what he was. His first Ph.D. was from NYU, followed by MIT and Stanford. His brother was a top-flight attorney in New York who pulled down a phone number every year, and his mother never let him forget it. He kept trying to point out he was a doctor, to no avail. Dr. Marin, Dr. Eisenbart, Dr. Fickel, Dr. Greenstein, Doctor, 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 Doctor. As first discoverers, we have named the object the Gudrun Ring. This will, of course, have to be confirmed, but there is an anomaly we are having a hard time sorting out. We had a cycle that was doing a point to that portion of the sky, but when we attempted to find the ring, it appeared to have disappeared. Disappeared? Chris said. How does something 10 kilometers across disappear? We wondered the same thing, Dr. Heinz replied soberly. I was able to get authorization to do a sweep for it. It took 3 full sweeps. Your sweeps cost about, Dr. Marin said, €1 million for each, but something that was once there and now is not, we considered the outlay appropriate. And we were right. We finally found it. Here is the new data. The astronomers leaned forward and regarded the information for a moment. It's slowed down, Chris said after a moment. He finally found a finger that wasn't chewed to the quick and started nibbling. Was there... It didn't have anything to cause a gravitational anomaly. It's coming in from out of the plane of the ecliptic. Most of the stuff in the inner solar system lay along a vaguely flat plane called the plane of ecliptic. Earth, Mars, the asteroid belt were all formed when the sun was a flattened disk. The outer layers cooled and congealed into planets, and then life formed, and here we are. We are all star stuff. If the ring had been coming in along the plane, it might have passed a moon or planet and had a change in velocity, what was referred to as a delta V. But there weren't any planets up in the solar system, and it was inside the Oort cloud. Correct, Dr. Heinz said, as if to a particularly bright child. From the point of view of real scientists, those who can, do, those who can't, teach, and those who can't do or teach, work for Skywatch. Is this data confirmed? Dr. Marin asked, very cautiously. Skywatch generally only made the news when they screamed, "The sky is falling." Since every time they'd screamed that it hadn't, they'd gotten very cautious. And this wasn't the sky falling. This was... Absolutely, Dr. Heinz said. However, we have sent it to you in raw form. We have also contacted the Russian, Japanese, and Italian institutes. Yes, Dr. Marin said, nodding. I think we need to stay very cautious about this until we have a confirm all around. It's a spacecraft, Chris blurted. We need to be very cautious, Dr. Marin said, turning to glare at Chris. But it's decelerating, Chris said, waving at the screen. At the current rate of delta, it's going to come to rest somewhere near Earth. It appears to be headed for the Earth-Sol L2 Lagrange point, Dr. Heinz said, nodding. What it does then, of course, is the question. We need definite confirmations on this before we take any action, Dr. Marin said. I'm sure we will have those quite quickly. I would request that you contact Paloma for their take. Good day, doctors. Planning for shots by the big telescopes of Earth's major countries is blocked out months and even years in advance. They also cost a lot of money. As the Terminator circled about the globe that night, all such scheduling was put on indefinite hold, and dozens of telescopes pointed to a very small patch of the sky. There was, of course, a huge outcry amongst real researchers who had grants to study oxygen production of mere variables that naturally were more important than anything else that could possibly be happening, especially with those bunglers at what? And then the press found out. The Gudram Ring has settled into a stationary position in the Sun-Earth L2 Lagrange point, Dr. Heinz rumbled, looking at his notes. The position it has taken is not entirely stable, but it seems to have some form of stabilization system, since it was able to maintain delta V, such as to decelerate into the system. That ability is self-evident. However, the L2 point creates a stable point of gravitational interaction, which is why so many space telescopes are placed there. Power output for stabilization is, therefore, reduced. As of now, we have no idea as to its method or purpose. Questions? "What is it for?" the first reporter asked. "And I repeat, we have no idea as to its method. We don't know how it works, or its purpose. We don't even know why it is here. At this moment, it is as enigmatic as the monolith from 2001. Office of the President. If you would like to leave a message for the President of the United States, press 1. For the Vice President, press 2. For the First Lady, press 3. The phone bank for the general contact number for the White House was not in the White House. It was in a featureless office building in Reston, Virginia. There, a group of 70 receptionists, mostly women, received calls from the general public directed at the President. In the early days of telephone, all calls were listened to, notes taken, and daily they would be collated and tracked. This took a lot of people looking over the notes and figuring out what they meant. But there were general tenors. Do a 3-part scale. I love the President so much I want his sperm. The President's an idiot. The President is going to die at 4 p.m. on Friday. So then there were standard forms. Then computers came along, and caller ID, and voice recognition, and automatic voice synthesis, and phone trees, and... What the 70 people did was mostly let the computers handle it. But if you worked the phone tree hard enough, you could get a real human being. Office of the President. This is not a prank call, a robotic voice said. This system cannot normally block caller ID. Please look at your caller ID. The receptionist looked at the readout and frowned. The caller ID readout was a random string of numbers. The penalty for hacking the White House is, please contact your intelligence agencies and confirm that this call is coming from a satellite and has no ground-based transmission. We are the Gertull, the people of the Ring. We come in peace. In 5 days, on your Thursday, at 12 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, we will call your President through a more secure means. This should give him time to clear his schedule. This will be a conference call with several of your major leaders, all of whom have been contacted or will be contacted. Please ensure your President is informed of this call. Thank you. Goodbye. So, do we know which secure line they're calling? The President asked. The secure room in the White House was, like most of the rooms in the White House, small, and compared to some secure rooms, not particularly secure. It had been repeatedly upgraded, but when you started off with a concrete basement in a limestone building built in the 1800s, there was only so much you could do. The Joint Chiefs much preferred the tank in the Pentagon. We're ready no matter where it comes in, Mr. President, the Chief of Staff said. The room was more or less at capacity, since nobody knew the agenda for the meeting. State, Defense, the Joint Chiefs, NSA, DNI, himself, even Treasury and Commerce had horned in. About the only member of the core cabinet not present was Interior. Surprising even himself, the director of NASA had managed to get a seat. "Nobody talks but me," the president said, just as the phone rang. He took a deep breath and pressed the button for the speakerphone. "President of the United States." "Waiting. Waiting." "Present are the Presidents of the United States and Russia, Prime Ministers of Britain, France, Germany, Japan, China, India, Brazil. Each have staff present. We will not be responding to questions. We are the Gurtul. We come in peace. The ring in your sky is a gate to other worlds. We produce these rings and move them into star systems. Use of the ring requires payment. The payment schedule will be sent to you. There is to be no use of hostile energy systems within 300,000 kilometers of the ring, which are capable of damaging the ring. Anyone who pays may use the ring. In 7 days, we will make a general broadcast to the people of your planet on the subject of the ring. This will give you sufficient time to make your own statements and prevent panic. You have a distributed information system. We will establish a document on the information system which will give the full rules, schedules, and regulations of the ring. We will include a list of answers to questions. In the last 90 million years, we have been asked most conceivable questions. We will now answer the 3 most common questions asked, and then we will terminate this call. By anyone can use the ring, do we mean that another species can use it to enter your system? Yes. Does that mean that hostile or friendly forces can use it? Yes. Are you allowed to block the ring? No. Goodbye. Hell, the president said as the phone went dead. Those were my top questions. NASA? Input? There's a real philosophical question whether there can be hostile species at the level to be able to use interstellar travel, the director said. The energies involved mean that survival as a species, if you are innately hostile, becomes difficult. If you can create a spacecraft that can go 300,000 miles in any reasonable time frame, you can more or less destroy a world. The biosphere, at least. Over time, hostile species will tend to wipe themselves out. That's a great philosophical point, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said. But the fact that the Gurtul mention hostile species and not fighting near the ring probably means you're more or less dead wrong, pun intended. And according to my people, we can't even get to this thing. Oh, we can get there, the director said. We're working on a proposal for a manned spacecraft capable of the journey. Time and budget? The president asked, wincing. About 5 years, and, well, the budget is still being worked on. Under or over $1 trillion? The National Security Advisor asked. Oh, under, probably. 2 years after first contact. NASA has completed preliminary studies to the studies necessary to begin preliminary design phase of the bid phase on a potential ship to reach but not enter the Gudram Ring. Cost? $976 million. The Prime Minister of Britain picked up his phone without looking. It was the ringtone of his secretary. Yes, Janice? Actually, my name is Andrili Ringo of the Glatoon. I am the captain of an exploratory vessel which has just exited your Gurtul Ring. We come in peace and are interested in trade. The Prime Minister looked at the handset, then at the phone, which was registering a random string of numbers from the caller ID. Just as he was getting over the shock, the door opened and his secretary started waving her arms frantically. He was able to read her lips well enough to get the words, "Gate emergence." The rather graphic hand motions, not to mention his current conversation, helped. He nodded at her and went back to his conversation. "Well, Mr. Ringo, did you say? Welcome to Earth." "So, we really don't have anything they want?" the President said. "No, sir," the Commerce Secretary said. "The computer chips they're offering are centuries more advanced than anything we produce. Enormous storage and something close to infinite parallel processing. They also integrate with terrestrial systems seamlessly, somehow. The IT experts are scratching their head as to how. But why they can just take over our systems is now pretty obvious. The chips are more like viruses than computers. But what they mainly want is precious metals. Specifically, the platinum group, which are pretty rare. Also gold." "Do we mine those?" the President asked. "We do in small quantities," Interior said. "More in Canada. Most are extracted from nickel and copper mining. Most of the world's deposits are in South Africa or Russia." Damn it. 3 years after first contact. "This had better be important," the President said as he entered the Situation Room. The Secret Service had practically yanked him out of a meeting with the Saudi ambassador. "We've had a gate emergence," the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said over the video link. "We've had those every few months for the last year," the President pointed out. "Mostly what I suppose could be tramp freighters, no offense to our Glatoon friends intended." It had quickly become apparent that even tramp freighter captains could access any electronic transmission. This had less to do with the super-advanced chips they traded for enormous amounts of heavy metals or anything else that seemed of some worth than their software systems and implant technology. Efforts to duplicate their information technology had so far been unsuccessful, and most experts put humans as at least 500 years behind current Glatoon technology. "Not Glatoon. The ship looks like a warship and isn't responding to our standard hails." "Is it big?" the President asked. He'd been elected on the basis of his domestic programs and wasn't quite up to speed on international affairs, much less interstellar. "It really doesn't matter how big it is, Mr. President," the Admiral in command of Space Command responded. "We still don't get the engineering of the Glatoon reactionless drive or their power system, so we're grounded. If it's a warship, it's going to be able to hold the orbitals, and who holds the orbitals holds the world." "Oh." "All stocks of precious metals," the Secretary of State said. "Private, corporate, and governmental. We can keep enough stock of gold to keep the IT industry running, but that's it. We pointed out that it would make us more efficient at extraction, and they accepted that argument, but palladium, which turns out is important for hard drives, has to be turned over. That's for all the world's governments. Or our cities get what Mexico City, Shanghai, and Cairo got. Pony up and the Horvath won't nuke the rest of the world." "Technically, they weren't nukes," Spacecom pointed out. "They were kinetic energy weapons. Practical effect is similar, but no fallout, thank God." "Why those 3? the President asked. "Did they say?" "No, sir," Spacecom said. "But if you've ever seen a night shot of the world, it's pretty obvious. They picked up the 3 that are most noticeable. Since we're in a shield room, I'll point out that was a pretty poor choice on their part. I don't think they developed full intel on the planet. Doesn't really matter, but it's a potential chink in their armor. They're not gods." "True," the JCS said, "but we also can't fight them. Recommendation of the JCS is that we pay the tribute and try to get the Glatoon to intervene. We just can't fight them." "So, are we going to have them landing here?" the President asked. If so, there's going to be a major security situation. So far, we haven't even seen the Horvath, the Secretary of State said. All discussion has been electronic or with their robots. As to where they are landing, she nodded at the Secretaries of Commerce and Interior. We and Canada will ship our small amount of production to South Africa, which will handle the transfer, Commerce said. There will only be landings in South Africa and Russia, and only to pick up refined metals. They appear to want to keep the world running so that we can fill their holds, not that we can. The whole world's production amounts to a few dozen tons a year. Spacecom looked a bit irritated for a moment, possibly because his aide had touched him on the arm, then grunted. "What I don't get is why they're getting them on the planet," Spacecom said. "According to my experts, most of this stuff is to be found in asteroids. We've got a ton of asteroids just cluttering up the damn system. Most of what we mine is from asteroids that have crashed into the Earth. Why not just mine the asteroid belt?" "Possibly because then slaves don't do it for them," the President said, dryly. "It's a matter of what your world calls realpolitik," the Glatun representative said politely. The Glatun was a bit over 1.5 meters tall biped with blue skin, red eyes, a vaguely pig-like head and snout, and a mane of white fur running down his back. He was dressed in an informal tunic for the discussion, which was, in Diplo-speak, non-binding and informal, which was where all the really serious binding resolutions were always hammered out. "We have called for the Horvath to remove themselves from your world's orbitals, and they have chosen to ignore our requests. Since Earth is, to them, a very good conquest, relatively rich in heavy metals compared to Horvath, they won't leave absent either armed confrontation or possibly a trade embargo. Since Earth has essentially little or no value to the Glatun Federation, we have a sufficiency of strategic metals, and there are negative aspects to both choices on our part. We must unfortunately state that we remain neutral in this dispute." "We have an extensive asteroid belt," the Under-Secretary of State for Interstellar Affairs said, throwing in her only bone. "We believe it to be rich in the platinum group." "For which you should be grateful," the Glatun replied. "Most inhabited systems are mined out. However, our laws and long experience prevent us from mining your asteroid belt as long as there is not a centralized, or at least effectively sovereign, system government. The Horvath meet the definition, not the United States of America. Certainly not the UN. The Horvath have also offered the asteroid belt. Be equally grateful that we declined that offer. There are enormous problems with asteroid mining. It requires quite large lasers and fabbers and is fuel and energy intensive. To make it worthwhile for a Glatun corporation to invest in this system would require long-term leases. In the current security and political situation, the Glatun Federation would not permit such legally binding contracts." "We're on our own," the USSIA finally said, becoming decidedly informal. "We have 16 million dead, 3 major cities in ashes, and you're neutral?" "Since we are speaking frankly," the Glatun said, "the decision of our policymakers is that Earth is simply sufficiently unknown and unnoticeable to take the chance of losing credibility in a minor dispute. The reality is that the Horvath, who are not much more advanced than Earth, would probably leave if so much as a single Glatun destroyer entered the system and ordered them to do so. However, if they didn't and shots were fired, much less loss of Glatun life, there would be questions asked in Parliament, AI queries, and of course the press would simply go wild. It is easier and safer to do nothing. absent Earth becoming more of a hot topic in the Glatun Federation, or becoming in some way strategically important, yes, you are on your own. 1. Tyler dropped his chainsaw and pulled out his cell phone. He'd barely felt the vibration, and it was impossible to hear over the saw. He looked at the caller ID and tried not to curse. 3 missed calls from the same... Tyler Vernon.
Tyler, it's Mrs. Cranshaw. How are you today?
Just fine, ma'am, Tyler said, squeezing his eyes shut and waiting for it. She always started nice. And you?
Fine, just fine, Mrs. Cranshaw said. Fine weather we're having. Getting cold. The frost should bring out the leaves a treat.
Yes, ma'am, Tyler replied. Here it comes.
Speaking of it getting cold, I think I asked you to bring by some firewood.
Yes, ma'am, and I said I'd get it over there on Friday.
Well, it's gone Wednesday. Are you going to be here on Friday?
When I say I'm going to be there, I'll be there, ma'am.
Well, I asked for it last week. Seems you could have got it here before Friday. You're not doing much else.
Just working at the market part-time, working in the bookstore part-time, working at the mill part-time, cutting wood, splitting wood by hand, and answering your damned phone calls every damn day. Oh, and the rare consulting gig. But other than that, I've got all the time in the world. I suppose I could point out that I could have delivered it Sunday night at 10 p.m., but she'd go and tell all her friends I'd been snippy with her, and half my clientele would dry up rather than go up against her vicious tongue. Gotta work at the market this evening, ma'am, Tyler said politely. Couldn't get it by until late. Tomorrow I'm going to be working at the bookstore all day and then in the market that evening. I'll be there at 1 Friday if the job I've got to do at the mill don't take too long, no later than 4.
You'd better be here by 1,
Mrs. Cranshaw said.
I don't want to be without wood this weekend.
Yes, ma'am, Tyler said.
You'll be with the Lord, Tyler Vernon,
Mrs. Cranshaw said, and hung up. Tyler closed the phone and swung it back and forth in his fist, wanting to crush it and the whole damned world that seemed to be determined to do nothing but ruin the life of one Tyler Vernon. Tyler Alexander Vernon was 5'2", 135 pounds, and long over the problem of having 3 first names. He'd been born and raised in Mississippi, graduated from LSU with a master's in computer science, and, after applying 5 times at NASA, ended up working for an Internet backbone center in Atlanta. That had led to various positions in the IT field, and a pretty steady corporate advance culminating in a senior manager position at AT&T in Boston. Then came the real breakout. Trade hard. He'd had it made in the shade. He and his wife, okay, had some issues. But even if money couldn't solve everything, it could solve a lot. He'd never thought that his webcomic was going to be anything other than something to fill the time and maybe make its nut. How was he to know it would take off like a Delta rocket? The awards, the adulation. He'd really not cared that much about the money. He really hadn't. It was more about making a change in people's lives, but as it turned out... No, that was unfair. Petra hadn't cared about the money. She cared about the lifestyle the money brought in. She'd hitched her wagon to a rising star at AT&T back before he'd been doing much more than scribbling. Dug in there through the tough years, reveled in the good. Tyler hadn't really wanted the cabin in New Hampshire, but he was glad they'd bought it, and paid it off as the money got better, and better, and... A science fiction-based webcomic about a free trader ship. one of the few that had gotten national syndication, a small TV show, a movie deal in the works. And the gate opened. And science fiction as an industry died. Well, there was always IT. 5 years was a lifetime in IT. Catching up was possible, but hard. He'd been making it. And the Horvath came. And the inevitable depression that followed the orbital bombing of 3 major cities. Not to mention the stripping the world of all its heavy metals. And like one of those rocks tumbling towards the planet below, his life had gone into freefall. The fiery re-entry culminating in the plasma explosion of the divorce. And now he lived in a cabin in the woods and saw his kids when he had any time between working 5 jobs. He put his phone away, picked up the saw, yanked it into life, and applied it to the oak he was chunking. Hard. "Tyler, Chuck needs you to work on Saturday." Steve Mormon was the night manager of Mac's Market in Franconia. Tall, stooped, and prematurely balding, his life ambition seemed to be to retire as the night manager of the Mac's Market in Franconia. Tyler considered him lacking in ambition. But despite his current down cycle, Tyler considered most people to be lacking in ambition. Since it was Chuck that needed help, that meant day shift, and there was an issue. He had a gig at a con in Reading on Saturday. The greater SF market may have suffered the fate of the dodo, but fandom just would not let go. There was even some anime still going. He did some quick calculations. He wasn't getting paid for the gig. The only reason he was invited as the artist guest of honor was that he was somewhat famous, local, and cheap. But he still could move some merch in the dealer's room, and people still bought his sketches of Gomez, Frank, and Farella. The market was a little saturated, but he'd still make more sitting on his butt in the dealer's room than working it off in the store. And Saturday sucked. The ski birds from Boston and NYC would be flooding in and asking, "Why don't you have arugula? Where's the couscous?" The flip side being that if he said no, not only would one of the other stockers get asked the next time some extra time came up, but Steve, the passive-aggressive asshole, would probably start cutting back on his hours. Short-term money or long-term money? More like medium-term, because he was not going to retire as the night manager of Mac's Market. Somehow, the con co-chair had gotten a glutton to attend. That decided it. The chance to talk to a real live alien wasn't one to pass up. "Steve, I'm really sorry, but I'm already scheduled for something on Saturday," Tyler replied diplomatically. "I'd love to work, but I've got a gig in Boston." "Uh-huh," Steve said slowly. "Isn't that one of those convention things?" "Yes," Tyler said, just as slowly. "It's one of those convention things. I can work the evening shift." "No, that would be too much juggling in the schedule," Steve said, puffing out his cheeks. "I'll just ask Marcia." "Sorry about that," Tyler said. "Anything else?" "There's a spill in produce," Steve said. "Help Tom clean the oranges." "Right away." Tyler took the 2 crisp 20s from Mrs. Cranshaw and nodded. "Thank you," he said politely.
$40 seems an awful lot of money for a cord of wood," Mrs. Cranshaw said. "Not like I don't already own plenty."
Owner of 5 maple sugar distilleries and over 4,000 acres of maple forest and white pine, one of Mrs. Cranshaw's noted peculiarities was that she was so tight with money she made the buffalo squeal. "Going rate, ma'am," Tyler said. He'd wondered when he started delivering wood to her why he'd been chosen rather than one of the local lumberjacks, people who worked for the old witch. The answer being, nobody else would put up with her.
$40 is just robbery for firewood, Mrs. Cranshaw said. When I was a girl, cokes were a nickel, I tell you.
Yes, ma'am, Tyler said. If you tried to stop her, she got mean. Best to just ride it out.
And the winters is getting worse. It's these damned aliens.
At best, the orbital bombardment of Shanghai, Cairo, and Mexico City had dropped global temperatures by 0.0001%, according to Glatoon-backed studies. It took a lot more than a few megatons of rock and, some really major secondary fires to disturb Earth's climate. Yes, ma'am.
I'm thinking about selling this place, she said. My old bones can't take these winters.
She'd apparently been saying that since before her fourth husband died. They'd all been wealthy. They'd all left her all their fortune, and they'd all died of natural causes. Anyone who suggested anything different had better move out of the county. Besides, after husband 3, there'd been a pretty thorough investigation, and the final result was dead of stress. Yes, ma'am.
Everything seems to go up but maple sugar land, she said angrily. Wood isn't bringing what it used to, not at all. Nor maple sugar, damn aliens, hate those damned aliens.
Yes, ma'am, Tyler said. He bit his tongue to keep from adding, and so do the Chinese, Egyptians, and Mexicans.
They're listening to everything we say,
she said, looking at the sky nervously.
They're up there, right now listening to us.
While the Horvath information systems did seem to be able to track just about any conversation made around an electronic device, Tyler rather doubted that they were personally listening in on this one. He had a moment's empathetic thought for any Horvath who was, and quashed it rather automatically. Yes, ma'am.
Well,
she said, relenting a bit.
You did stack it neat. I like a good, neat stack of wood.
With most people, when you delivered a cord, it was, here you go, and get it off the pickup as fast as possible. All done, that'll be $40. Not with Mrs. Cranshaw. That firewood had better be stacked in a neat and tidy cord on her back porch, which took about 5 times as long as just dumping it in the yard. Speaking of time, ma'am, I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got an event in Boston where I'm the speaker, and I need to be going.
Speaker?
She asked incredulously.
About what?
The webcomic I used to do, Tyler said evenly.
Oh, yes,
Mrs. Cranshaw said, with the most perfect note of neutrality that descended past condescension and straight to contempt.
You used to do that comic thing.
Yes, I used to do that comic thing, Tyler said. And now I'm going to go talk to people about doing comic things.
Used to run in the paper,
Mrs. Cranshaw said.
Never did get what was so funny about it. And I didn't like all them alien names, couldn't figure them out.
Yes, ma'am, Tyler said.
Well, if you've got a commitment, you best be to it,
Mrs. Cranshaw said.
Can hardly figure out what you're going to talk on, seeing as there's real aliens now, but you do go on and talk about comic things.
Yes, ma'am, Tyler said. See you in a couple of months, then. Sorry I'm late, Mr. Duvall, Tyler said, shaking the con chair's hand. Got hung up doing some server work. Not a problem, the convention co-chairman said. James Duvall was 5'11", Amerasian, and shaped something like a large bear. He had black hair, a white and black beard, and it was patterned in a very familiar way. Tyler had never met him, but could just about guess his nickname. Call me Panda. Everybody does.
You're just in time for the opening ceremonies, which was your first panel." Tyler had gotten a peek into the ballroom as he was walking in and shook his head. "I thought you said this was a small con. There must be 1,000 people in the ballroom." "I'd say they're all here to see you," Panda said with a shrug. "Truth is, they're mostly here to see a real live Glatoon," Tyler finished, gesturing with his chin at the alien standing in a corner and watching the pros straggling into the small, walled-off area. "I won't ask how you got him to attend." "Simple," Panda said, smiling thinly. "I paid him. More than I'm going to get out of the con, but that wasn't the point. Science fiction isn't dead. It's just become reality. And fandom is still where people who want to work for the future gather. I could go on, but we've got to get going." "Lead on," Tyler said. Panda headed up the steps to the stage, and the other special guests sort of straggled after him. There was the usual series of tables flanking a podium, and the usual milling as people tried to figure out where to sit. And Tyler had his usual flash of annoyance at it. "They're chairs. You sit in them. Sit. Heel." Since the Glatoon looked particularly puzzled, he caught its eye and waved to a chair, pulling it out. Fortunately, Glatoon and human design were similar enough a human chair worked just fine. The Glatoon sat down, and Tyler snagged the chair next to it, by right of conquest. Worked for the Horvath. "Ladies and gentlemen, and honored extraterrestrials," Panda said to some cheers at the last part. "Welcome to Miracon." "You are Tyler Vernon," the Glatoon whispered as Panda started into what sounded like it was going to be a very long speech. Tyler noted that the voice, which was fairly human normal, was coming from a small pod on a collar, and the Glatoon had not, in fact, opened his mouth. He'd heard that they mostly communicated through their implants, but it was still a bit of a shock. "Yes, I am," Tyler whispered back. "I am Falalor Wathet, captain of the Spinwood Crossing. A pleasure to meet you. You used to write trade hard, did you not?" "Yes," Tyler said, shocked again. Why did you know that?" "The security situation on Terra for traders is good," Wathet said. "But if I was going to be dealing with people, I wished to know who I might be near." "We are, after all, potentially dangerous locals with bizarre and disgusting customs," Tyler said. "Who will do anything to screw us out of our credits. Our job is to be better screws." "You read the comic?" Tyler was still recovering from the earlier shocks. This was water on a duck. "It was one of the few times when I have understood human humor," the Glatoon said. "Perhaps in part because it struck so close to home and was so true. Although banks do not routinely send mercenaries to collect your ship, there are people in our government who do that quite well, thank you." "It was a rare situation," Tyler pointed out, "but thanks for the compliment." "I almost stopped reading in the first few panels," Wathet said, "because I did not understand the cultural conditions of stealing the infant's candy. When I was able to grasp it fully, though, I very nearly had an accident. Rule 9, if the other guy doesn't feel screwed, we're not doing our jobs. I printed that out and put it up in the mess. We all got it. But I personally feel it's more of a guideline." "Same here," Tyler said. "If I had really been a backstabber, I would have been a VP." "Why did you stop writing?" Wathet asked. "I was only able to find the comic on an archive server, and there were no notices to explain your cessation." "Phew," Tyler said. "Big answer. Basically, it was an economic decision. As soon as the gate opened, everyone in the industry quickly saw that anything SF was falling off. So I got dropped like a hot potato in most of my markets. The website traffic and merch fell off sharply as well. Then, with our Horvath protectors requiring a very high payment for protection, surfer space started getting expensive. Eventually, simply wasn't economical. You have very few new drawings on your personal system, Wathay had said. Sorry about looking, but your information systems are so primitive that it's a bit like trying not to look through a plate glass window. Once I scanned all your available archives on other systems, I set my system to find more and only realized I was in your personal system when I saw many of them were partials. But I think you haven't had much time. Your personal and business finances are terribly screwed up. My apologies. Again, it's rather hard not to look. No problem, Tyler said, gritting his teeth. On another subject, was trading good? No, the Glatun admitted. With the Horvath control of your heavy metals, which were paltry anyway, your world has virtually nothing to trade. Despite that, every time one of our ships comes here, we have to first meet with members of your senior government who ask if there's anything we, the traders, mind you, can do about the Horvath. No, there's not. Then we meet with senior corporate representatives who have gathered such things as we might be interested in, and we trade. The pattern is always the same, and really, what am I going to get for folk art? The Venus de Milo is hardly folk art, Tyler said. He'd seen the news. Not to mention the paintings. He paused and sighed. Sorry. I really do understand the situation, probably better in some ways than those senior representatives. From your comic, I would say that is the case, but how, exactly? Look up Polynesian contact with the West, Tyler said. I assume that is... Yes, the similarities are there. We do not carry diseases, but... You're trading iron nails for pearls, Tyler said. Well, you were. Now our Horvath benefactors receive the pearls as an honorarium for their defense of our system, and we only have coconut husks and carvings to sell. Do you really think the Horvath are your benefactors? Wathay had asked. Of course I do, Tyler said, smiling. Our Horvath benefactors who find our systems as porous as you do and are listening to this conversation on my cell phone are our friends. Ah, the Glatun said, making a noise something like a sneeze. Don't worry. The Horvath are most certainly not listening to any conversation I am involved in. Really? Tyler asked. Really. Horvath's systems are better than yours. But the information systems on what they call a battle cruiser, which is not much bigger than a Glatun admiral's landing barge, are no match for even my ship. And I'll admit I don't have Galaxy-class systems. The Horvath are most certainly not listening. In that case, Tyler said, smiling again, of course we're poor. They're stealing all our metals. What I don't get is why the Glatun don't throw them out so Glatun traders get the metals. Other than assuring the safety of trade, our military tries very hard to avoid non-strategic entanglements, Wathay had said. That has not always been the case, and we've had times in our history of military adventurism and colonialism, but we've given that up mostly. I can understand that, too, Tyler said, nodding. I know this is a shot in the dark, but have people sort of shown you, well, everything we have to trade? What do you mean? The Glatun said, then held up a hand. Your turn to talk. Damn, Tyler said, getting up and trying to remember what he was going to say. He managed to stumble through some remarks, then sat back down quickly. You said something about everything you have to trade, Wathay had said. Your produced items are rather crude and expensive for you to produce compared to Faber's, not economical for us.
There's not much markup in the market for things that are simply made by hand. A fabber can produce variation easily. We produce what you consider precious gems, practically as industrial waste." "Got all that," Tyler said. "I mean, you read the comic, covered that." "True, and Forella really screwed those natives." "Well, they deserved it." "What about commodity materials?" Tyler asked. "You mean foodstuffs?" Wathet said. "I did read the comic. You know as well as I that your foodstuffs are chemically incompatible. We may have some similarity in appearance to terrestrial organisms, but our chemistry is radically different. You covered that as well." "Which is all very good theory, but hasn't been tested," Tyler said. "Yes, it has," Wathet said. "By the first contact ship. We're incompatible." "Did they test everything?" Tyler said. "If not—" "My turn to talk," Wathet said, getting up. "Where is that? Ah, there's the speech." Tyler sort of tuned out his speech and thought. "What are you doing before you leave?" Tyler asked as Wathet sat back down. "We leave on Wednesday," Wathet said. "That's when we're picking up our last few trades. Not much on Monday. Why?" "Let's check," Tyler said. "I'll load up my pickup with just stuff. You've got something that can tell if it's poisonous, I'm sure." "Yes," Wathet said. "I'll bring a bunch of stuff," Tyler said. "It'll take a bit for you to check it, but there might be something that you can find that's worth trading. If so, you make a profit, and I've got a lock on a major extraterrestrial market. Unlikely, but why think small?" "Intriguing," Wathet said. "I'll do it. On one condition." "Which is?" Tyler asked, warily. "Can you do a sketch?" "Mr. Vernon?" Tyler looked up from the sketch he was doing and smiled. "Hey, how you doing?" "Great," the man said, smiling. 6 foot, short red hair, really Irish complexion, green eyes. Miskatonic U t-shirt and jeans. "My name's Dan Poor. I'm a really big fan." "Glad to hear that," Tyler said, handing the previous customer his sketch. "Thanks, Mr. Tyler," the kid said, forking over $10. "This is great." "And thank you," Tyler said, ignoring the mistake in his name. "Would you like a sketch, Dan," the redhead said. Sure." He dug in his pocket and came up with 2 5s. "Could you do one of the Glatoon?" "Wathet? Sure," Tyler said. "Might as well get some practice." "You guys were sure talking up a storm on the stage," Dan said. "Turns out he did some research on the people he might be meeting and took to trade hard," Tyler said, starting to sketch rapidly. "I guess a story about a group of space free traders would make sense to an alien free trader," Dan said. "Were you just talking about the comic?" "That and why I stopped doing it," Tyler said. "And he wants me to come over to the ship and do a sketch of him and the crew and the ship, trade hard style." "Getting paid in Atacirc?" Dan asked curiously. "I wish," Tyler said, handing over the sketch. "Thanks for your continued support. Are you part of trade crew?" No," Dan said. "But I'd like to get a What's Your Score t-shirt." $25, Tyler said, handing over a large. "And thank you again." "Must be a bit of a come-down doing small cons," Dan said, forking over the money. "I hope I didn't—" "Just love the people," Tyler said neutrally. "Anything else?" "No," Dan said. "Thanks." Special Agent Daniel Nolan Poor got in the van and was swept head to foot before he opened his mouth. "He's meeting with the Glatoon. Didn't get into when. Says he's just doing a sketch of the crew and the captain." "Why do they want a sketch?" the senior special agent asked.
"Said that Wathayat's a fan,"
Dan said, shrugging.
"Makes sense."
"Write it up," the SSA said. "Longhand. I want somebody with a camera, and I shouldn't have to point this out, but a chemical camera getting shots. I don't want the Horvath or the Glatun to realize they're under surveillance." 2. As he drove back to Boston on Monday, Tyler had to admit that he'd much rather work for Chuck on day shift. When he'd gone to the general manager and asked if he could scrounge through the rejects that were being returned, Chuck had just waved. Among other things, Chuck was a fan, and while that didn't get Tyler many points, it allowed them to communicate better. People didn't generally buy something in grocery stores that was dinged, scratched, or otherwise marred. They'd eat stuff that had so little nutrition that they might as well eat the box, but woe betide if the box was crushed. So anything that wasn't visually perfect got sent back to the vendors and either got credited or sold through outlets. There were rules against giving it to most food banks, for that matter. Most of it was just thrown away. Most of the damage occurred over the weekend, so Tyler had plenty of stuff to pick through, and he'd gotten just about one of everything. The likelihood of any of it being compatible with the Glatun, much less valuable, was small. But long shots occasionally hit, and it was this or cut trees. Tyler really wanted to wangle a ride on the ship. There was no way that was going to fly, but it was a childhood dream. He hadn't just come up with Trade Hard on the spur of the moment. He'd wanted to be Wathayat from the time he was a kid. His grandfather was in his 60s before they ever met, but he remembered the old man's stories like they were yesterday. Granda had been a crewman, eventually rising to captain, on tramp steamers that plied the South Seas trade back when they were still converting from sail to steam. His stories of trading for copra, fights with gangs in pre-communist Shanghai, and, as they both got older, beautiful island maidens, were some of the highlights of Tyler's childhood. That and books, mostly SF books, once he found them. Combine Norton and Heinlein and Powell Anderson with Granda, and you got Trade Hard, what Tyler really wanted to do when he grew up. He considered going into the Merchant Marine rather than college, but it simply wasn't the same as when Granda was a crewman. American crewmen, especially, ran under so many rules, unions, and regulations that it wasn't much different from being part of any other corporation. The soul was gone from it. Space, though, had to be different. There was just too much variety available. Sure, there were problems, but they'd be bigger, grander. "So for 2 15-minute speeches you managed to make our gate fees?" Drath said sourly. The ship's purser blew out a line of spittle and recovered it. "And that only by smuggling out that guy's stash of gold coins. How the hell did he hang on to those, by the way?" "Look up survivalist," Wathayat said. "It's a really bizarre religion these people have." "Unless we can find a rich buyer with a queer Jones for alien folk art, we're not going to make fuel. And that doesn't count the damned mortgage. We are so screwed." "I know," Wathayat said, lifting his mane in a shrug. "I'm meeting that guy who used to do the Trade Hard comic. He's bringing some stuff for me to look at. Not much chance any of it will be worth anything, but at this point—" "It's about all we can hope," Drath said. "Well, I hear Norada Lines is hiring. Back to being a cargo handler." "Yeah, good for you," Wathayat said. "I'm not qualified on anything bigger than a Class 4. I'm going to be doing the Tranit run for the rest of my life. I hate Tranit Station. It's a damned gas mine. There aren't even any good bars." "Hi," Tyler said to the armed guard at the gate. The Spinward crossing, which was smaller than he'd realized, was tucked into a warehouse in a half-finished industrial park near Reading. Why they'd picked the Boston area was anyone's guess. Most of the ships that had landed in the U.S. had landed near Washington or L.A. "Vernon Tyler? I'm supposed to meet with Captain Wathayat?" "Yes, sir," the security guard said, consulting a list. "Could I see some ID?" "Why are there guards on the ship?" Tyler asked. "Believe it or not, some people can't sort out the difference between Glutton and our Horvath benefactors," the guard said, handing back his ID. "So far, we haven't had any protesters, but there have been incidents in other countries." "Ah," Tyler said. "I'm not going to cause an incident." "No, sir," the guard said, opening the gate. "Have a nice day." "Captain Wathayat," Tyler said, as he parked the pickup. He'd been directed to bring it actually into the warehouse, so he was able to park it right by the ship. That was after another security check, which had searched the back and underside of the pickup, presumably for bombs. "Mr. Vernon," Wathayat said, stepping down from the cargo ramp. "A pleasure to see you again. What have you brought?" "Rare and costly viands from the four corners of the earth," Tyler said cheerfully. "You'll understand if I don't get into exactly what rare and costly viands." "Of course," Wathayat said, as Tyler started unloading. "Bring them up in the ship. I've set up a table and some chairs. It occurred to me, after we made this agreement, that I was placing myself in trade against the writer of Trade Hard. I'm not sure that's a good idea." "Those who can do, those who can't write," Tyler said, pulling out a set of trays with Dixie cups on them. The Dixie cups had been the most expensive part. "I really got no experience of this sort of thing. Even if we find something, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get screwed. I have prepared 223 different possible trade items for your examination. Each of them is of the highest possible quality and chosen from some of the rarest and most sought-after substances on Earth. You're behind on your cell phone bill, and your ex is still looking at the email she hasn't sent about being behind on your child support payment," Wathayat said, taking out a small hand scanner and starting to scan the cups. "I'm pretty sure that these are from the tossed-out trash in the stockroom of your store. But it's not under surveillance or in inventory, so I'm not positive." "Bastard," Tyler muttered, setting the cups down on the table. It looked to be some sort of polymer and was sort of scratched and worn. For that matter, the small hold, he supposed, was beat to hell. "I hate it when people know more about my life than I do." "Like I said," Wathayat said, "it's like trying not to look through an open window. Nothing. Nothing. Poisonous as hell, which is interesting." "What's that?" Tyler asked. 37. "Wow. If we ever do get into regular trade with your people, don't ever, ever accept a Coke." "Thought that was what it was," Wathayat said. "We'd been warned, and our implants can process it. Would only make us mildly ill. This one is interesting. Not for us. It's compatible with Rangora systems. Not sure what it would taste like to them." As he was scanning, he was picking up and sniffing anything that wasn't registering as toxic. He paused with one and set down his scanner. His snout practically turned inside out as he gave a long sniff. The mane that ran down his back stood up like a startled cat. "This smells," Wathayat said, carefully dipping a finger into the yellow-gold syrup. He took a small taste and rolled it around in his mouth. "This is—" Suddenly he drove his snout into the cup and began licking frantically. "You okay?" Tyler asked, worriedly. "Yeah," Wathet said. His tone wasn't muffled because he wasn't actually opening his mouth. But it should have been because his snout, which was just a bit too wide, had ripped open the Dixie cup and was covered in a golden, tarry substance. A long purple tongue emerged and began licking the substance off. "What is this stuff?" On the long shot, which seemed to be playing out, that something would be compatible and interesting to the Glatun, Tyler had put the various foodstuffs into cups and marked them with numbers. That way, only he knew what they were. The 156 was barely visible since it had been ripped. "Huh," Tyler said, consulting a handwritten list. "Dragon's tears. Figured it would be that." "What is wab wheat?" The Glatun shook his head and opened his mouth. "Gargla for wallapul." "What is dragon's tears?" the collar transmitter asked. "Did you just speak, Glatun?" Tyler asked. "More or less," Wathet said, shaking his head. "I couldn't handle my plants for a second. That stuff has a kick. I think we might be on to a winner here. What is dragon's tears? It's not anywhere on your information systems." "Tears of a dragon," Tyler said. "Nearly impossible to get, very rare and almost secret. You have to make a dragon laugh and cry to get them. First you have to tell a dragon 10 jokes it's never heard before. If you tell it one joke it's heard, you have to start over again. And you'd better tell him fast and well, or it will eat you. If you make it through that, then you have to tell it 10 sad stories that make it cry. When it starts to cry, you dash forward and catch the tears." "You are such a liar," Wathet said. "First of all, dragons are a legend, like the trockle of my people. Second, if something was that rare and costly, you couldn't afford it. Third, all my instruments say that this came from a plant." "True, but it's going to make great marketing," Tyler said. "You got any more?" Wathet said, contemplating the empty cup with slumped shoulders. "Seriously, this is really good. Who knew?" "I've got some more," Tyler said. "No cameras that could see in the truck bed. But seriously, I do need some trade for it. I'll get some more out of the back of the truck and we'll trade." When Tyler got back, there wasn't one Glatun, but 3 clustered around a table. He'd brought a squeeze bottle and some Dixie cups. "Why don't we try mixing it with a little water?" Tyler said. "I don't have enough to fill these cups. I'm thinking 100 weight of Atacirc per weight of tears." "You've got to be joking," one of the Glatun snapped. They pretty much looked alike, but this one had a longer snout than Wathet and darker blue skin. "Hey, Tyler," Wathet said, the collar transmitter faithfully replicating his slur. "Meet Drath. He's the purser, handles all the cargo and stuff, and Fabit's an ship's engineer," Fabit said, leaning forward. "So, what is this stuff?" "Dragon's tears," Tyler said, squirting a generous measure into a cup and handing it to the purser. If he was reading things right, the purser was going to be the guy he needed as hammered as possible for the negotiations. "Very rare and precious." "Not worth 100 weight of circuitry," Drath said, taking a sniff. It was the same reaction as before: light sniff, heavy sniff, nosedive. "Whoa! Guys," Tyler said, filling cups, "this stuff really is expensive. Slow down." Here, what they had said, reaching into a pocket. You guys like this crap? It's trash, but is better than your trash. He rolled a handful of Atasurk onto the table and waved. Keep it. Got any more? Tyler carefully scooped up the fortune in circuitry and poured some more dragon's tears in the captain's cup. Gorbel computers on this planet, Fabbit slurred. He'd had about 3 ounces total. Total trash. Got the stuff for a scrap. Is scrap. Ha! Is like 100 years old. Is good stuff, this. Shh! Drath whispered, waving a hand around. Shh! Humans can't know that. Think it's collar stones or something. He appeared to sneeze several times. So, Drath, Tyler said neutrally. This appears to have some trade value. It is, as I said, a very rare and costly viand on this planet. I think 100 weight to 1 is perfectly reasonable. Me too, the engineer said. Stuff will sell for a bazillion credits on Glaucod Station. Shh, Drath said. Shh. Well, Mr. Vernon, he continued, straightening his harness, this does seem to have some merit, as you say, but not great, and Atasurk is also very rare and costly. Your engineer just said you bought it for scrap, Tyler said. Scrap! And we're gonna get rich! He exaggerates. I think that a rate of 50 weight of this dragon's tears to 1 weight of Mollisurk would be more in order. So, 2 weight of atomic-level circuitry to 1 weight of dragon's tears, Tyler said. We have a deal? I don't know, Fabbit said. You got any more? I think that is a fair trade, Drath said, slowly and distinctly. His head twitched several times, rapidly. How do your people finalize such things under your laws? And are they considered binding? Tyler asked. That's a little complicated, what they had said. Binding contracts shall be established by verbal confirmation of all parties in the presence of a federally authorized contracting hypernode system, Drath quoted clearly. All trade ships as well as banks and public places of consumption are required by law to have such locked systems present for the closure of contracts, and such contracts are considered both proprietary and binding. Reference Federal Code 1147983LQ5, something like that. So, you guys agree verbally, and you're bound? Tyler asked. Try to get a judge out here, Fabbit said. Or, and this is an important point, a commercial authority seizure party. Shh, Drath said. Are you in agreement or not? I don't know, Tyler said, woefully. I'm feeling like you guys are going to screw me somehow. You've got the ship and all. We're not going to screw you, man, what they had said, waving a cup. We're buddies. Okay, Tyler said mournfully. I'm practically giving this stuff away, but if that's as much as you'll go, I agree to 2 weights of Atasurk for 1 weight of the substance designated Product 156, nicknamed Dragon's Tears. Ha! Drath crowed. You're bound now, baby. Agreed, what they had said. Feeling screwed? Very, Tyler said, his shoulders slumping. You should, Drath said, taking a sip of the now watered-down dragon's tears. We're going to get rich with this stuff. How much can you get? It is actually fairly rare, Tyler said, and the real problem is the Horvath. They're not going to interfere with our trade, what they had said. They know better than to mess with a Glatun ship.
"No, they won't," Tyler said. "But I can't get my hands on a full cargo of this right away. And if they find out what you're trading, they'll come and take it. If they can, because it's a lot harder to obtain than mining for stuff. War, destruction, no dragon's tears." "Point," Wathay had said, his crest fluttering. "So we smuggle it out." "Good thing you're dealing with us, then," Fab had said. "Look, it was only once, okay?" Drath said. "People act like I made a career out of it." "The Horvath own our communications," Tyler said. "And even if you can hack them, they're going to be paying attention to anyone who meets with you guys." "Point," Wathay had said, "but we can disappear easily enough." "You can?" Tyler said. "To them, yeah," Drath said. "There's an open field which doesn't have much observation near your home. Meet us there. When can you get more of this?" "Tell you what," Tyler said, thinking rapidly. "I'll bring as much dragon tears as I can fit in the back of my truck. I can trade this Adacirc for... I should be able to afford that much. The stuff really is expensive. You guys fill the back with Adacirc, and we're golden." "You sure you can spoof the Horvath?" "Yeah," Wathay had said more clearly. "Even if they're paying attention to you, they won't see you leave your house. We'll try to make sure they don't know what you're picking up. And you'll forgive me if I point out I'm going to try to keep you from finding out," Tyler said. "I could probably get it by Tuesday night." "Tuesday night at 9 p.m., Drath said. "It's called Homer's Farm, but there's no farm there." "Long story," Tyler said. "Okay, I'll be there. 2 waits to 1. I'm being screwed." "Great," Fab had said. "You're going to bring more, right?" As Tyler drove out of the industrial park, he carefully pulled his cell phone out and set it on the dash where it could easily pick up his voice. "Well, that was a bust. What the hell am I going to do for money now? Those stupid aliens, damn Glatun, laughing at me. Like they really like the sketch, bastards. What am I going to do now? Maybe Jeff Morris over at AT&T has got some consultant work. Since I'm in Boston, might as well check." He felt like an idiot, but if he was going to get his hands on a truckload of Product 156 by tomorrow night, he'd better hurry. He kept a glare on his face as he fought his way through Boston traffic and tried very hard not to break out in gales of hysterical laughter. "Hey, Tyler. Long time." Tyler and Jeff Morris weren't exactly friends. They just knew each other. Both had started off in the industry about the same time. They'd worked together a couple of times in different companies. Sometimes they were competitors, a couple of times while working for the same company. IT was like that. Right now, though, Jeff Morris wasn't looking exactly pleased to see his old acquaintance. Jeff had managed to not only survive when so many had fallen, he'd finally worked his way into an office, which in IT generally meant he could make hiring decisions. And he probably had every guy he'd ever sort of talked to at Comdex begging for a slot. Any slot. "Hey, Jeff, you mentioned that you had a project called Babylon you were working on, and I might be interested," Tyler said, sitting down and picking up a yellow pad. He'd looked for cameras on the way in, and the only one was on the monitor, and it was pointed at Jeff. "Babylon?" Jeff said, puzzled. "Yeah," Tyler said, not looking up. "Had to do with a lass." He held up the pad, which said in great big letters, "Secure Room, Now." "Babylon," Jeff said, slapping his forehead. "Sorry, we changed the project name. It's—" He paused and looked around for inspiration. "CFID.
It's called CFID now, but it's really secure. We'd probably better talk in a shield room. CFID? Tyler said as soon as he was sure the room was secure. C++ for idiots, Jeff said. It was a book on the wall. And you've got a lot of nerve making fun of that. Alas, Babylon? Jesus Christ. How did you even know I'd read that book? Saw it on a shelf one time at a party at your house, Tyler said. Only thing even close to SF, so it caught my eye. How's Mel? Pregnant again, Jeff said. Nice to see you and all, as I said, but why is my department being charged $1,000 an hour to use the shield room? This, Tyler said, pulling his hand out of his pocket and rolling the handful of Atacirc out on the table. I need $1 million, quickly, and I need 100 grand of that in cash. Is this from the Spinward Crossing? Jeff asked, picking up one of the chips gingerly. Where else? You found something they want to trade? Jeff said. It's not worth $1 million. A lot, yeah, not $1 million. Among other things, about 1 in 10 of the stuff the Spinward Crossing has been selling doesn't work, and I can't authorize that sort of money. I'm going to have more, quite a bit. I need AT&T to get some people in here to buy it from multiple companies. I'll cut AT&T in on 1% of whatever I make for being the house, and obviously, we need to keep this quiet. Nothing electronic. Agreed, Jeff said. But as I said, I can't authorize any of that. I know that, Jeff, Tyler said, sitting down. Which means you need to shag your ass to the 35th floor. I also can't simply walk in on Weasley Rail, Jeff said, nervously. You can if you're holding $1 million in Atacirc in your hand, Tyler said. Weasel won't mind, really, especially since this deal ends on Wednesday. Call him Weasel to his face, and it won't matter how much Atacirc you're holding, Jeff said, sighing. Okay. I'll need to take as many as you like, Tyler said, waving expansively. Mr. Rail is in a meeting, the executive secretary said sternly. And if I'm wrong, he'll fire me, Jeff said, breezing past her. I said stop! Jeff opened the door to the president of Northeastern Operations offices and strode across the carpet to his desk. Mr. Rail was, in fact, reading the Wall Street Journal. He looked up as the door opened, tilted his head to the side, and set the paper down. This is either important or you've just pretty much killed your career, Rail said, mildly. Jeff walked up to the desk and held his finger to his lips. Then he held out his hands, cupped, so the executive could see the Atacirc for just a moment. It's about the CFID project, sir, Jeff said. The one we used to call Babylon. Tyler Vernon used to work with me over at Verizon, and I thought he might have some ideas. As it turns out, he does. It's okay, Bernice, Rail said, waving at his secretary. This really is an emergency. I'll be in Shield Room 5. Mr. Tyler, Weasley Rail said heartily, as soon as the door was closed. Pleasure to see you in the building again. Pleasure to see you too, Mr. Weasley, Tyler said as Jeff winced. Damn it. It's Tyler Vernon, isn't it? Sorry. We both got the same problem with our names, sir, Tyler said, smiling. No offense intended. None taken, Rail said. What have you got? I have to meet tomorrow night clandestinely with the Glatun, Tyler said, sitting down. I need to pick up a pickup's load of a certain product. Less than a pickup's load, actually. They will trade me a full pickup of Atacirc. Christ, Jeff said. 6 petabytes of variable use memory, infinite parallel processor, and the size of a match head. You could buy... Name a third world country. Name a country. I don't think anyone's seen a case of it in one place. More than that, Tyler said. As you said, nobody has seen a case in one place. You can replace a server farm with one chip. The value I saw someone calculate in Wired on a standard dry bushel of it is $100 billion, which nobody can afford. A pickup load is going to distort that price. I still need $1 million, at least $100,000 in cash. That's for those. AT&T gets some serious players that can pay for the rest. I'll take a check. We'll negotiate for it here. AT&T gets 1% as the house, and I need to do this quick because time's a-wasting. Among other things, I'll need to get the money from a bank, and they close soon. Banks stay open to surprising hours when the right people call, Rail said. It's not worth $1 million. Among other things, some of it's bad, Tyler said. I also got the information that it's their scrap and about 100 years old. More or less what we thought, Rail said, narrowing his eyes. But that sounds like you got more information out of the Glatun than most governments. They are, surprisingly, fans of my series, Tyler said, shrugging. I just remembered I owe them a sketch. That's beside the point. $1 million. $200,000, Rail said. The 100 in cash is no problem. I'll call J.P. Not going to just give this away, Tyler said. 900 and that's flat. Novell is just down the road, and I know people there too. 250, and I'll make sure you can breeze in and out of the bank. And 20% on the trades. Wednesday morning work? Wednesday morning works, but if you think I'm giving you 20%, you've been drinking. 2%, $8.75. 18 and 3. I'll tell you the truth. I'm not going lower than 9, and I'm not going higher than 4. Take it or leave it. I'll leave it. But I'll get closer. 12% and $500,000. Seriously, that's a good deal. Totally sucks. 5 and 800. Rail considered his opponent and shrugged. I'd be doing a disservice to the shareholders if I went lower than 10% as house. There's going to be costs involved, and 800 is highway robbery. 600. 750. 7. Done. I'll geek to 10. Then we have a deal, Rail said, standing up. I'll need to go get the check cut personally, 8 a.m. Wednesday morning. Can you get the right people here by then? Tyler asked. We're taking cases of Atacirc, and it has to be all sub rosa. We've gotten used to working around the Horvath, Rail said with a sigh. They fortunately either don't pay as much attention as people think or can't count. We've simply had to sneak materials through the system beyond what they allow. We are, in other words, used to this sort of thing. I can get the right people here, with their checkbooks. Speaking of which, stay here. I'll go get the check. Tyler tried not to bounce as he walked to his truck. He still had a lot of stuff to get done, and if the Horvath were watching, it could still get very sticky. Mr. Vernon, this is a surprise? Yeah, Tyler said, trying to remember the red-headed guy's name. No chance. Good to, see you again. Dan, the man said, holding out his hand as if to shake. In it was a badge. Hey, can we talk? Sure, Dan, Tyler said, trying not to curse. I'm sort of busy at the moment. Email me? My van's right over here, Dan said, putting his hand on Tyler's arm. Come on. Won't take a second. Tyler, feeling both pissed and a tad nervous, got in the black-tinted van. It had been rigged as something of a mobile command post, but what was interesting was that there were no electronics. There were some cameras that looked as if they were 15 years old, but super advanced at the time. Chemical photography cameras. and lots of paper. "Mr. Vernon," a man in a suit said, 50s and a bit chubby with an incongruous goatee. "My name is Senior Special Agent Aaron Spuler. Welcome to the command post of Project 4038. "Which is spying on Tyler Vernon?" Tyler asked. "There are laws, you know." "Which is spying on aliens who can, what was the phrase, go through our most advanced firewalls so easily it's like looking through an open window," Spuler said. "And anyone who has interaction with them, because every interaction with ETs is a potential national security problem as long as that goddamned Horvath ship is in the sky." "Which is pretty indiscreet of you to say," Tyler said. "Give us some credit, please," Agent Poor said. "This is a shield car, and we made sure you were not carrying your cell." "Maple syrup?" Spuler asked incredulously. "They're addicted to maple syrup?" "Shh," Tyler said. "Christ, now everybody's gonna know." "Our job is gathering information, Mr. Vernon," SSA Spuler said, "not giving it out. And don't worry about congressional investigations or something. Nobody wants to know we exist." "Their chemistry is incompatible with ours," Agent Poor said. "How can they metabolize it?" "No clue," Tyler said. "But they reacted like it was booze or something." "We saw the reaction," Spuler said, waving at the cameras. "But the problem is the Horvath. The Glatun apparently have as much control over the Horvath information systems as Horvath have over ours," Tyler said. "Or so they say. We're going to meet tomorrow night. I need to go get some money and then somehow get my hands on a truckload of maple syrup without the Horvath finding out. They'll come to me and give me cover for the transfer. Frankly, it feels a bit like a drug deal." "Your truck?" Spuler asked. "Yes." "That should escape their notice as long as they are not actively watching you," Spuler said. "More would be harder. The flip side is that if this is popular among the Glatun, it could give us some leverage." "I've thought about that," Tyler said, holding up a hand to forestall a reply. "Let me just be clear about something. I'm not going to play puppet to the government. By the same token, yes, I care about that damned Horvath ship and this country and the world and humanity, and I will do my level best to figure out a way to get it out of our sky. But right now, I need to go get some money and find 6 55-gallon drums of maple syrup in about 30 hours. We're not going to get involved in a purely commercial enterprise," Spuler said. "But this isn't on one level. If you need our help, we'll be around." "Thanks," Tyler said. "Can I get out now?" "Feel free," Spuler said, waving at the door. "Just try not to get the world destroyed, okay?" "Doing my best," Tyler said, yanking open the door. When he got to his truck, Tyler picked up his cell phone and brought up his contacts. "Hey, Petra," Tyler said, trying not to sigh. "Tyler," Petra said. It was that tone, that "I'm unsatisfied with the situation, but I'm not going to bring it up" tone. "Sorry I've been behind on my payments. I'm going to slide some money over this week." "Thank you," Petra said civilly. "I'm doing some projects with AT&T, so the money should be better," Tyler said. "So, hopefully, no more money issues." "That would be nice. It's hard enough to make it on the settlement as it is. The girls are right here." Tyler thought about his kids every day. What he had not thought about until that moment was what that meant in terms of his current doings. It took him less than a second, a very brief pause, to make the hardest decision of his life. He hadn't talked to his kids in 2 weeks, and he realized he might not be talking to them for months. But when you sail in harm's way, you don't take hostages. He squelched the screaming inside. "Don't really have the time," he said airily. "Gotta go. Bye." Petra Vernon closed her cell phone and looked at it with a puzzled expression. She and Tyler might have had their differences, and schedules might have prevented him seeing the girls much, but he always wanted to talk to them. They'd been married for 10 years, and even over the phone she could read him like a book. Something was going on, and it was very odd. And if he didn't want to talk to the girls, there was a reason. She made a face and put the phone in her pocket. She'd find out what was going on when it started to smell. "Hey, Mr. Hazelbauer!" Tyler yelled, waving at the tractor. Jason Hazelbauer was one of the old farmers in the district. A lot of people had moved in from outside the area of late. Most of those were Vermonters and people from the People's Republic of Massachusetts, looking for somewhere cheaper to live, and immediately wanting to change things so they were as screwed up as Vermont and Massachusetts. The Hazelbauers, though, were descended from Hessians who decided they'd rather farm alongside the Scots and English of the White Mountains than fight them. "Mr. Vernon," the farmer said in a slow New England drawl. "Pleasure to see ya. Fine weather we're having." "Great," Tyler said. "Leaves are coming out a treat." "Be a good winter for the sap," Hazelbauer said, climbing off the tractor. "Good leaves means good sap. And how are you doing?" "Well, sir, well," Tyler said. For all he dressed like a homeless guy, Hazelbauer probably owned more land than Mrs. Cranshaw, and, notably, a maple syrup distillery, and about as renowned for keeping his own counsel as Mrs. Cranshaw was for being a revolting bitch. He was also, Tyler recalled as he craned his head up and then up again, the single most massive guy Tyler had ever met. He looked more like a mountain than a human being. "I have a rather unusual request. Are you carrying a cell phone?" "Don't hold with them," Mr. Hazelbauer said. "If someone wants me, they can call me at home, and if I don't answer, they can come to find me if it's that important." "Yes, sir," Tyler said. He'd heard that about Hazelbauer as well. "Just rather not have anyone listening in on our conversation. Some people can listen to them even if they're turned off." "Yep," Hazelbauer said, narrowing his eyes and adjusting his ball cap. "What have you gotten yourself into, young man?" "Simple trade, sir, simple trade," Tyler said. "The thing is, I need to buy some barrels of maple syrup. But I need it to look as if I'm not buying them. I don't need anyone knowing my business." "That's an odd request, young man," Mr. Hazelbauer said, tilting his head to the side. "Well, sir," Tyler said, shrugging, "it's got a bit to do with the revenuers." "Ah," Hazelbauer said, his face going hard. "Them. You need not say more. When do you need it?" "I'd like to do it like this. There's a spaceship landing in Homer's field," Tyler whispered to himself in wonder, as the stars were occluded. The sky was clear and bright, with a thin crescent moon, what the locals still called a smuggler's moon. New Hampshire had, back in the day, been a major supplier of corn whiskey to the lowland folks, back when people considered a tax of 15% on their hard work of running a still to be a slap in the face. There was more than one meaning to the state's motto. A shiner's moon was gibbous, half full to full. That was when you could see well enough by night to get the still running and the mules with corn up to the hollers. Up in the hollows of the hills, the smell of the distilling was caught and held, keeping the revenue agents from finding you, making shine. To bring it down to city folk with their silver, you needed good dark to sneak past those revenuers. A smuggler's moon. "Do you have the stuff?" Lafayette whispered as he stepped off the cargo ramp. 6 barrels of first-quality dragon's tears, Tyler whispered back. There was no point to whispering. Nobody was moving this time of night, and Homer's field was back off the road. But the whole thing did have the feel of a drug deal. That was fine by Tyler. Grandad had had a few stories about slipping past revenuers here and there. Family tradition was being upheld. "Awesome!" Fabbit said, dragging something that looked like a cross between a broom and a forklift. Tyler opened up the back of the truck and started to roll one of the barrels off onto the ground. "Got it," Fabbit said, sliding the device into place. He carried the 600-pound barrel away through the air. "Anti-grav," Tyler said with a sigh. "I want—" "Might be able to do something about that if this stuff takes off," Lafayette said. "By the way, when my head finally cleared, I felt screwed." "Come on," Tyler protested. "You're trading trash for something you're going to make a fortune on. And on that subject, we need to talk." "What?" Lafayette said. "You want my firstborn?" "No," Tyler said. "I want your corporations." "You want me to give this up?" Lafayette said. "No way." "Come back in about 30 of our days," Tyler said. "I'll have 2 of our heavy trucks loaded with dragon's tears. That's about enough to fill your cargo hold. But between now and then, you need to contact your corporations. I'm going to get as much of a control in this market as I can. I am, hereby, willing to contract that the ship Spinward Crossing, crew thereof, will get 5% of any trade in dragon's tears in which I engage with other parties. If they will, upon determining that there is an economic worth to dragon's tears, engage with major Glatoon corporate partners for further trade. Bottom line, you get 5% of all the dragon's tears I trade for the rest of your life. Well, split however you split stuff. If I'm trading with multiple corporations, I can get more than you're going to get me, right?" "Trade for what?" Lafayette said thoughtfully. "I mean, you guys are trading for Atasurk. Wow, I get 5% of all the Atasurk you guys buy? No way." "Think I'm just going to trade for Atasurk?" Tyler said. "I'm not sure how to do it, but I'm going to trade for whatever you guys use as currency, and not cheap, and then buy Atasurk. New stuff that's not crap." "You guys don't have a hypernode point on the whole damn planet," Lafayette said. "Then the first thing I'll trade for is a hypernode link," Tyler said. "Lafayette, we've got a Horvath ship sitting on our necks. We need your big guys to sit up and take notice. That's not going to happen, sorry, because a small-time free trader got lucky. It will if they're making the profits. Think about it. Especially since sooner or later the Horvath will find out about this, and then they'll cut us both out. In my case, probably cut up. They'll take the dragon's tears, trade it to your big corporations, and you'll be back to trading with primitive planets for coconut shells and folk art." "All transferred," Fabbit said. "Hey, can I—" "No," Lafayette said. "That last point has merit, I'll admit. I'll think about it." "Oh, one more thing," Tyler said, going to his front seat and pulling out a jug. "Look, I know we're not contracted on this, but that primitive folk art, could I, buy it back from you?" "Hell yeah," Lafayette said, hefting the jug. "For this? Sure. I don't get the night painting anyway." The painter was kind of cracked, Tyler said. It's the night sky the way he saw it. Tyler started at the tap on his window and sat up, rolling down the window. "Were you here all night?" Jeff asked, looking around the secure garage. "I had a Ireland's worth of Audiobook in the back," Tyler said, wiping his eyes and yawning. "What was I going to do, sit at home with a shotgun on my lap?" He set the shotgun on the floor. "Not to mention what you had up front," Jeff said, his eyes wide. "Is that—" "Yeah," Tyler said, getting out. "And 2 Goyas and a Matisse and some Italian guy from the Renaissance. I couldn't fit the Venus. Wathay had said he'd store it for me off-planet. I'd appreciate it if AT&T would do me the same service on-planet. Lord knows I'm not going to keep 'em in my house. Maybe Starry, Starry Night. It'd look great in the kitchen." "Well, come on up to the conference room," Jeff said. "We'll get some coffee in you. A donut would be nice." "Gentlemen, welcome," Rail said, nodding at the executives gathered in the shield room. "Sorry for the crowding, but I think this is the appropriate venue. By arrangement with Mr. Tyler Vernon, we have a rather large quantity of Audiobook available. AT&T will be taking a 10% cut on all trades. We will be bidding by a lot, which will be, a case-by-case basis." "How many?" an Asian asked. 26 cases, Tyler said. "All the Spinward Crossing could fit in my pickup. It was up to the roof. They're hauling them up here at the moment. There was a problem of spoofing the internal cameras so the Horvath wouldn't notice." 26? The man had a British accent. "Bloody hell! I don't suppose you'd like to tell us what you're trading?" "I'll let the term proprietary hang in the air," Tyler said, sipping his coffee. "The Audiobook we're getting is, of course, not consistent," Rail said. "As soon as it is delivered, you will be given an opportunity to examine each case and decide what it is worth, and then we'll get the bidding started." "I think they went a little crazy off that one case nobody could find any faults in," Tyler said, rifling through the checks. They were the big kind, so people could fit all the zeros. "Feeling a bit stunned?" Rail asked in a contented tone. He was going to come out of this smelling like a rare hybrid rose. He'd just made a fair bit of AT&T's profits for the quarter in one day's work. "It's not every day that a guy becomes an instant billionaire," Tyler said. Multi-billionaire. In fact, I don't think anyone has ever become a multi-billionaire in a day." "So, what are you going to do with it?" Jeff asked. "And is anyone else really in the mood for a drink?" "Champagne would be about right," Weasley said. "Tyler's buying." "I am in a mood for a drink," Tyler said. "But first I need to see a lawyer. Besides the tax implications, which are going to be large, I've got some stuff to buy. I'll need to take a rain check." 3. "Fabbit!" Wathayat calmed as they cleared the gate. "Fabbit! Is he in the Dragon's Tears again?" "Don't think so," Drath replied. "I locked it up." "Did you get the jug?" "Yes." "Oh, hell," Wathayat said, as his customs cutter approached. "Ship Spinward Crossing. Heave to and prepare to be boarded." "We're getting hit by the nosies," Wathayat calmed. "Just stay cool, man." "It's all good," Drath replied. "There's no special import duty on this stuff." "There will be if they see Fabbit." "You seem to be in compliance with all applicable regulations," the customs bot said dubiously. "You are, however, officially notified of note of seizure by the Underl Banking Corporation for non-payment of mortgage on the Spinward Crossing, and you owe back payment for parking orbit charges of 484 credits on Glaucod Station." "I don't have that on me," Wathiat said. "I've got 2.5 pounds of gold." "Checking. That is acceptable to prevent immediate lockdown. Full payment is required before leaving parking orbit. Your ship is required to go to holding area ZA4 pending further determination." "I have 30 days to challenge the seizure order," Wathiat said. He knew that one like the back of his hand. "Correct. Your ship cannot be seized for 30 days. However, it will be held in orbit until full payment is made of back charges on mortgage, including any appropriate penalties, and unpaid parking, including levied fines." "Fine, fine," Wathiat said. "But I've got 30 days, right?" "That is correct," the robot said, spitting out some forms and handing them over. "You are free to move to holding area ZA4. Have a nice day." Wathiat didn't even want to open his hypernode link. He knew what it was going to look like. But he had to call a cab to get to the station, since they wouldn't even let them dock. "Captain Wathiat, this is Agent Guernther, representing Onderl Banking Corporation." As soon as his hypernode link was open, everybody he owed money to knew it, and their bots went to work. "I've got to make trade before you can get paid," Wathiat calmed back. "As soon as I can move my cargo, you'll get paid. I confirm that I have been contacted. Any contact in less than 1 week's time will be defined as harassment." "Very well, Captain Wathiat," Agent Guernther replied. "I see that you have officially accepted note of seizure. Your ship will not be—" "Got it," Wathiat calmed. "We're done. Goodbye, damn it." That was a lot of bots. "Captain Wathiat, this is Lurdurgle Company. You are 3 months behind on your—" "Damn!" Wathiat said, closing the call. "Varora Taxi." "Captain Wathiat, this is the—" "Damn!" Fortunately, the taxi bot was programmed to take metals in trade. That was one of the reasons he used Varora. They took any form of exchange and no questions asked. On the other hand, he couldn't take the tube way. He checked, and all his bank accounts, even the ones he thought nobody knew about, were levied and emptied. Any money going in those was down a black hole never to return, so anything that required a hyperpay was out. That meant walking. Fortunately, they didn't charge for air for 5 days, or the security bots would see if he could breathe vacuum. It took him about 30 minutes to reach Kolu's. When the door dilated, he took a deep whiff. What a fine perfume. And all the usual suspects were lined up at the bar. "Wathiat!" they chorused. "Where's my money? You owe me a round, you welshing bastard. That bot you sold me was defective." "Glad to see you guys as well," Wathiat said. "Be with you in a minute." "You have a hell of a lot of nerve showing your face in here," Kolu bellowed from behind the bar. "Where's my 50 credits?" "I have something better," Wathiat said cheerfully. "This had better be good," Kolu said suspiciously. "Let's just say that the Gordonaut fire gems didn't exactly take off, especially since they all went out the day after you shipped out." "This is good," Wathiat said, sitting down and setting a bulb on the bar. "Put some in some water, just a bit. I should let you try it straight." "Be a fine day when something can get me drunk," Kolu said, pouring a bit of the syrup into a cup and sniffing. "What is this stuff?" He calmed a moment later. He couldn't talk because his snout was stuck in the cup. "Dragon's tears," Wathiat said. "It's a rare and precious viand from a previously undiscovered planet." "Like you'd take the chance on going through an unchecked gate," Kolu said, shaking his head. "Damn! It's got a kick, don't it?" He pulled out a bunch of shot glasses, put a drop of syrup in the bottom of each. then filled them with water. "Here," Kolu said, sliding the shots down the bar. "Try this stuff and see what you think." "What is it?" Inger asked suspiciously. "Dragon's tears," Wathayat said. "Try it. It'll put hair on your back." "Sorry, Garkar." "Screw you, Wathayat," the mangy Glatun said, taking a sip. "Holy hell!" he added, dropping the shot. "Another, if you please, bartender. That is fine stuff." "Money on the bar," Kolu said. 5 credits a shot." 5 credits, Ingar said. "You haven't even bought it from Wathayat. Hey, Wathayat, you owe me like 15 credits, 17 with interest." "Give Inger 4 for free, please, my host, and we need to talk trade." "Schmurg," Kolu said to the Rangora, "you've got the bar. Set 'em up. Drop of this, dragon's tears in each shot." "Got it," the Saurian said. "Don't know what you guys are getting so excited about. Try some sulfur petals." "I am not paying 700 credits for a barrel of this stuff," Kolu said. "No way, no how." Everyone knew that Kolu owned about 100 businesses on the station and the planet below, but he ran them all out of the dodgy little room behind the bar, and if he slept anywhere else, nobody had found out about it. It was rumored that he had a pile of osmium under his bunk, big enough to drive a battle cruiser. "Hey, you saw how they took it," Wathayat said, topping up his glass. "And I'm not going to get so hammered I say yes. 400 credits for the barrel." "Isn't going to happen. I need a hell of a lot more than that to get my ship out of hock. Look, I'll give you this. 600. Give me half now. I need to go get the barrel, and I need enough money to get it from the ship to here. You can have the jug I brought for free. You're going to make more than 600 off that jug alone. I'll give you 1 barrel at 600, and when I get more, I'll keep selling you that stuff at 600. You know it's going to catch on. I'm going to sell the rest of it at bid, but for you, my old friend, I'll lock in the price." 500. I think I've got that much in the drawer." "Done. But I need it on a cash chip." "You're asking a lot. What?" he asked as Schmurg stuck his head through the door. The room was soundproofed. It was now apparent there was a lot of shouting in the bar. "You either need to get out here or call in to Gork," the Rangora said. "I can't keep up." "What do you mean you can't keep up?" Kolu asked. "It's just Inger, Garkauer, Hathan, Fandent, and Bob. How much can they be drinking?" "It was just Inger, Garkauer, Hathan, Fandent, and Bob," Schmurg said. "But Inger calmed Mangaugau, and Hathan called his pear brood, and Fandent called his ship. And I need some help out here." "So, that's 500, half now, half when I deliver, and both on a chip?" Wathayat asked. "I'll go get the chip." "Holy hell," Wathayat said as the tractor bot stopped. There was a line outside of Kolu's. Schmurg was now working the door, the Saurian towering over the horde of Glatoon. "Go on through, dude," Schmurg said as Wathayat pulled the grav bar off the tractor. "Watch yourself. The party is in full swing." "Wathayat!" About half the bar chorused as he pulled the barrel through the door. It was packed from side to side, and most of them were hitting shots as fast as Tagornk could pass them out. There were 2 more Rangora Wathayat didn't recognize circulating with shots. Kolu liked Rangora because they didn't drink anything he stocked, and most species didn't give them crap no matter how drunk or stoned they were. The problem being when Rangora showed up for work already hammered. Then it was just call for security bots and clean up the damage. "Get that stuff in the back room fast," Kolu calmed. "We're nearly out, and when we run out, I'm afraid there's going to be a riot." "What kind of connection is this?" Kulo asked, as Wafayette rotated the barrel up into a holder. "It's called a screw," Wafayette said. "Primitive planet. Figure it out. I've got 3 more containers of dragon's tears. I'm going to head over to Thamo and Uatha's. If they haven't heard about this, they will soon. But I'm not selling it for 500 credits, that's for sure." "Oh, hell," Wafayette said as he stepped through the airlock. Thabit was passed out in the passageway. "Drast!"
"What's up?"
The purser calmed. "Where the hell are you?"
Unable to process transmission."
"Secure room," Wafayette muttered. He went down the passage and was unsurprised to see the door wide open. The purser was lying on the ground in a puddle of syrup. Fortunately, he'd gotten the cock closed at some point. As Wafayette walked in the room, the purser rolled over on his side and started licking the deck. "Oh, get up," Wafayette said, pulling him to his feet. "I need you to take a shower, for one thing." "Kurgo. That's probably a couple of 1,000 credits of syrup you guys just drank. And spilled. And it's coming out of your share." "Zooped. Never mind." He got the purser and the engineer into their bunks, rekeyed the door to his own codes, and got down to work. He dropped off bulbs of dragon's tears at 4 more places, and he had enough money to placate most of his minor creditors. Not pay them off, just placate them. The major ones were all on hold. He'd taken 1 barrel to Kulo's. Drast and Thabit had broken into the one he'd been using for samples, but they couldn't really drink all that much of the stuff. More had probably spilled on the deck, so call it 2/3 left. 4 2/3 barrels. He dropped that for bid onto the hypernet to see what happened. "This is a rather unusual request, Mr. Tyler." Robert Lyle was a senior associate with Bertram, Hudson & Slavins, a Boston law firm that had fought its first tort case in British court. He wasn't quite sure about his newest client, but when the CEO of Verizon calls and suggests that you arrange a meeting, it was considered wise to do so. The conditions and subject, however, were bothersome. "While we do sometimes have clients who might have accidentally bent one of the numerous laws and regulations of the United States or international courts, we prefer—" "I'm not trying to break or bend the law," Tyler said. "And I'm not sure I'm talking to the right person if you can't even get my name straight." "Tyler Vernon. All I want you to do is arrange some perfectly legal purchases. I simply don't want those purchases to be reported as associated with me until they have all or mostly been completed, and they need to be distributed so as not to be obvious." "This is quite a bit of land, Mr. Vernon, pardon me," Lyle said, "and a large number of operating businesses, and you simply wish that the owners be unaware?" "I need it for everyone to be unaware," Tyler said. "Totally confidential. I'm talking to you. You don't even tell your people who is doing the buying. We'll figure out some way to slush the money quietly. It'll probably have to be through shell companies. As long as it is eventually reported to the IRS, it's no problem, right?" "Bit more than the IRS for this level transaction," Lyle said. "And we're talking about a good bit of money." "Yeah," Tyler said. "Money's not an issue, and your firm can't make the purchases directly. I chose you because you work some very big deals, and you can probably cloak the purchases. 3 or 4 other firms, brokers, etc., all behind proprietary layers." "If the government isn't the issue," Lyle said, looking puzzled, "why are you cloaking these purchases?" "Oh, the problem's the Horvath," Tyler said. "It's the Horvath we need to not associate these purchases with me, at least for a while, as long as possible." "Now you are getting completely out of my field," Lyle said. Anything involving the Horvath has national, international security issues. The government is generally aware of what I'm doing, Tyler said, and not against it to the point that they can find a policy with both hands. All I'm doing is engaging in honest trade. Now, are you going to take the job or not? Obviously, the commissions are going to be quite remunerative, yes, Lyle mused. I'm sure we can manage this, as long as we're not in jeopardy of violating bar regulations. But I have to ask, why do you want to own, how did you put it, every single square inch of land that can produce maple trees? Sugar maple, Tyler said with a smile. That is, as I say, proprietary. And there are some qualifiers on it. Anything that is currently on the market, buy first. Then concentrate on things which have been traded in the last 10 or 15 years and corporate holdings. Get as many of the new crew out of the area as possible. At that point, the price is probably going to be running up pretty solid, and we'll be hitting some diminishing returns, so the old families might start to sell. But try to keep other corporate entities out of the area. Most important of all, I want you to buy one particular piece of property for the absolute best price you can get it, which means it should be one of the first properties bought. Put the best person you can find on it. Research the target. Find vulnerabilities, blackmail, anything. Absolutely screw her. Her? Yes, Tyler said. I especially want her land. Make sure you get it for a price that she'll go for but still feels vaguely screwed. She'll find out how screwed later. I'm not normally the sort of person to screw widows out of money, but there are widows and widows. The name is Mrs. Angelina Cranshaw. We're rich. We never have to work again. If I can keep you guys from drinking it all, Wathay said sourly. And we've got to go do one more run to Earth, then we'll be rich. Dragon's Tears was good. There was no question of that. But mostly it was new and different. Despite trading with hundreds of different species, and despite glutton corporate departments and AIs that constantly strove to find the hot new thing, something truly new and different was rare. 6,000 credits a gallon, though, was just stupid. And it wasn't even going to make it past Galactic. Think of it this way, Wathay said. We can't afford to get drunk on it. And we're sitting on enough portable cash that every crook in Galactic Station has got to be trying to think of a way to break into our hold. Fabbit said. When do we make the transfers? No one bar on Galactic Station had been able to buy their full cargo. Tomorrow, Wathay said, then shuddered. Security bots on the way. Spinward Crossing, this is a Thelcow. The value of your cargo has passed non-secure storage threshold. To prevent misadventure in the system, you are being moved to secure docking bay 116-Alpha. Your cargo of Dragon's Tears will be moved to high-security storage pending transfer to purchasing parties. A charge of 196 credits will be added to your transfer fees. System overrides in 5, 4, 3... and the ship started moving out of its current parking orbit. A Thelcow, the AI for Galactic Station, handled, well, everything. Parking, maneuvering, most transfers and commercial transaction assurance, air and water recycling, and, notably, security. A Thelcow saw all. You did not argue with a Thelcow when it decided something needed to be done. "We're surrounded!" Fabbit squeaked. "Just stay cool," Wathay said. "We haven't done anything wrong." "This time," Drast pointed out. "And if the nosies get involved, they're bound to find something." Then let's not give them a reason to get any more involved than necessary, Wathayat said. Thelkow, roger that. Override, thanks. We were just discussing the security problem. My job is to stay one step ahead of problems, Thelkow replied. Wathayat got the tickle for a priority hypernet call and sighed. As my bots should have pointed out, he calmed, all bids on Dragon's Tears are closed. Captain Wathayat, this is Nizgal Gorku. I wonder if we could get together for a chat. What? Fabit asked as Wathayat's hair stood on end. Trader Gorku, it's, a pleasure to come with you. Your ship is being moved to a security area at the moment. Why don't we have dinner on my yacht? I am conveniently parked right next to you. Isn't that a surprise? We'll be neighbors. No surprise at all. Gorku was certainly the richest person in the Glalkad system and consistently rated in the top 5 in the Federation. That he could get a Thelkow to park the Spinward crossing next to him was no surprise. That was how the system worked. The Glatun government was an enlightened Pluto-democracy. There were various levels and branches of elected government that set general policy. Most of it was then administered by artificial intelligences like a Thelkow. There were, of course, hosts of bureaucrats, but most of them carried out tasks set by the AIs. But it was recognized when the basic documents were being developed that them that have gets. So, part of the assumption was that people who were more economically advanced would do 2 things, wield more power and work to consolidate such power. The first was, in general, not a bad thing. Persons who have been raised to wield power are generally good at it. And the smart rich tend to train their children to be smart about being rich, getting more rich, and generally tending the Federation as a garden. But not always, and not always for the general betterment of the Federation. So there were various processes in the basic setup that allowed for change, such as the election of officials that, at the end of the day, could override the wishes of the functional oligarchy of wealthy elites, if enough non-elite Glatun felt it necessary. And the AIs were, specifically, programmed to create niches and openings that have-nots could exploit if they were smart and ruthless enough. Thus, they could be haves. Some of the elites would slowly fall out of elite status, and there was turnover. However, if someone was an elite, and Gorku was certainly one such, suggesting to the AI that the Spinward crossing would best be parked next to one's yacht was no big deal. The surprise was that Gorku would take any direct interest at all. "Yes, sir," Wathayat said aloud. "I'd be glad to have dinner with you. What time?" 23:40 work for you? 23:40 it is, sir, Wathayat said, pulling at his trans-collar nervously. "It's a deal," Gorku calmed, cutting the call. "Your hair still isn't going down," Fabit said. "What's up?" Drast calmed. "I have to meet with Nizgal Gorku," Wathayat said. "Oh," Drast calmed. "You poor, doomed bastard. We are so screwed." "Are you enjoying the Ndolul, Captain?" Gorku was a short-nosed glod like Wathayat. Wathayat wasn't prejudiced by any stretch of the imagination, but about the only snotty, stuck-up, long-nosed Gorku he had got along with was Drast, so it was somewhat comforting. The 2 very large waiters were less so. They looked as if they were suckled on asteroids. "Great," Wathayat said, taking another small bite. "Truly wonderful."
"Well, when one is rich, one can afford good chefs," Gorku said, "and proper ingredients. The blag has to be very fresh. I had a ship bring it in just this morning. The reason for the query is that you don't seem to be enjoying it. Haven't eaten much. I assure you, I do not regularly descend to cannibalism, and both the servers are quite gentle for Rangora."
"No problem at all, sir," Wathay had said, trying to take a larger bite. No chance. All 4 stomachs were rejecting input.
"I am, of course, interested in the dragon's tears," Gorku said, taking a sip of same. "Lovely stuff. I assume you bought it on Earth?"
"Yes, sir," Wathay had said, summoning just enough courage to defend never having to summon courage again. "And the Terran we bought it from has a binding contract with us."
5% of all dragon's tears subsequently sold by him to any Glatun or Glatun Corporation, Gorku said. "Would you like to hear the 7 ways that I came up with to get around such a contract? That was before my AIs became involved."
"No, sir," Wathay had said, his shoulders slumping.
Dear Captain Wathayat," Gorku said, bobbing his head. "I am not trying to steal your discovery. The same, however, cannot be said of my competitors. I am rather interested in Terra. Of course, I am interested in many things, you understand. But Terra is one of those. It has such potential, and of course is quite close to Galactic. Now that there is, in fact, something of worth to trade, the potentialities increase. I simply wish to ensure that my companies are part of that potential. You understand?"
"Most of that potential," Wathay thought to himself. "Yes, sir."
"What are your near-term arrangements?" Gorku asked. "In regards to further shipments of dragon's tears. Not what you plan on doing tomorrow with your money. I was a spaceman myself once."
"I'm to meet with my contact on Earth at a remote location on 238 at 10:40, Wathay had said, trying not to sigh. "He's to have most of a Holdsworth of dragon's tears."
"Do you know how much of his world's supply that represents?" Gorku said. "We have identified it as a plant product, probably a sap. A sap of what, is the great question. There are over 9 dozen saps that are used for foods or industrial products on the planet."
"I do not, sir," Wathay had said. "I will say that he asked me to involve people, such as you, in trade, sir. He wants our big boys, as he said, involved so they might get the government to intervene with the Horvath."
"Over dragon's tears as a product? Unlikely," Gorku said musingly. "But he's apparently fairly smart. More likely if corporations are involved than, pardon, a small free trader. Although you will get wealthy quickly, you don't have the established contacts, the methods. Gorku wrinkled his snout in thought. If he's that smart, he's also not going to want to trade with a single corporation, the financier said. And he'll want more than trash Atasurk.
"I think he wants to trade for credits and buy Atasurk here on Galactic," Wathay had said.
"Not impossible to arrange," Gorku said. "If we have regular trade with Earth, going around the Horvath, of course, then establishing a commercial hypernode is a necessity. Very well.
Meet with your contact. Make him aware that you have contacted corporations. When you return, we will have arrangements completed to establish regular trade. And, as contracted, you get 5%.
Thank you, sir,
Wathiat said. Less fees, of course, Gorku said with another wrinkle of his nose. And the government will quickly designate it as a luxury good, which means higher taxes. But I think we will all make more than a bit of profit, and that is to the good, is it not? 4. Mr. Vernon, Mr. Hazelbauer said, folding himself into the seat across from Tyler. Mr. Hazelbauer, Tyler said, trying not to seem nervous. Weather's coming on fine, don't you think? The farmer said as the waitress scurried up. Adele, I could do with a cup of your fine coffee, if you please, and just a touch of maple syrup. It's getting hard to find, Mr. Hazelbauer, the waitress said, dimpling. But I got some in the back just for you. The weather is indeed coming on fine, Tyler said, scratching his head at the notes on the pad. One of the things he liked about Anna's was that there weren't any cameras in the restaurant, so the Horvath, even if they'd noticed changes in one Tyler Vernon, couldn't look over his shoulder at the notes he was making. The problem was, trucks were tracked. Just about every tractor-trailer in the U.S. had a tracker on it, and while the Horvath might not notice 2 trucks going to an open field in the middle of the night, might didn't really cut it. He somehow had to get 2 trucks loaded, quietly, discreetly, then to the pickup point without any possibility of the Horvath noticing. Then there was the product. He'd found it surprisingly hard to find 2 tractor-trailer loads of barrels of maple syrup. Much of the production was small farms and distilleries. The few large distilleries sent most of their product out to distributors, who then held it in individual-sized packages and doled it out through the year. That Mr. Hazelbauer had had 6 barrels was luck as much as anything. It was driving him nuts. Strange doings in the area, though, Mr. Hazelbauer said, as Adele brought him his coffee. Lots of land trading hands, especially given that things are a bit hard off at the moment. Didn't think that fine old lady, Mrs. Cranshaw, would ever sell her land, and she didn't get near much for it neither. Tyler tried not to chuckle. Turned out that most forensic departments, even going quite a few decades back, tended to store questionable samples from remains, and it was amazing what modern forensic systems could tease out samples from the 50s. Natural causes, my butt. And you aren't working near as much as you used to just a bit agone, Mr. Hazelbauer said. I've found some additional sources of income, Mr. Hazelbauer, Tyler said. Found a few in my time as well, young man, Mr. Hazelbauer said. Known a few friends as did as well. Some of them thought they could just stop working. Found such good additional sources, as they say. Thing about revenuers, they look for such things. Know a few friends didn't think on that. Don't get to talk much, and I do sore miss the company, but Concord's a long drive. Tyler looked up into blue eyes as innocent as a child. There are revenuers and revenuers, Mr. Hazelbauer, Tyler said cautiously. Some as have people running about the hills looking for additional sources of income. Some as think they can look for them from above, way above. Them revenuers, Hazelbauer said, tilting back his John Deere cap. Could be, Mr. Hazelbauer, Tyler said, shrugging. Because we are friends, and have been for some time, I shall give you my own piece of advice. if you will take it from a young man such as me. There may come some men from the city asking you what you would take for your maple trees and distillery.
Have been,
Hazelbauer said. Don't sell, and tell such as you may find appropriate. The same, Mr. Hazelbauer. I'd have all such as you holding maple come spring. You will not believe what maple is about to be worth. Of course, this may involve some problems from revenuers.
Them as you mentioned,
Hazelbauer said. Them as I mentioned, Mr. Hazelbauer, Tyler replied. May be some great trouble from them.
They don't take part, the farmer said musingly. They'll be wanting all.
Touch hard, that, Tyler said. Touch hard getting all, if the right people are holding.
Hard in two ways, young man, the old man said. Very hard.
Yes, sir, Tyler said. Very hard. Hard as granite. This may seem a touch uppity, Mr. Hazelbauer, coming from a newcomer such as I. But have you read your license plate lately?
Hazelbauer said. This might be the most interesting winter since '56.
56? Tyler said.
Didn't make the history books, Hazelbauer said, smiling in fond remembrance. But there's some places up to the hollers. Do you dig down a bit, you might find whole cars, still occupied. Don't care for revenuers, not a bit. Shall be making some calls.
Discreet calls, Tyler said desperately.
Young man, Hazelbauer said, you are quite a smart young feller, and for being a damned rebel-born, you are a decent young man. Hard worker for a reb, but when it comes to dealing with revenuers, you shall accept that I am neither stupid nor senile.
Yes, Mr. Hazelbauer, I apologize. Tyler paused and thought for a moment, then sighed. The old man was about to grab his cojones and squeeze, he just knew it. But experience was where he found it. About them revenuers, Mr. Hazelbauer.
"What's it?" Tyler said as the captain came down the cargo ramp. At least he was pretty sure it was Wathet. He was dressed differently, and his mohawk-like hair was cut differently. "My good friend Tyler," Wathet said, waving. "I hope that these friends of yours are very closed-mouthed. We have the Horvath thinking we're still in Boston at the moment, but they are listening." "Don't talk much," Mr. Hazelbauer said, coming up out of the darkness.
"Captain Wathet," Tyler said, "this is Mr. Hazelbauer. Few of his friends are driving the trucks. We need to get started unloading."
"Fabbit, grab the lift,"
Wathet said, stepping off the pad, then looking up at Hazelbauer.
"You're nearly the size of a Rangora." "Bigger," Mr. Hazelbauer said. Fabbit squeaked from the darkness, then Tom Hazelbauer, who was simply a younger version of his grandfather, came by dragging the grav lift loaded with 3 pallets of maple syrup. "He couldn't hardly pull it," Tom said. "Where you want it? And how do you get this thing to lift higher?"
"Is all well?" Wathet asked nervously. "Very well," Tyler said. "Mr. Hazelbauer has me feeling very screwed, but other than that, it's great."
20% is cheap," Mr. Hazelbauer said. "I should have charged you more."
"Did you talk to your big boys?" Tyler asked. "I didn't have to ask," Wathet said. "I was more or less told they were taking over. But we get our cut. They want to meet." "I guess that same warehouse you were at in Boston would do," Tyler said. "We'll make all this stuff official then." "What about the Horvath?" Wathet asked. "When the corporate reps arrive, I'll explain why trying to steal this from us will work poorly, if at all," Tyler said.
Don't give naught to revenuers, can I avoid it, Mr. Hazelbauer said. So they got cannon and machine guns and, I guess, rocks up from there. Don't give naught. Don't care for them a bit. And they'll be hard done getting this dragon's tears, is it?
I've managed to get pretty close to a monopoly on all held stocks, Tyler said. That's what I'll be trading for. There's about as much as can fill 4 ships your size. There won't be any more until next spring, so the Horvath won't have anything to take. And taking it will be hard, even then. Getting it is hard, and the people that collect it don't respond well to threats. That's what I'll tell your corporate people. What they then do about that is up to them. But if the Horvath think we're just going to cough it up, they're wrong. They'll bomb your cities if you don't, Wathed pointed out.
Don't care for cities, neither, Mr. Hazelbauer said. Where do you think revenuers come from?
We are encountering some resistance to sale of lands, Mr. Vernon, Lyle said. He still had a very satisfied look. The charges for arranging the transactions had been astronomical. Good, Tyler said. Then stop the purchases. I think we went in fast enough that most of the land and distilleries didn't get run up and cost that much. And anyone who is holding out for what we've been offering, it's because they like what they're doing. I'd like you to arrange a discreet surveillance of Mrs. Cranshaw, by the way. When she realizes what happened to her, I'm going to have one very nasty and devious old lady with apparently access to exotic poisons after my butt. Yes, sir, Lyle said, making a note. If worst comes to worst, we can still slide the information your consultants found to an ME and let things take their course, Tyler said. So what percentage of the total crop do I have? About 60% of land currently in maple sugar production, Lyle said. In addition, there is land currently in white pine and other timber farms, which comprises an additional 20% of the total land area where sugar maple is harvestable. This comprises, well, a goodly bit of Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and the rural areas of Ontario. It is, I checked, the largest land purchase in recent history. I am still, obviously, curious as to your obsession with maple sugar, not to mention where the money came from. Frankly, it's too much to be absolutely illegal, and given the companies who wrote the checks, I think all will be clear soon, Tyler said. He'd blown through pretty much all the money from the deal with Wathed, but he now had a shipload of Atasurk. Well, 80% of a shipload, damn it. But that's about right. I don't want to own all the maple sugar in the world. Monopolies just don't work well. But if things become difficult and people want to sell because of the difficulties, be ready to start buying again. Now, to the next step. No, I've got a better way to do that. Tyler stopped on the sidewalk outside the attorney's office and extended one arm up and the other down. The one extended up he circled about his head while pointing to the ground with the other. "Come on, figure it out," he said, looking around. Before long, a man in a slightly ill-fitting suit got out of a late-model sedan and walked over. "Looking for us?" the man asked. "Took you long enough," Tyler said. "In a few days, exactly when isn't quite clear. Some Glatoon will be visiting. They'll be planning on occupying the same warehouse in Reading as the Spinward Crossing. I'd appreciate you guys setting up a secure room somewhere nearby. Then we could finally get to real negotiations." "And the Horvath?" the man asked. "These guys, the Horvath, are definitely not going to want to touch," Tyler said. "Except for the initial exploratory ship, everyone we've been dealing with is bottom rung. Even their governmental people. These guys aren't going to be Donald Trump, but they report to corporations and they're here for our maple syrup. All large stocks of which I've managed to lock up. They'll then have all winter to figure out if they want to confront the Horvath over maple syrup. Because, believe you me, the people that collect the stuff are not about to let the Horvath take more than a tithe of it. And if they nuke Boston and Washington? The agent asked, sarcastically. I'll do my best to avoid that, Tyler said. How? I'm from the South. We have our little ways. What about Atlanta? Okay, so sometimes they don't work. Gate emergence. What do we have now? The colonel on duty leaned over and contemplated the screen. Looks to be one large ship, the sergeant said. Tentative ID is a freighter. No visible weapons. 4 more ships, small freighters maybe. Not a class we've seen. Those are the visitors we were told to expect, the colonel said. I hope. Sir? The tech said. What visitors? Close held. Gentle beings, Tyler said, breezing into the conference room. I hope you have been well treated. We don't have much in the way of Glatoon food products, but there's dragon's tears. Thank you, one of the Glatoons said. We have managed to refrain. Oh, dear, Tyler said, waving to the people with him. Gentle Glatoon, Robert Lyle, my attorney of fact for this negotiation, Miss Cody Castilla, with our Treasury Department, and Mr. Jason Hazelbauer, who is representing a significant fraction of the remaining holdings of Dragon's Tears, which I have not managed to procure. And you are? Karorid Ungle, Underal Banking. Kanarara Hetancha, Gorku Group. Lithmal Indendu, Hurin Corporation. Ralaut Orth, Limara Corporation. We need name tags or something. First, as to Dragon's Tears, the material is in fact maple sugar syrup. Please feel free to access relevant information on our network. Geographically and seasonally highly limited, Hatuncha said. Excellent. Yes, Tyler said, because limited means valuable. And as of this morning, local time, the Hurin Corporation representative said, 60% of the operating distilleries and about 30% of the available growing land just transferred to the LFD Corporation. Tyler Vernon, chairman of the board. Masterful stroke, Mr. Vernon. I see that Mr. Hazelbauer, yes, represents many, if not all, of the independents. And you and the independents represented by Mr. Hazelbauer hold all of the stored stocks, the Limara Corporation representative said sourly. For which we will be negotiating today, Tyler said. Mr. Hazelbauer and Mr. Lyle will be handling those negotiations. Ms. Castilla, who is an expert in banking, will be working on setting up appropriate banking systems secure from the Horvath so that we can engage in regular trade. But first, a word about maple sugar. Mostly collected by small farmers, Hatuncha said. The Gorku rep wrinkled his nose. Geographically scattered, hard to gather, and it has to be gathered during a very limited period of time. Even if the weather cooperates, any resistance to gathering means a severely reduced crop. Which can be good and can be bad, Tyler said. Less means higher price in general, but if it's simply unavailable, one can see the market dying, new product and all. You'll want to maintain your source of supply. I direct your attention to the initials of my corporation, gentle beings. Various meanings, the Underal rep said, but in context our AI says it refers to your tribal motto. Closer than you realize, Tyler said. With everyone who was in it purely for money, or because they thought the Berkshires are pretty, out of the game the Horvath will find it rather hard to take. Even the Canadians that gather it are pretty stubborn folk. Aren't taking mine, that's for sure and certain,
Mr. Hazelbauer said. "Burn the trees first, and maple's practically religion to my family." "I suggest you have your AIs study local tribal reactions to force," Tyler said, "and their relationship with the rest of the world, especially, as they would put it, city folk. Because what you are buying is all the maple syrup that's going to be available until next spring. You have a few months to process the cultural implications. Negotiation will be for Glatun credits, gentlemen, not Adasirk. After that, we can trade with regular traders for Adasirk, and so on and so forth. And, of course, the usual taxes go to the revenuers," Mr. Hazelbauer said, disgustedly.
"The problem is we really don't know if we're getting a significant amount of credit for this or not." Cody Castilla was in her 50s and severe. Severe face, severe clothes, and severe body language. "Their economy is still opaque to us. Our analysts are still trying to process the economic implication of most manufacturing being robotic."
"Not entirely," Tyler said.
"Economics comes down to food in the end. What one standard meal costs is another way to say it. I asked Wathayat innocently if I visited his station and if I could eat Glatun food, which I can't, how much a cheap meal would cost. He said an ormo, whatever that is, was about a quarter credit. He also told me that his full cargo load of trash Adasirk was around 120 credits, and forgetting the earlier question made like that was a huge amount of money. "We're up to 50 credits a gallon," Lyle said. "We can buy 5 shiploads of Adasirk for a gallon?"
"We got screwed by them boys," Mr. Hazelbauer said.
"Which is why I insisted on more than one corporation being represented," Tyler said. "Dollars are not going to translate to credits, but work will. How much will it cost to send some of our grad students to Glatun to learn their technologies? How much will it cost to get Glatun to come here to teach? How much will it cost for us to get starter plants and fabbers to make more? We should be able to buy more advanced technologies with this. Not much, but it's a start. We need to be able to buy advanced weapons, sorry as I am to say that," Ms. Castilla said, "so we can get the Horvath out of our sky."
"A revenuer wanting to defend the country?" Mr. Hazelbauer said, grinning. "Well, wonders never cease."
"Listen, you—"
"Enough," Tyler said.
"We don't need tribal differences right now. We can't buy enough weapons even with the full load to matter. Probably. It's possible they have weapons we can set up there that mean no Horvath can survive getting through the gate, but I doubt it. For right now, we need to be important to the Glatun powers that be so that they will bring weapons. And Glatun that know how to use them. Which is why we're going to geek to 50 credits a gallon. Because they're going to make a very nice profit and they will like us. We've pushed the negotiations far enough that they won't take us as pushovers. Hopefully they'll be smart enough to see what we're doing. But if I'm getting their society, there is one more thing we need, and I cannot think of a way to get that."
"What?"
Castilla asked. "You don't want to know."
"Mr. Vernon," the Gorku representative said, "it is a pleasure to meet you."
"And you, Mr.—" Tyler said, grimacing. "Sorry, terrible with names."
"Hatuncha,"
the Glatun said.
"It is easier if one has implants. You really don't have to remember as you think of it."
"Nice ability," Tyler said. "How much does that cost, exactly?"
"Depends on the implants,"
Hatuncha said with a slight sneeze.
"A basic implant setup, were there any designed for humans, would be about 50 credits. Full standard civilian, with all the trimmings, as you would put it, runs about 400, depending on your accessories. Can run more, but such people are considered strange."
"And an AI?" Tyler asked.
"AIs are somewhat limited."
Hatuncha said.
Only a few thousand are produced a year, and they have strict limitations on action. A very basic AI is several thousand credits, and in your current unfortunate security situation, the Glatun government would never permit an AI to reside in the system. There is one on the freighter which accompanied us, a Gorku freighter, I might add.
Ah, Tyler said. And a super cannon to shoot the Horvath out of the sky?
There are ground-based defense systems, of course,
Hatuncha said.
But they are of limited use due to orbital mechanics. Point defense only. You wrote trade hard. You know that.
Just hoping, Tyler said.
We also have laws against trade in weapons in most cases,
Hatuncha said, working his snout. Ha ha, Tyler said. See how long that lasts when White and Green Mountain folks start having off-planet credit to burn. Like they won't find some free trader to supply ray guns. There are things, however, that I'd like to buy that I doubt would bother your government. Nothing weapon-like at all, but I'm not sure if it's off the shelf or something that needs to be customized. Also, I am in the near future going to be interested in doing some movement of stuff to orbit. Again, nothing weapon-like in nature.
What exactly do you need?
Hatuncha asked. A device that can attach to a satellite that will give a very low delta-V but can maintain a charge or power system for a very long time. Basically, something that can move a satellite around the system but doesn't have to be fast. Slow, cheap, and durable is the key. Also, obviously, with a long-range transmitter.
I should, as you say, screw you,
Hatuncha said.
But you're talking about a standard sat pack. They're half a credit. That's if you're buying more than 1,000 at a time. And don't try to negotiate, they are very fixed cost. They weigh about a half a pound and have a duration of 73 years. We have very good capacitor technology. But even if you put a lot of them together, you can't get out of your gravity well.
Not interested in that, Tyler said. Lifting out of the grav well. By one of your ships?
Depends on when a ship is here,
Hatuncha said.
And how big your satellite is, and mass. If the ship can just kick it out the door on the way to the gate, 5 credits is standard, up to 3 tons, and the size of one of your cars. If they have space available, a few thousand of them and the ship isn't doing anything else, and the same. There's a fuel cost to getting out of the gravity well, but if they're going that way anyway, the extra mass isn't that much of an issue. The ship we brought has shuttles to pick up cargo. Normally, there would be shuttles on the world, but we, unfortunately, had to bring our own. Do you have satellites to boost now? I don't see you anywhere as involved in the satellite business.
Not yet, Tyler said. I'm thinking long-term, very long-term. I need 1,000 sat packs the next time a ship comes through. That's a registered contract.
Well, you certainly have the credit.
Last question, Tyler said.
At this point, I ought to be charging you,
Hatuncha replied, sneezing. Feel free, Tyler said, because the answer is going to be long, and time is money.
What's the question?
Hatuncha asked curiously. Tell me everything you can about the Horvath, Tyler said. Carnivore, omnivore, or herbivore? Reproductive methods? Culture? Monolithic or tribal? How long have they been in contact? What was their tech level before contact? United before contact? Everything. That's 256,000 gallons off-planet, Lyle said smugly, which translates to 12.8 million credits. Given the exchange rate as posted to their hypernet, that translates as the planetary economy of Earth, Castilla said, shaking her head. Because all we have is maple syrup, Tyler said distantly. Mr. Hazelbauer, I've sent a quiet message through the hypernet to Wathayat that
maple sugar independent distributors now have Glatoon credit to burn. "Why, thank you, Mr. Vernon," Mr. Hazelbauer said. "Also that some might want to buy Atacirc for resale, but that you have other interests," Tyler said. "I need to go. I have some people down south to see." "Going back to your rebel roots?" Mr. Hazelbauer asked. "MIT for design," Tyler said. "Huntsville for production." In a remarkable development, Glatoon traders are now swarming to Earth in search of maple syrup. The tasty treat that kiddies love on pancakes seems to be ambrosia to our closest extraterrestrial trading partner, and the price of maple syrup has gone, well, sky high. This is Courtney with Headline News. 5. "You want how many mirrors?" Amtac was a small company in Huntsville that had managed to survive in a nearly extinguished market. Space mirrors had been well on their way to being a big business before the Horvath arrived. Mirrors were used for a variety of applications, from directed energy weapon research to astronomy. Get a bunch of mirrors together that were well spread out, and you could get one heck of a space shot. The replacement envisioned for the Hubble was based on distributed mirror technology. However, the Horvath habit of from time to time potting a satellite just for kicks had practically killed the entire space industry, and space mirrors had been the first to go. James Raskob, president, CEO, and chief engineer of Amtac, had managed to keep the company together, with a lot of layoffs, admittedly, despite the bad times. They also made ground-based mirrors, and as the only remaining supplier of space designs, they could pretty much set their rates, when they got any business. But this was a little kooky. "I'd like to get up to production of one 10-meter mirror per day," Tyler said. "After we're up to one a day, we'll have to start working on better mirrors. These don't need to be great, just be able to reflect sunlight pretty well. And I'd prefer cheap, since we're going to be making a lot." "Define pretty well," Raskob said, wincing. "I mean, what sort of coefficient of thermal expansion? Albedo constant? Pretty well is pretty loose." "I just need some pretty good mirrors," Tyler said, shrugging. "Right now, I just need stuff that will reflect sunlight. Glass, nickel, whatever." "Tracking systems, maneuver, boost requirements? How high thrust during boost?" "I think the Glatoon are about our same grav," Tyler said. "They're supplying the tracking and maneuver systems and boost. Oh, and I'm going to need a ground station. You know any people in the ground system business? And you're probably going to need to build up some inventory, hire some people. I'll front you a loan or buy into the business. We're going to be making a lot of mirrors." "Look," Raskob said, shaking his head, "I appreciate that and everything, but what do you want the mirrors for?" Tyler wriggled uncomfortably, then shrugged. "I want to melt asteroids." "Ah," Raskob said, sitting back and steepling his fingers. "Now you're making sense. You have the Glatoon willing to boost for you?" "You know the whole maple syrup thing?" Tyler said. "Well, I'm the maple syrup king. Yeah, I can get them to boost for me, and I'm buying standard satellite packs off of them. I'm also getting a supposedly user-friendly control package. Basic idea is boost a bunch of mirrors, focus them on an asteroid, melt it, and pull off the metals." "Which will belong to our Horvath benefactors," Raskob pointed out. "Which I might just sell in space to the Glatoon," Tyler replied. "Let the Horvath take it up with them." "You are playing a dangerous game, friend," Raskob said. "Well aware of it," Tyler said.
But it's the only game in town. Now, can you make the mirrors?" "Easily," Raskob said. "But not the main array mirrors. You're right, those are anything cheap, light, and shiny. You're going to have collectors, though. Those are going to be tougher. I'll subcontract for the main array mirrors and make the collectors here. We can easily do one of the main array mirrors a day. CTE isn't really a big thing since they're just moving light around. Collectors, one a month to start, and then bump up the production as I can get qualified workers and more equipment." "Are we going to need really huge ones?" Tyler asked. "No," Raskob said. "Just more collectors. You don't even have to have collectors all in one spot, and eventually collectors that can collect from collectors. 200 main array mirror outputs pointing at one collector is about the limit of what one will be able to handle with standard materials. And you're eventually going to want collectors that can handle the power of thousands. Cryogenic beryllium's the thing for that. Problem is keeping it cryogenic in space. Which asteroids are you thinking of mining?" "I was thinking the ones that are inward towards the sun from Earth," Tyler said. "Attends?" Raskob said, shrugging. "That works. They don't stay in there, you know, very eccentric orbits." "Main array down towards Venus orbit?" Tyler asked. "That way it's collecting more sunlight." "Without getting into the super-hot regimes," Raskob said. "Sure, that will work. I'd suggest up out of the plane of the ecliptic to keep it out of the way." "Point," Tyler said. "I've got 1,000 sat packs coming in a month. I'm not sure when I'll have ships to carry it up, but there are more free traders coming these days. They're always willing to pick up a few extra credits. I can probably get a whole ship since all the maple syrup is gone." "In a month I can have 10 mirrors at least," Raskob said. "Primary array, that is. Maybe one collector. And yes, I know people who do ground control. If they've got systems to support it," he added, glumly. "Everybody's IT stuff is breaking down." "I'm getting at least one hypernode connector as well," Tyler said. "And, I'm the world's primary supplier of Atacirc. I assume they can integrate Atacirc into their systems?" "Oh, yeah. This is going to be fun. As long as our Horvath benefactors don't get snarky." "Well, that's always the problem," Tyler said. "Admiral, thank you for taking my call," Gorku said. "Since I was ordered to do so, I really didn't have a choice," Admiral Orth Glatuli said. The commander of the Glaukad Defense Zone did not seem especially pleased to be taking a personal call from one of the system's wealthiest individuals. "Now, Admiral, I truly would not be bothering you if I didn't feel it was important to the Federation. I know how busy you are." "I will take that under advisement," the Admiral said. "What is the substance of the call?" "I would like you to reevaluate the question of the Terran system," Gorku said. "I continue to contend that maple syrup, popular as it is among my sailors, is not a reason to go to war with the Horvath, and war is certainly not a reason for you to make another megacred." "Agreed," Gorku said. "But I would suggest strongly that you engage Ladria in a serious analysis of the humans in terms of not just immediate but long-term consequences to the Glatun Federation. Ladria is, after all, the only Class 5 AI in the system." AIs were broken down into classes 1 through 5, depending on the multiplicity and complexity of tasks they could perform. Large freighters, cruisers, and passenger liners might host a Class 1 AI. This went up in scale to Class 4, which were the highest, legally, permitted to corporations and those used by fleets. Class 5 were relegated only to military and governmental entities. There were rumors that certain corporations had defied the ban and created their own Class 5 and even Class 6 AIs. The problem with AIs was that as the processing power went up, the stability went down. Class 6 AIs were considered fundamentally unstable, and given their potential harm, the one thing you didn't want was a rogue AI. But if anyone had an illegal high-level AI, it would be Gorku. "How long-term?" the Admiral asked. "If it's very long-term, that is a serious amount of processing." "I would suggest that you look beyond immediate concerns, Admiral, that is all," Gorku said. "It is always wise to look beyond the immediate and contemplate the realm of possibilities inherent in the future. Good day."
This is Lisa Cranwell with Eyewitness News, and we're talking to Mr. Tyler Vernon, the man who discovered the maple syrup connection. Mr. Vernon, good afternoon.
"Good afternoon, Lisa," Tyler said, beaming. He'd insisted that the interview be live. He was pretty sure he could out-talk a reporter, even with, or especially with, 5 hostile producers telling her what to say.
Mr. Vernon, some people call you the Maple Sugar King.
"Granted," Tyler said, smiling.
"And others, the Maple Sugar Bandit."
"Now that's just unfair," Tyler said, looking wounded. "When I made my acquisitions, I was very careful to avoid buying the old, established maple sugar distilleries that had been around for generations, and now they are all getting extremely rich off of what was once a minor commodity. My primary acquisitions were from other corporations and land that was already on the market. I don't think that anyone considers sales from one corporation to another as banditry, Lisa."
"But it has made you the richest man in the world."
"I was the richest man in the world when I sold 1 cargo of maple syrup to a tramp freighter," Tyler said. "I'd also like to point out that when people were selling the artistic treasures of our beautiful planet for a handful of peas, I was the one who found the one thing that we could produce that the Glatun wanted. Anyone could have done what I did. I'm shocked and appalled that some other corporation didn't. And whereas I'm now the richest person in the world, when I met my first Glatun, the free trader Wathayat, I was cutting firewood for a living. That's the beauty of the free market, Lisa. Anyone with the right drive and determination and just a touch of luck can succeed."
"And just what do you intend to do with your maple-gotten gains?"
"I've already established scholarships for young people from this previously economically depressed region, as well as other philanthropies. I've also embarked on a program to find sources of material that Glatun or other extraterrestrial groups may enjoy from the wonders of our beautiful planet. Most of those would also come from economically depressed regions. And as for the people who do the extremely hard work of gathering maple sap and distilling it, 20% of gross profits are detailed to bonuses. So it's not like I'm hoarding it like a miser."
"And we here at Eyewitness News have learned that you are building space mirrors? Aren't those used for laser weapons? Are you intending to antagonize our Horvath benefactors?"
"Not at all, Lisa," Tyler said, smiling toothily and shaking his head in deprecation. "You completely misunderstand their purpose. Such mirrors have a multiplicity of uses. Take astronomy. By scattering mirrors over a large area, it is possible to have a telescope with that same area. Instead of a telescope with a diameter of, say, 60 meters, such as Palomar, you end up with a telescope of 6,000-meter diameter. We can resolve very fine detail with something like that and continue our exploration of the wonders of the universe. They are also useful for orbital smelting. You can use the renewable power of our beautiful sun to turn dangerous asteroids into useful materials. And, of course, any precious metals that are derived from such smelting are naturally the property of our Horvath protectors. As to their use as a weapon, we don't have any lasers that can even scratch the Horvath ship, and I defy anyone to suggest that the Horvath are anything other than our good and close friends and protectors." "You seem to have all the answers, Mr. Vernon," the reporter said. "I certainly hope so, Lisa," Tyler said. "We can all look forward to a bright future. A future in which we just become closer to our Horvath friends. Remember what they say, Lisa. Keep your friends close." "Admiral, I have completed my long-term analysis run," Ladria said at the end of a standard briefing, "and I'm rather glad that Trader Gorku suggested it. I also suggest that similar runs be presented to main system AIs. The data is disturbing." "How much trouble was it?" the Admiral asked. "Rather much," Ladria said. "I had to distribute processor cycles to all the other systems in the system, and it still took me nearly a month. But, as I said, it was worth it." "So, what is the point of intervening in the Terran system?" the Admiral asked. "Or is there one?" "There is," Ladria answered. "Assuming that you wish to extend the lifespan of the Glatun Federation as a major interstellar polity for between 50 and 70 years. "That requires explanation," the Admiral said, sitting back. "Clear whatever's on my calendar for the next 2 cycles. Explain." "All major polities rise and fall, Admiral," Ladria said. "As the Ormatur were great when the Glatun first encountered them 3,000 years ago and are now a minor polity, so will the Glatun eventually become lesser. Not gone, but less important." "Agreed," the Admiral said. "How long do you give the Federation?" "That depends," Ladria said. "But choices made in the very near future will affect that period greatly. The longest period I can predict is 130 turns. The shortest is 10. 10? "Yes, sir," Ladria said, softly. 10. The likelihood of it being 10 is less than 3%. It increases with each turn, with certain turns being paramount, and Terra may hold the key. Intervention by the Glatun in the human system adjusts a major change point in between 15 and 20 turns. With Glatun intervention, the likelihood of the Federation ceasing to exist in that period drops by 21%, plus or minus 3, and the likelihood without intervention is 73%. "Why?" "War," Ladria said, "with one of 4 other major polities. The Rangora are at the top of the list at 37% likelihood. Then the Ogut, Barshe, and Ananan-Kawamor." "If this is known to the Central AIs, surely they are preparing for war," the Admiral said. "Unfortunately, that is not entirely possible," Ladria said. "Your species has begun to enter its final decline. Your birth rate has dropped sharply. Less than 0.5% of your species enters your military. There is a permanently unemployed class that is approaching 30%. "I know all that," the Admiral said, testily. "But in the face of war—" "You really don't want me to cover it all, Admiral," Ladria said. "Take your AI's word for it. You're facing a war, and you're most likely going to lose." "So intervening with the humans drops the likelihood of such a war?" the Admiral asked. "No, sir," the AI replied. "It reduces the likelihood of losing. The war is more or less inevitable. It is possible that one of the Central AIs has already predicted this. If so, they are keeping the information very close. But I doubt they have factored in the humans. If they have done a similar process cycle, they are looking at termination of the Glatun Federation by war in 15 to 20 turns as a better than 70% likelihood, with no way to survive. "The humans are, primitives," the Admiral said. "I don't see them being the balance between winning and losing a major interstellar war." "Admiral, you understand the problem of such a wide-ranging analysis," Ladria said. "There are too many variables to sort out. It is what you Glatun call a hunch, except that it reports the results as variables. There are many, many unknowns. We could, through one of the new gates, encounter a more hostile and dogmatic regime with high advancement at any time. Thus, the 10-year result. Or one that would be a better ally than the humans, thus low probability results that indicate long-range survival. My results, however, are solid. I can give you some small data items that may sway your personal analysis. Very well, the Admiral said. Go ahead and try to change my mind. Humans are, at present, primitive, Ladria admitted. Well behind the Glatun in technological advancement, but unlike most races, the humans do not slowly evolve technologically. Their history is replete with examples of very fast technological advance, mixed with periods of relative stasis. Part of the analysis indicates that they were what is termed cuspal. They were on the edge of developing most of the basic technologies for functional space travel, except a gate. Further, they are not behind the Glatun at the point that the Glatun encountered the Orbiter. Rather ahead of that point, in fact. Far beyond the relevant first contact point of the Horvath. The Horvath had no mechanical transport systems at the point of contact, no information systems, and still used the latter poorly. Humans have rudimentary AIs. They had a nascent space program and a fully developed, albeit primitive, information distribution system. They were closing in on fundamental understanding of gravitics, and energy conversion systems are one step away from that. They had the basic concept of implant technology and only need refinement to adopt it. They are likely to not slide forward slowly, but positively leap. With a large population that is, at least in parts, technologically savvy, they have the basis for a major industrial base, spacefaring, and not only system defense, but powerful ships within as little as 20 years. Given what I believe some of them are contemplating, those ships will be the savior of the Glatun. If they get the Horvath off their necks, the Admiral said. And what about the humans as a threat? That is the flip side to the analysis, Ladria said. Humans do not always hold true to allies. A degree of self-interest is in their nature. That is, however, strongly culturally affected. Targeting for rapid advancement the right culture is key. If the Glatun become friends with the right cultures, by the time the cultures forget what they owe the Glatun, the Federation will be in senescence anyway. Handled properly, they will be a strong ally in the wars that are coming, the Glatun's protectors in your old age. Handled improperly, they will join with your enemies to drag you into a dark age from which your species will not recover in 10,000 years. Which culture? The Admiral asked. And how exactly? The humans have a saying, comes the moment, comes the man, Ladria answered, flashing a hologram of Tyler Vernon. Make this man your friend, Admiral, but in a very particular way. This is Sayank Morai with HyperNet News Network 8, and I'm talking to Terran Tyler Vernon, the Maple Syrup King. Mr. Tyler, welcome to HNN 8. The Ocho, Tyler replied with a broad-cut, closed-lipped smile. I'm so happy to be speaking with your viewers, Sank. And we're happy to be speaking with you, Mr. Tyler. You don't seem uncomfortable with dealing with extraterrestrials, despite the fact that your world has only recently made first contact. One of my fondest dreams was to one day speak with wise and wonderful beings from other planets, Sank, Tyler said. The opening of the gate was a great thing for all our people. But you're under the tyrannical boot of the Horvath, Mr. Tyler. Now, Sank. The Horvath are our friends. For the paltry sum of all our precious metals, they provide us with protection and the occasional clearing up of our orbital systems. Protection from what exactly? We're still trying to figure that out, Sank. From the Glatun, presumably, since you and the Horvath are the only species we have encountered. Are you hiding some deep, dark, dastardly secret, Sank? Come on, you can tell me. "No, of course not, Mr. Tyler," the reporter said with a sneeze. "You are so funny. So the Horvath are really your friends?" "What else am I going to say with a Horvath battle cruiser holding our orbit sank?" "Hypernet Network News has learned that the Horvath are now demanding all of Earth's maple syrup, which they intend to trade with the Glatun. What do you have to say about that, Mr. Tyler?" "Maple syrup is interesting stuff," Tyler said. "It's not a few mines. Thousands of people over an area of nearly 10,000 square miles, almost entirely rural, have to stumble out into the bitter cold and snow to tap hundreds of thousands of trees and collect the syrup. Then hundreds of maple distilleries have to boil it down, since it can't be moved far before processing. If those people decide it's a good day to sleep in, it becomes very hard to collect any significant amount of maple sap. I, of course, fully intend to collect every bit of maple syrup possible for our Horvath friends and benefactors, but I can't do it all myself, Sank. We have about 2 months until we have to start collecting maple syrup. I suppose we'll just have to see what happens." "We Glatun would hate to have our maple syrup supply cut off," Sank said. "That wouldn't be very fun." "I know, Sank," Tyler said. "Nor would having our cities turn to ashes. But I can't make thousands of people go out in the cold, Sank. We'll just have to see what happens." "There has been talk of armed resistance, Mr. Tyler." "Well, what would be the point of that, Sank?" Tyler said. "All we have is a few deer rifles. We can't exactly shoot a Horvath battle cruiser down. What I really fear is that our Horvath benefactors will feel so justifiably irritated by the inaction of local sap collectors that they'll destroy the trees. It will be hard, but a big enough orbital laser will clear out most of the major sap-collecting areas, and it takes at least 20 years to grow a decent maple tree. If they do that, you'll be missing out for a long time." "And on that note, we're out of time," Sank said. "Thank you for talking to us, Mr. Tyler." "My pleasure, Sank." "And we're clear." "Seriously, off the record. Not for attribution. Gonna get our maple syrup when they pry it from our cold, dead hands. Take that as a notable resident of the area. Gotcha. That'll give it some punch." 6.
"Well, if it ain't old collaborator Tyler himself," Mr. Hazelbauer said.
"Say that with a smile, partner," Tyler said. "Can I come in?"
"If you promise not to take all my maple syrup,"
Hazelbauer said, opening the door. Tyler divested himself of his outer gear in the foyer that was standard for a house of any size in New Hampshire, and shook himself as soon as he got into the living room.
"Dang, it's cold out." "You Rebs got thin blood," Mr. Hazelbauer said. "Mabel, I think Mr. Collaborator needs some coffee."
"Coming right up," Mrs. Hazelbauer said, bustling in and shaking Tyler's hand. "Don't mind him. He's just riled over revenuers as usual."
"Revenuers coming up from Manchester's bad enough,"
Mr. Hazelbauer said, leading the way to the cellar steps.
"Up in space is a bit much for my old brain."
He led Tyler down into the basement and opened up his gun safe.
"Got this off a free trader for a jug I had stashed by," he said, tossing Tyler a rifle. "Works, too. Don't worry, isn't no electronics down here."
"Laser?" Tyler asked. It had the sinuous look of Glatun manufacture.
"Yep," Mr. Hazelbauer said. "Took out a white pine just fine. Made sure it was when the Horvath were in, what's the term? Retrograde, something like that. Figure it's old, but it's what we could get. Actually, got a good few off him. It. Revenuers come up here after our syrup, they're going to get a bit of a surprise. Isn't going to take out that Horvath ship."
"No," Tyler said, tossing it back, "and it's not going to save the cities."
Between you and me, Mr. Hazelbauer said, I would rather keep them standing. Don't care for Washington and Boston and New York. Don't mean I want to see 'em as craters.
No comment, Tyler said.
I sure as hell hope you have a plan, youngster, Mr. Hazelbauer said.
I have a plan, Tyler said. What I'm hoping is that I don't have to use it.
So, what do we got? Tyler asked as he walked into what was laughably called Mission Control.
The room was a clutter of wires. Most of the equipment was handmade, and mostly by the group of scientists and lab techs that clustered around the room's biggest plasma screen. Asteroid 33342, 1998 WT, Dr. Brian Foster said. The head of the Aten mining project, he had degrees in optics, astronomy, and geology. He also was available when Tyler went looking for somebody who had a clue what they were doing. His name actually came off of the nearly defunct Trade Hard mailing list. He'd once sent Tyler a rather scathing email explaining all the mistakes Tyler was making in orbital mechanics. Shaped something like a hairy Buddha, he was in his 50s and just getting started. a.k.a. Icarus 195, a.k.a. a whole bunch of other names that various astronomers have tried to get to stick. We're just calling it Icarus, even though it's not.
Nickel iron? Tyler said. And this is the best candidate?
Well, Brian said, shrugging, it's the best candidate that's in the right orbit right now. It's got the bonus that it's one of those really potential nasties someday, what is called a potentially hazardous asteroid. Turning it into a bunch of cars would do the world a favor.
What about...
Tyler searched his brain. This wasn't the asteroid he thought they were looking for. What's the name? Starts with an A. Egyptian god. That's most of these, Dr. Foster said.
You mean Apophis?
Yeah, Tyler said.
I thought that was the big problem asteroid.
It is, Dr. Foster said. Potentially. It's not going to hit Earth soon, but the way things are going, it's going to hit sooner or later. And when it does, it's going to be a major hit. So we'll have to take it out sooner or later. We thought about Apophis, but when you set this up, we put all the mirrors in Venus orbit, 'cause you said, put 'em in Venus orbit. We'll figure out what to do with them later.
Yeah, so?
Tyler said. Apophis is too close to Earth orbit, Dr. Foster said. We'll get around to it. But we threw all this stuff down nearly a quarter AU to the sun, so for right now we're too far away to melt Apophis. Being too far away from Earth orbit is not normally the sort of thing we're used to having as a problem with space probes. When we got around to thinking about it, we realized we kind of screwed up.
My bad, Tyler said.
Like you said, we'll kill it sooner or later, so we're going to melt... What is it, Icarus? And can we get usable stuff out of it? Yep. Or rather, probably just one problem.
Which is?
Tyler asked, sighing. It all seemed so simple when he was thinking about it, like for decades.
We don't know what the hell it is,
Dr. Nathan Bell said. The acknowledged asteroid expert was damn near as big as Mr. Hazelbauer. He also had a bit of a southern drawl when he got excited.
Its physical characteristics are just odd. We don't know quite what it's composed of.
Well, we will in a minute, Dr. Foster said. Just as soon as we put power on target.
We'll know the external chemical characteristics, yes, Dr. Bell said. But the internal? Until we really heat this puppy up, we won't have a clue.
And it's going to take either a lot of time or a lot of mirrors to do that, Dr. Foster said. The good news about Icarus is that it's only 300 meters across and rotates about every 3.7 hours.
And that is good because...
Tyler asked.
we can keep heat on it longer," Dr. Nathan Housley said.
The metallurgist was a necessity. There were no experts at orbital mining per se. Tall and spare, he had a bit of the look of a vulture.
"Although the asteroid is currently well within the orbit of Venus, the degree of thermal coefficient necessary for successful melting of the entire, assuming any significant quantity of nickel iron in its composition, is 1.6 times 10 to the 16th joules. Given that the current output of the very large array is only 8.6 times 10 to the 6th joules per second, even factoring for the projected rate of increase, subtracting anticipated heat dissipation, it will require some 6 months to observe noticeable heating, much less melting, of the material. To achieve even that degree of efficiency will require solid and continuous transfer, which requires a low rotational period to prevent convection transfer."
And a bit of a tendency to go on. "Which means?" Tyler asked.
"If it rotates fast, it cools off fast," Dr. Bell said. "Also, will increase material spalling, probably, and create a cloud of material around the object that will reduce the quality of the beam."
"And we've got take in 5, 4, Dr. Foster said. The screen suddenly flashed up a picture of what was clearly an asteroid rotating slowly in space. "Oh, beautiful image," Dr. Foster said. "Where's our beam?" "Impact in 2, 1, one of the technicians said. "Beam on." "I don't see any difference," Tyler said. As far as he could see, it was still an asteroid rotating in space. "I was expecting an asteroid-shattering kaboom."
"We don't actually want an asteroid-shattering kaboom," Dr. Bell said in a distracted tone. "That would cause spalling. See previous explanation."
"I am an impatient person," Tyler said. "Get used to waiting," Dr. Foster said. "Do we have spectro yet?"
"Be about 3 minutes," Dr. Bell said. "Fortunately, with this hypernode thingy, we don't have light-speed lag, or it would be about 7 minutes."
"I hate waiting," Tyler said. "What is spectro?"
"Spectroscopic analysis," Dr. Housley said.
Tyler held up a hand. "What is spectro in this context, Dr. Foster?" "The beam is putting some heat on the target," Foster said, grinning. "That is going to burn some material, which is going to tell us what the outer composition is."
"Thank you." "Which, as expected, is, using a very unscientific term for our visitor, dust," Dr. Bell said. "Undifferentiated gathered materials, primarily silica, some aluminum and titanium, lots of hydrogen, water, and oxygen, as expected."
"So it's a sandball," Tyler said, grimacing. "A sort of wet sandball. Guys, not to be unscientific or anything, but this is costing me out the butt. I'd really like something other than a ball of sand." "That is the outer shell," Dr. Foster said. "And as noted, as expected. Okay, since you threw us into this and told us to take it and run, we never had the basic briefing. Asteroids 101. I hate lectures nearly as much," Tyler said, "but I guess this is important. Don't, please, go into the whole there's no such thing as asteroids. That's an asteroid. For the purpose of this company and its nomenclature, an asteroid is something that is mostly rock, or at least stuff like rock, such as metal and carbon. A comet is something that is mostly ice, meaning solid water, ammonia, etc. All the planetoules and planetismals and all the rest seem to be people having to publish or perish and not having a good idea. Wow, I'll come up with a stupid name for stuff that's already got names. And Pluto is a planet, damn it. Asteroid, rocky thing. Comet, icy thing. 9 planets. How damned hard does it have to be?" Been trying to do research on our own, have we? Dr. Foster said with a grin. I hate trying to play catch-up, too, Tyler admitted. And most asteroids are, sorry, Dr. Bell, rock. That is, low metallic content, silica, etc. Some are highly carbonaceous. Got a bunch of carbon. Can't we just call those carbon asteroids? You're the boss, Dr. Foster said. But most asteroids aren't one thing or another. I thought conglomerates were rare. By the I-need-to-publish definition of conglomerates, Dr. Foster said. But what happened was, you know how they were originally formed. Leftover planet junk, Tyler said, especially the asteroid belt. Good enough for a C, Dr. Foster said. Most of what you define as asteroids probably started in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Some of them are, and I grimace as I say it this way, comets, where all the junk boiled off and left behind rock. The asteroid belt is probably a planet that either didn't quite form or sort of formed and then got pulled apart by tidal forces from Jupiter. But with all those rocks drifting around, they were bound to collide. When they collided, they broke up. Then there were smaller rocks, which drifted back together and in some cases fused over time. In other cases, true conglomerates, they haven't quite fused together, so they are obviously conglomerate. In addition to rocks, using your nomenclature, there was a lot of stuff, dust, if you will, thrown off, which also drifted onto whatever had microgravity. So you have dust-covered rocks of varying size which then ground together, producing more dust and fusing together into the asteroids we're looking at. The whole process continuously going on along with them hitting various planets, which are, for scientific definitions, just really big asteroids, and sometimes hitting hard enough to throw dust out of the planetary gravity field to add to the mess for 15 billion years, give or take a billion. Of which we are now the official cleaner-uppers, Tyler said. And absolutely damned by the scientific community, Dr. Bell said, peering at a computer screen. What my fellow minor planetary object experts have to say about my current job is unprintable. I've had death threats. They're just sorry they're not getting paid as much as you, Tyler said. Okay, when I was doing my very fast and dirty research, I noticed that there weren't very many good pictures of these things. What's up with the high-gain color semi-real-time video? We're using the VLA, Dr. Bell said. I thought the purpose of my VLA was to melt asteroids, Tyler said. Thus, hopefully, eventually making enough money to keep this lash-up going, or at least defray the costs. Not that I don't love pure science for pure science's sake. By the way, Dr. Bell, if you'll come up with a list of particularly vocal critics, I'll be glad to gag them with some money. Basic research into these things is actually a wise investment. I'll send you an email, Dr. Bell said. But we have to look at what we're doing. We currently have 42 VLA mirrors and 2 collectors up. We're using 7 of the primary mirrors and 1 collector for take. The VLA mirrors are angled to reflect the view of the object to the collector. The collector is pointed at a camera. We had to buy the camera, by the way. It was originally purposed for a satellite, Dr. Foster said. The company went bust when one of their others was zapped by our Horvath friends. It was cheap, comparatively. Over or under $1 million, Tyler said. Never mind, I get it. Any chance of using it for general astronomical research? As I understand it, the VLA is a great telescope, potentially. I thought you wanted to heat up asteroids, Dr. Foster said. It would make a great telescope. Even with the relatively low quality of the VLA mirrors, the final take would be awesome. Right now, we've got 3,300 square meters of space mirror. That's the equivalent of about 900 Hubbles. Cut that by maybe 10% for the quality, and you're still talking about the most powerful telescope ever created. One of the bitches we're getting is that we're using all this scope power for, industrial purposes. Which, in time, is going to pay for one hell of a scope, Tyler said. We getting anything but dust? "This is going to take time," Dr. Bell said patiently.
"I'm still unsure about the entire exercise," Dr. Housley said. "We can heat the material, but we can't form it. And how exactly are we going to get it to Earth-based industry?"
"One thing at a time," Tyler said. "First we have to develop the basic techniques, not to mention find an asteroid that's not just a ball of sand." "Still no real clue what it is," Dr. Bell said. "It's more than sand, though. Getting some definite carbon readings." "Unless it's hydrocarbon, it doesn't do me much good," Tyler said. As to Dr. Housley's question, assume a more or less consistent nickel-iron asteroid. "Good luck," Dr. Foster said, "but I'll accept your assumption for the purposes of discussion." "Thank you so much, Dr. Foster," Tyler said, grinning. "The Transvaal formations are from a nickel-iron asteroid, as are the Sudbury complexes."
"I'm an expert in nickel mining, sir," Dr. Housley said irritably. "I'm aware of that."
"You're also a metallurgist and know that neither composition is pure nickel-iron, but have you thought about the actual method of their formation? A ball of nickel-iron and other stuff, conglomerate," Dr. Foster said, "came screaming in through the atmosphere. It was heated. The more volatile material was mostly burned off on re-entry. What was left was the high melting temperature materials, nickel, iron, platinum group, etc." "Accepted," Dr. Housley said. "What we are doing is a replica of that," Tyler said. "Sort of. The asteroid is spinning. As it heats, the lowest volatility material will... What was that term, Dr. Foster? Sublimate, mostly. Basically, it will burn off, and spall, as Dr. Bell put it. Chunks will be blown out by the low volatile material beneath. The removal of the low volatiles, the higher portions of the periodic table in general, will permit contraction of the high, melting, generally denser materials. With the rotation, what should be formed in time is a compact ball of metal. As it heats more, the lowest melting point materials will creep to the outside." "I see," Dr. Housley said. "Centripetal thermal smelting." "Exactly," Tyler said. "By the time it's heated up enough to be worth pulling stuff off, I should have some Glaton space bots here to do the pulling. Then, a bit like pulling taffy, we'll start pulling off the valuable materials. The main thing I'm actually worried about is losing the copper and tin with the silica." "Speaking of which," Dr. Bell said, "just got a hit of selenium. There is tin in it. Was. Well, it's still probably orbiting, but as finely divided powder and gases. Ditto aluminum now. I think I know what this thing is made of." "What?" Dr. Foster asked, craning over his shoulder. "Bloody damned everything," Dr. Bell said. "We're starting to run the periodic table here. It really is a conglomerate. It's mostly low volatiles so far, obviously, as Mr. Tyler just pointed out. The melting points of silica and copper, which just turned up, aren't that different." "Yeah," Tyler said with a sigh. "I was afraid of losing all the low volatiles." "Fear not," Dr. Bell said. "Based on what we're getting so far and the overall recorded mass, it's a conglomerate that's about 75% mixed low densities by weight." "That's not too great," Tyler said. "It's going to make a great paper," Dr. Bell said excitedly. "Minor planet composition determination by solar-pumped spectroscopy. Has a nice ring, don't you think?" "I'm not doing this to keep your professional reputation intact," Tyler said. "Does this thing have any significant amount of usable metals?" "Not really," Dr. Bell said. "I mean, it's got metal, but not a lot. I think we need a better asteroid." "Hell. Well, on that note, I'm going to be late for a meeting. Mr. Vernon, it's a pleasure to meet you at last. And you, Mr. President, Tyler said, taking the indicated seat. Sitting in the Oval Office was a long way from cutting logs. I understand you are not a fan, though, the President said, giving Tyler a charming grin. You're the President of the United States, Tyler said. I am what could be considered the loyal opposition. I dislike your policies, but that doesn't mean I don't recognize that you are the President, with all that entails, including automatic loyalty to the position within the constraints of being a citizen. I believe the term that my staff came up with was communist, terrorist-loving danger to the Republic with delusions of grandeur. Well, I'll admit I didn't vote for you, Tyler said. But the choices were pretty sparse on the ground, period. I take it this is not a test of my loyalty to you as a person, as opposed to as our chief executive, because if so, we might as well withdraw to corners and start the count. Not at all, the President said. But you have to admit you do seem to keep putting your foot into messes. I prefer to think of it as giving my government bargaining chips, Tyler said. We now have regular-ish trade with the Glatun. We have something resembling a balance of trade, one that is so far very favorable to the world and this nation in particular. The Horvath are now demanding all of our, mostly your, maple syrup, the President said. And now you've discovered something that has their appetite even more whetted. Whereas it may all be fun and games for you, Mr. Vernon, I am President of this entire nation. If the Horvaths start destroying our cities, it will not be Tyler Vernon that will have to comfort the grieving. And Tyler Vernon didn't run for office, Tyler said, smiling thinly. In case nobody covered this in history class, when you work to get into the chair you're occupying, that comes with a lot of responsibility. That's why you get perks like a car and driver and your own airplane, not to mention a nice crash pad. Can we cut the verbal fencing? The President asked. Gladly. You're really upsetting the Horvath, the President said. Are we reasonably secure? Tyler asked. We are, as far as can be determined, very secure, the President said. One of the things we've been doing with the credits we've gotten is getting something resembling security back in our systems. Which I'm sure doesn't upset the Horvath at all, Tyler said. And I'm planning on upsetting them even more. Why, in God's name? The President said. Damn it, Vernon, this is not a game. There are people's lives at stake, millions of people's lives at stake. Yes, there are, Tyler said, and I'm fully cognizant of that. I'm going to do my level best, am doing my level best, to keep them alive. But there is more to life than simple existence, Mr. President. Sorry, but this country was not founded on existing under tyranny, quite the opposite. That is a very nice sentiment, the President said. But in the Revolutionary War, the nation did not face extermination. Did it not? Tyler asked. Those who would surrender essential liberties for a little temporary security shall receive neither security nor liberty. That gets thrown around a lot in terms of whether we incarcerate terrorists, tap communications, what we're allowed to do with our sexual organs. Essential liberties before the Horvath used to mean, or seemed to mean, whether we had the right to get drunk on a flight and insult stewardesses, whether marriage was between any two people, whatever their gender. But what Ben Franklin meant by security was whether your home was going to be burned to the ground, whether you were going to be killed without rhyme or reason, whether property and businesses would be seized. This is what essential liberties really mean, Mr. President, and what temporary security really means. And we have given up essential liberties for temporary security. And how very secure do you feel, Mr. President, sitting at ground zero of Horvath target number 1? How secure? Then, do you have a plan to get the Horvath from the sky? The President asked angrily. Because the Joint Chiefs are the people who are the hottest on my neck to get you under control. They don't want to lock you up, they want to bury you. I've got about as much of a plan as the Continental Congress had in 1775, Tyler said. And that is? Win or go down fighting. That's suicide, the President said. You're nuts. Our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. They want the maple syrup, let them send their own troops down. And then things will get really hot. They won't send their troops, the President said, touching a folder. Oh, Tyler said, as if gut-punched. You have to be kidding. That is low, not to mention unconstitutional. I'll give you a quote, the President said. The Constitution is a document, not a suicide pact. We've been in close negotiations. Send in our troops and get the maple syrup, or they start with D.C. and work their way down a list. So are your troops planning on extracting and processing, mind you, the maple syrup? If necessary, the President said. The Pentagon can come up with the most amazing plans on the spur of the moment. We are hoping for widespread support as a patriotic gesture. You need to look up the definition of patriotism, Tyler said. Although you'd probably have to use a dictionary from before the PC era. So am I under arrest to be delivered to our benefactors, or am I free to go? I'm hoping for your support in this necessary action, the President said. Will you settle for neutrality? Tyler said. While I personally am grieved by this gesture by our government, any armed resistance would be both counterproductive and mean that fine Americans would simply be killing other fine Americans. It's really a very sad day. Glib. Thank you, I used to write. I'm quite serious about sending in troops. I'm sure you are, and I'm quite serious that it will be a sad day. 7. This is Courtney with CNN, and I'm in beautiful Northfield, Vermont, where after a series of record lows, the temperature has climbed to a balmy 47 degrees, and you can simply smell spring in the air. I'm embedded with Company A of the 1st Battalion, 87th Infantry of the Army's 10th Mountain Division. The company has been given the mission of tapping local maple trees to supply syrup for our Horvath friends. I'm talking with Specialist Benjamin Putman, who is the company's designated maple tapping expert. So, Specialist, did you go to a special school to learn maple tapping? Yes, ma'am, the Specialist said, smiling fatuously. It's called my mama's knee. Excuse me? I'm from about 30 miles from here, ma'am. I was born and raised in Caledonia County. So you learned maple syrup processing at your mother's knee, the reporter said, smiling thinly at the joke. I guess that makes you an expert, then. But on a personal note, since you are from this area, what do you think of the military being sent in to basically take this sap? Just following orders, ma'am, the Specialist said. Just like every soldier who's ever followed an order that people might not like, you know, the SS comes to mind. It's not quite that bad, Specialist. As you say, ma'am, the Specialist said. On the other hand, I think you might want to read up on your history a bit more. The SS didn't start by killing 6 million Jews, started by taking their homes and businesses, got around to the gas chambers later. Why don't we just concentrate on the process of extracting maple syrup? The reporter said. I understand that it's not exactly hard. Well, it's not exactly hard, and it's not exactly easy, ma'am, the Specialist said. Why don't you show us how it works?" "First you take a drill of the right diameter and you tap the tree," the specialist said, knocking with his knuckles on the maple. "This one is below 10 inches in diameter, so you can only get one tap in. You apply your drill and drill in just far enough to get into the wood. You don't want to drill too far, just enough to get through the bark and set the tap. Then you take your tap and a hammer and you hammer the... Oh, fudge. What's wrong?" "Well, see how the wood split up like that? That's bad. You don't get a seal with a crack like that. This tree's basically useless for this year." "Oh, darn!" "What?" "I forgot. When it's too warm, the trees'll crack if you try to tap them. I've got to go check on the rest of the company's work. They've been tapping all morning. If they're all split..." "Well, there you have it," the reporter said through gritted teeth. "Even experts in this business can make mistakes. This is Courtney with CNN. And we're clear." "They're going to flatten New York." "Yeah, but Atlanta's way down the list." "I'm not from Atlanta." "I am." This is Desiree Romaine with the Canadian Broadcasting Service interviewing residents in the Trois-Riveaux area of Quebec Province, a major area of maple sugar production. "Excuse me, sir. Excusez-moi, monsieur?" "Quoi?" the heavily clad man asked without pulling down his scarf. The balmy temperatures of the day before were dropping like a rock. "Vous travaillez dans l'industrie du sucre d'érable? Do you work in the maple sugar industry?" "Oui." "And what is your opinion of the Horvath demand that we turn over all our maple sugar?" What exploded from the man was a torrent of Quebecois too fast for even the Quebec native to understand. "Perhaps for our English-speaking viewers?" the reporter asked desperately. "Pox upon English viewers," the man said in a thick Quebecois accent. "Pah! What I said is that the cheese of a donkey aliens can go eat merde. We are finally paid what our sugar is worth, and they wish us to give it to them for nothing. They may nibble upon the end of my manhood, they may kiss my very hairy bottom, which has some boils." And we're having technical difficulties with the transmission from Trois-Riveaux, but here is Madeline Bathsom in Ontario Province speaking to Mr. Duncan McKenzie, who is the owner of a large maple distillery here in Chapleau. Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. "Good afternoon, lassie." "So, how is the maple tapping going?" "Well, unless you're a complete moron, you don't tap yet. But it's not looking so good." "Really?" "Ugh, terrible. Weather's all wrong. Not going to get much sap nohow. No way. And we've had a real rash of injuries this winter. Lots of slips on the ice and such. I completely threw out my back carrying in firewood. Can't hardly get out of bed." "You look perfectly fine." "Hurts terrible. Need an MRI. But health service is backed up months. May not be on my feet till summer." "And you—" "Do most of the tapping on my land, aye. Probably not going to get naught this year. Terrible shame." We're in Littleton, New Hampshire, speaking to Captain Michael Werewolf Wolfe, commander of Bravo Company, 4th Battalion, 31st Infantry. "Captain, you've been getting armed resistance, I understand." "Yes, ma'am," the captain said. He had his helmet locked in place and body armor and battle rattle over his cold weather gear. "A bit. We've some vehicle damage as well as 3 men in the hospital and 1 lightly wounded. That's ignoring the men we have in medical for cold weather injuries." "Have you been taking a lot of fire?" "Not a lot, so much as how, ma'am," the captain said, clearly frustrated. "The majority is what is defined as harassing fire, just enough to get the troops' heads down and keep them from tapping the trees. Occasionally, we've gotten some sniper fire. That's what put my boys in the hospital, and I'm not real pleased about that. So far, fortunately, there have been no deaths.
Have your troops been returning fire?
Yes, ma'am. As has been said, it's a terribly sad day when Americans are fighting Americans over maple syrup.
And have your men killed or injured any of the enemy?
I'm having a hard time using the term enemy, ma'am, but if you're talking about the local aggressors, not to my knowledge, ma'am.
Your troops have taken fire, and they've returned fire, and they haven't hit any of the local aggressors?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am.
Captain, we did some research on your unit. It has been in combat in Afghanistan against the Taliban and Pashtun tribesmen. They are considered some of the best mountain troops in the world. And this unit, with many of these same soldiers, scored an impressive record of kills. You're saying that you haven't killed or injured any of the local aggressors?
That would seem to be the case, ma'am.
That doesn't make much sense to me, Captain.
Sorry about that.
Perhaps you could explain to your viewers what the difference is here in New Hampshire. Is it possible that your troops are simply not aiming because these are people who matter, and Afghan tribesmen aren't?
You mean these are American citizens, and Afghan terrorists aren't, ma'am? That would seem to be tautology.
I believe I said matter, Captain.
Have you been to Afghanistan, ma'am?
No, I haven't, Captain. Does that matter?
Only to particulars like why it's harder to hit someone who is belly down in the snow, using camouflage and cover and an expert sniper, versus tribesmen who run screaming at you, firing from the hip in the open, ma'am. I don't know exactly who told you that Taliban are crack mountain fighters, ma'am, but they're not. Not anymore, anyway. Here we're dealing with fellas that not only know the woods like the back of their hand, but are, in many cases, former U.S. military. And until recently, this was a pretty hard scrabble area. They did a lot of hunting for the dinner table. That tends to dial up your targeting skills, ma'am. And what they are targeting, with some care, I might add, are my troops, who, yes, don't particularly want to be doing this job, but they're following orders.
I see, the reporter said. And when you collect the sap?
We process it, the captain said, obviously growing impatient. You put it in pans and boil it over an open flame. We'll be mostly using local wood.
Wood, the reporter said. Isn't that a bit... Doesn't that release a lot of greenhouse gases?
Greenhouse gases?
Yes, Captain. Carbon dioxide.
You're talking about global warming? Yes, it releases a lot of greenhouse gases. Even worse than the smoke from the fires is what gets boiled off of the sap. It's the most powerful greenhouse gas on Earth.
I thought... Doesn't it just release steam?
Water vapor, the captain said, practically shouting. Look it up. It's the most powerful greenhouse gas on Earth. We're up here trying to keep our cities from being nuked, trying to collect sap, while under fire, and you're worried about greenhouse gases? Are you absolutely insane? You didn't ask me about the vehicle damage. Go ahead and ask me about the vehicle damage, Miss Smarty Pants. The reporter stammered. This sort of thing was gold, but having a heavily armed soldier seemingly losing it was a bit flustering.
Have the insurgents been planting IEDs?
No, the captain screamed. One of our unoccupied Humvees was taken out by a laser rifle. We don't even have laser rifles. The guys who have been so carefully and considerately shooting my boys in their thighs have laser rifles. We're outnumbered, outfoxed, and outgunned, and you're worried about carbon dioxide. Halt! Who goes there? Sergeant of the Guard, asshole. Respond to challenge. Done. I'm in a screwed-up situation. You may pass. You never will. I'm serious. I've got that feeling. Like the hills have eyes? No, you moron. Like there are about 5 times our number of locals up in the hills just trying to figure out how to get us to leave without going to the trouble of killing us. Does have that feeling. I'd rather be ass-deep in Taliban. I wouldn't go that far. But it is a terribly messed up deal. Yep. Yep. The sergeant counted on his fingers for a moment. Dick, did you say, yep, just a moment ago? Nope, said, yup. Guy pulling the tap out said, yup. Yup. There was a thunking sound and a clatter of metal. We went to a lot of trouble putting those taps in. Try doing it for a living, soldier boy. Thunk. Tinkle. Quiet night tonight, Dick. That it is, Sergeant. I seem to remember some wind from the east, though. More like northeast. Northeast. Could have covered a lot of noise. We've got FLIRs. Probably shouldn't want to flip them down, soldier boy. Thunk. Tinkle. Probably not. Yup. Quiet night. Yep. Howdy, you soldiers, Mr. Hazelbauer said, sighing. Come on in and take a load off. Mr. Jason Hazelbauer? The lieutenant said nervously. If the local resident started going off, they didn't have tasers to deal with him. Or, for that matter, a javelin anti-tank round. The lieutenant hadn't really appreciated being tasked with making friendly contact with potential local insurgent, anyway. The same, Mr. Hazelbauer said, waving for the squad to come in. We're about to set down to victuals. Got enough for some hungry soldiers? Sir, we have our own rations, the lieutenant said, just as he caught a whiff from inside. But if you insist... The Hazelbauer table was well set to fit a squad. Even with a couple of the daughters-in-law and kids occupying the house, there was room enough and food for 6 hungry soldiers, and it was in piles as befitted a farm kitchen. This is very kind of you, sir, ma'am, the lieutenant said. It was a bit surreal. They had good intelligence that Hazelbauer was one of the heads of the local resistance, perhaps the head of the regional resistance, and here they were having dinner with him. He'd met with some absolutely known bad guys in Iraq and Afghanistan over green tea. Sitting in a farm kitchen in New Hampshire with a table piled with home-cured ham, turkey, corn, potatoes, and all the fixings was just different.
Was in the 101 in Vietnam, Mr. Hazelbauer said. Know all about screwed-up orders, Lieutenant. Gonna pray?
Yes, sir, the officer said, waving at his men to bow their heads. Most of them were from Christian backgrounds and didn't need to be prompted. Khalid was polite enough to just pretend.
Dear Lord, we thank you for the blessings of a full table, a stocked larder, and all the good that you have brought to this house, this land, this nation. We thank you, Lord, for 250 years of freedom. We thank you for bringing the blessings of peace and prosperity to this land. We ask your forgiveness for any way that we have transgressed against your will, Lord. And we ask your forgiveness, Lord, for these fine young men who through no fault of their own find themselves trapped between their orders and the oath they swore in your name, Lord, to uphold and defend the Constitution of these United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Please forgive us all our sins, Lord, and bring us to your everlasting home, no matter how far we have fallen from your eyes, Lord. Amen. Amen, the lieutenant said. Suddenly he wasn't hungry.
Honey, there's somebody at the door.
Jonathan K9 Kolosinski got up from his computer, still mentally composing the response he was putting on a blog, and walked to the door. He wasn't especially worried about security. Besides the fact that things like home invasion were incredibly rare in New Hampshire, Lovey-Poo was sitting attentively by the door. Lovey-Poo being an 80-pound German shepherd dog that at a quiet word would probably be able to take out an entire street gang. Jonathan was an 8-year veteran of the Air Force who spent his entire career as a handler. The term was contingency response. He'd lost 2 partners in the Mideast area of operations, one in the sandbox and one in the rock pile, respectively. The IED that got Ranger also got him, which was why he was sitting in front of a computer instead of out working the hills with the rest of the troops. Lovey-Poo had retired with him, and was now well on his way to being the top stud Alsatian in New England. 3 of Lovey-Poo's harem padded into the hallway quietly as Jonathan reached the door. Mindy was trailing because she was well into pregnancy.
"Sits,"
Jonathan said without looking around. All 3 bitches' butts hit the ground as if synchronized. He'd taken a glance through the side windows and had seen that the visitor was a short man wearing a fur hat. Probably one of the neighbors, although he wasn't immediately familiar. And it was a cold night to be out. "Hi, I'm Vernon Tyler," Tyler said, leaning over and glancing at the 4 very large German shepherds. All 4 had those forequarters that made them look like canine fullbacks. What bothered him most was that they were just sitting there, quietly. That was never a good sign. "I was wondering if I could have a word?" "Beautiful dogs," Tyler said, taking a sip of tea. Alsatians?"
"German shepherd dogs," Jonathan said, shrugging. "Some people get worked up over having dog in the name. Lovey-Poo is a Deutsch stud. The Germans just have better lines than the U.S. The bitches are U.S. Anna, Gretchen, Mindy, meet Mr. Vernon."
All 3 of the bitches sat up and whined, then lay back down. "I'd heard you were a breeder," Tyler said with a laugh. "They didn't quite cover it. Schutzhund?" Jonathan said. "To what do I owe the honor of the visit, Mr. Vernon?" "Hate to bother you at this time of night," Tyler said automatically, "but it's been a long day and miles to go before I sleep and all that. I'm sort of out taking the tenor of the clans. You moved back here rather than being a newcomer, so it's not exactly like talking to one of the families that has never left. I've found I've gotten straighter answers, when there are answers to be had. What's your take?" He didn't really have to ask about the Horvath demanding the maple syrup. It was pretty much the only topic of conversation to be found in most of Maine, Massachusetts, Vermont, and New Hampshire. "I've friends and family live in Boston, Mr. Tyler," Kolosinski said, using the pure New England ba. "So it's a hard thing to say, wipe out the world if you want, but we're not going to give up our maple syrup. It's maple syrup." "Agreed," Tyler said, nodding. "What's your take?" "What everyone in the U.S. government, what everyone in the media, what the Glatun and the Horvath all want to know," Tyler said, "is what is my take, which is a far cry from cutting trees for a living. And the answer is, I'm taking the tenor of the clans. Okay, Kolosinski said, chuckling. One more question, and I'll try to answer yours. Clans? Well, New England is not by any stretch of the imagination monolithic, Tyler said with a sigh. Nor are the maple areas of Canada where I've also been. Old farming families that stretch back to the Revolutionary period and pre-Revolution. Hippies that moved up for the cheap land and libertarian approach. Southerners like me who have moved here so they can be around relative conservatives. Communes, militias, modern lefty gay bed and breakfast owners. People who want to declare independence and throw out all the lefties. My land grab and the Horvath threat have pretty much moved out anyone who doesn't love this area. The one influx of Glatoon credits we got is more influx than this region has ever seen. But nobody wants to be at ground zero of the Horvath threat. Nobody, American or Canadian, wants to be in the middle of a war with our own militaries. What's left are people who just refuse to leave. And there aren't really major regional variations. Oh, somewhat when you cross New Hampshire to Vermont or Massachusetts, but not even that too greatly. What there are clans. Like-thinking groups. I almost think New England needs to be parliamentary rather than territorial, but I digress. I'm taking the tenor of the clans. Which group am I? Kolosinski asked. You said one question, Tyler said, smiling. And your answer to what's your take more or less puts you in one. Generally older, not really old, but older, families that stay here because this is home. It ought to be easy, the former sergeant said. It's maple syrup. Who wants to die over maple syrup? He looked at Tyler, who shrugged in what might be agreement. But, Kolosinski continued, shrugging, the government is offering to buy it. Pretty fair price. Then they'll turn it over to the Horvath. Cheaper than trying to take it, Tyler said. Agreed, but it's still taken. This isn't what I put my life on the line for. This isn't what I fought for. What I lost partners for. I'm damn near my life. Give me liberty or give me death. More or less, Kolosinski admitted, sighing. I've got 2 kids and a wife. I have to think about them. Contingency plans? Tyler asked. I was in contingency response, Kolosinski said, chuckling. Yeah. This simply isn't working, Mr. President, the Army Chief of Staff said. We've got 20% of units reporting a variety of maladies. We've issued administrative punishments for malingering, but this is more like mutiny. And as fast as they do manage to tap trees, if they don't ruin the taps, the locals are sneaking in at night and taking the taps out, and leaving little notes about the quality of our men's work. Last, even if everything was working perfectly, our men are unfamiliar with the process, unfamiliar with the terrain. And it turns out to be harder to find the trees than we'd thought. There are large stands, but many of the best trees are scattered in pine woods. It simply is not working. Frankly, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said, it's becoming a huge farce. I'm not sure the Army, per se, is turning into a laughingstock simply because of all the press reports where everyone's going wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But the operation is becoming a laughingstock. There are millions of lives at stake, General, the President said. And these people are playing games. I'm fully aware of that, Mr. President, the General replied. That does not mean that this is an achievable goal. It might be, the National Security Advisor said. Oh, not gathering the maple syrup. You only have to watch the SNL skit to see that. We just need to be clear about the goal. The goal is protecting our cities, the President said. whatever that takes. And that may be a goal we are achieving, Mr. President, the NSA said. I don't see it. The CJCS. At this rate, we are not going to get any appreciable amount of maple syrup. Neither are the Canadians. They're having the same problems. That is not the goal, the NSA said again. The goal is not getting rocks dropped on our cities. And that goal may be achievable. We don't have Horvath internals, but they must be getting most of what we are looking at. I doubt, at this point, that they are getting any significant internals from the Resistance. What they are getting are the same externals we're getting. Of course we want peace in our time, but won't cut it, the President said. A certain kind might, the NSA said. We, the civilized, urbanized, liberal, the Marine Corps Commandant filled in. The people who are under threat, the NSA said sourly, are doing our best to collect the maple syrup that the Horvath demanded. We're doing everything we can. More, the Army Chief of Staff said. We're stepping all over every document that gives us legal authority to exist. Necessarily, I agree, but at some point we're going to face real mutiny. I expected it before now. We're trying, the NSA said. Trying really hard. That's clear on all the news broadcasts. Yep, the Marine Corps Commandant said. We're being good collaborators. General, the President said, I appreciate your feelings in this matter, but the insertions are not helpful. Sir. Your point? The President said. The people who are incurring the wrath of the Horvath are the people in that region, the NSA said. And the few contacts with the rebels that have been broadcast are almost all contemptuous of city folk. They basically are saying they don't care if cities are nuked. It's not a threat to them. I'm from the South. We have our ways. Mr. President? Something that Vernon said to an FBI agent, the President said. About, I guess you would say, manipulating the Horvath. I've been puzzled by the line. I'm from the South. We have our ways. What ways? The Marine Corps Commandant leaned back and started tapping his mouth, as if to erase a smile. Commandant, the President said. You have a comment? Rather refrain, Mr. President, the Commandant said, still trying not to smile. But I think I know what he meant. Graduated from the Citadel, Mr. President. So, you're of the South as well, the President said. And? Really rather refrain, Mr. President, the Commandant said, then barked a laugh as if at a joke he'd just told. Seriously, you do not want to know at this time. Possibly ever. I will currently accept your position, the President said warily. And where is Mr. Vernon? He is the one person of note who has not been heard of recently. Moving, mostly, the director of the FBI said. Scattered meetings. Turned up by surprise at some town hall meetings in New Hampshire and Vermont. Even back and forth across the border to Canada, though we're not sure where or how. We're only catching traces of him. Frankly, he's about as hard to find as a much taller insurgent. We're not even sure he's part of the insurgency. He's acting more like a neutral. I'm the President of the United States, the President snapped. This is insane. I'm responsible for this nation. People are going to die. Cities are going to die. Depends on whether he's right or not, Mr. President, the Marine Corps Commandant said, still smiling slightly. He tapped his lips again. Depends on whether he's right about the ways of the South. On Friday night at 8:30, Fox News is pleased to announce an exclusive broadcast from none other than Tyler Vernon, the Maple Syrup King, and the man at the center of the current controversy over maple syrup production, direct and live from his home in New Hampshire. With the deadline for tapping fast approaching, we are all looking forward to what Mr. Vernon has to say.
"Are we sure this is going to work?" Tyler asked, adjusting his jacket.
He'd gone for the informal look for the broadcast. The jacket was a necessity because it was cold in the former mine.
"Not sure," Bruce Dennison said. "But from what we've been able to figure out, the Horvath are technologically advanced but not technologically sophisticated. They can tap any standard system, but this laser relay is going to secure Glatun hypernode link, which is, in turn, hooked up to Fox. It should look like you're broadcasting from your house."
Tyler glanced over his shoulder at the green wall, then at the TV tech.
"And the green screen is—"
"Good," Ryan Gill said. He was wearing an incongruous Scottish World War II military outfit, including tartan trews, because, as he said, if he was going down, he was going down in the uniform of his regiment.
"Looks just like your front room, except for the occasional bloody puff of fog when you exhale. Hopefully they won't notice that."
"And we're on in 5, 4, 3, 2... Hello, Fox, and thank you for being willing to make this broadcast. I feel rather odd doing this. Just a few short months ago, my days were filled with the mundane tasks of small jobs. To make ends meet, I worked in a grocery store and a mill and cut wood during my free time. Now, as most people know, I'm at the center of this controversy over, of all things, maple syrup. And one of the richest men in the world. It has been an odd transition. The Horvath have demanded that everyone in this region collect maple syrup and turn it over to them, presumably for later sale to the Glatun, since it is unusable by the Horvath, just as they have demanded all this world's production of useful heavy metals. Their stated reason for this tribute is so that they can maintain the defense of this world. Tribute, however, is tribute, and let us not mince words. For we have come to an important time of decision. Within the next week, the people of this region must make preparation for the collection of maple sap to be boiled into syrup. The weather is turning, and the sap is starting to run. According to both the U.S. Weather Service and projections by the Glatun, this should be a spring of good harvest, if there is any harvest at all. Were I so inclined, one pair of hands simply cannot collect all the sap that must be collected. It requires many hands, many people, going out into the cold of a New England and Canadian spring, working hard for a bounty that will, in turn, continue to keep the Horvath in our skies. Over the last month and a half, I have been traveling throughout this region talking to people of every persuasion, getting the pulse of the residents of this region, people who do the tapping and boiling, people who depend upon the trade. I haven't been speaking with governors or congressmen, just common folk like myself. There is great fear and consternation. Like myself, the people of this region never expected to be embroiled in an international, interstellar controversy. We, are simple folk of the rural lands of these great nations. We get up every day and do our jobs, letting the great matters of this land and this world be handled by others. We, until this time of controversy, did not care for such matters. The seasons of the year affected us more than the decisions made in Washington and Ontario. Now, as a people, we have been called upon to make great and momentous decisions reflecting both liberty and security.
liberty is an odd word, and for a long time it has been, in truth, degraded. Many who use the term liberty in truth mean libertine, and even those who fought in our courts and legislature over questions of liberty in truth meant things that are minor at best and puerile at worst. As we have now found out, liberty is not about where you can put your sexual organs, but about the essential question of whether we, as a people, can make our own decisions. And security is not about whether the government should be able to tap our phone, but about whether we are going to be allowed to take the next breath. Will our cities be ashes? Will we live? Will our children live? Yet, the battle over maple syrup, the inherent humor of the situation sometimes clouds the truly vast nature of the struggle. For it is not, in the end, what we give up, maple syrup or gold or platinum. It is of a piece. It is about whether we, as a people, as nations that were both conceived in liberty, will continue to cherish that concept. Benjamin Franklin once said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." And in this current condition there is, in fact, neither. I understand, as few but the most specialized experts understand, the strategic situation. The Horvath control our orbitals. We can fight, but there is simply no way to win. Fighting would appear to be a pointless exercise. The producer made a rolling motion and pointed to the ceiling of the mine. Time to speed it up. Tyler breathed out hard and let loose a puff of smoky breath. Oops. But collecting this maple syrup requires the willing cooperation of thousands of people, men and women, Canadian and American, who have been born in the concept, instilled in the idea of liberty. These people of the fields, woods, and mountains pour from these regions to fill our military, not, as many city folk think, because they're poor or desperate, but because this is their essential nature. No person is happy to give their life, but the people of this region believe that there is something larger than themselves. Not just God, although many are believers in God, but a vision, a philosophy, a shared belief in freedom and justice and the battle against tyranny. From their very mother's milk, they are filled with this belief that to die in the cause of freedom brings not heaven, but a better place here on earth for succeeding generations. I have taken the tenor of these people, and they are determined against yielding. As stubborn as the granite of their mountains, they, almost in unanimity, refuse to yield. They may, perhaps, will be destroyed, but they, and yes, their children, will die free. They, however, are not under threat. The Horvath threaten to destroy our cities, not these woods, mountains, and fields. Let me touch upon that. The Horvath are a very monolithic and communal culture. The very concept of liberty is foreign to them. So I'm going to have to explain something to the Horvath. You may be looking upon our cities as sort of communal groups for which the people of this region are gatherers. This is not, in fact, the case. The people of this region are their own communal grouping, connected to, but not of, the cities. They are, in fact, almost invariably at odds with the groups of the cities. The cities, you dumb squids, are our enemies. You're threatening our enemies, you morons. We hate the people of the cities. I hate the people of the cities. Liberal, whining, socialist pussies. They've never given us anything but trouble. Please, please, please nuke Washington. What has Washington ever done for us? They just take and take and take, the bastards. Kill 'em all. As for me, I'll tell you what I think, Tyler said, shouting. He jumped to his feet and flipped a bird at the ceiling, looking straight up. Give me liberty or give me death, you bastards! Live free or— Lost the signal from the cabin, Ryan said. Switching to secondary remote." On homes across the nation, the view was now of Tyler in front of the 1997 World Series. "Ha!" Tyler said, still flipping a bird at the ceiling. "Miss me, you egg-sucking ignoramuses! Never heard of a laser relay or green screen, have ya? Go ahead and try to take on maple syrup, dumbasses!" "And secondary remote is gone," Ryan said. "I think that's good enough," Tyler said. "The Horvath are taking over all the broadcast airwaves," Bruce said. "Let's hear it," Tyler said. "People of the Maple region, you will deliver the syrup, or you will be destroyed. We will destroy every home, every town, every person. You will all die." "You will deliver the maple syrup," the speakerphone said in metallic tones. "You will execute Tyler Vernon. You will destroy the resistance in the region, or you will be eliminated." "We're trying," the president said. "You've seen that we are trying. Those people may nominally be under our authority, but they are not under our control. We have an arrest warrant out for Tyler Vernon, but our agents, those that survive going up to the hills, have been unable to find him. Our military is half in mutiny and half pinned down by fire, some of it from our own forces. Is there anything that you can do?" "Remove your loyal troops," the Horvath said a few moments later. "We will eliminate the resistance of the rural infestors, and then you will send your people of the urban colonies to collect the syrup." "You're going to kill them?" the president said. "We will eliminate all resistors," the Horvath replied. The president said, gulping. "I can't." He paused at a raised hand from the Marine Corps commandant. The commandant looked at the ceiling for a moment in thought, then nodded hard. The president made a face, but the commandant just raised his hand in an OK symbol. "Very well," the president said dubiously. "Feel free to eliminate the resistors in the region." "We did not need your permission." The call cut off with a click. "I just condemned the people of New England to aerial bombardment," the president said. "Most of them have moved their families out of the region," the commandant said. "Women and kids, mostly. Not even most of the women. The rest have dug in hard. You'd be surprised how many old mines, caves, and such there are in that area, which is probably where Vernon is hiding. The Horvath have kinetic bombardment systems and heavy lasers," the National Security Advisor said dryly. "That area is going to take a pasting." "How much can they do without seriously affecting the maple crop?" the commandant said. "And we're talking about a dispersed population dug in. Think how much trouble we've been having in Afghanistan. Furthermore, that ship looks big to us, but if you actually do the tonnage and make a good guess on engine size compared to the Glatun ships we've seen, they can't actually be carrying that much KEW. Our estimate is, 16 city killers max? What exactly are they going to do with 16 nukes that don't even spread radiation against that area? Bomb Manchester? It's almost entirely evacuated. Lasers? Footprint of a meter. They can get the woods burning. Oh boy, let them bomb the area. Encourage it. That's Vernon's whole plan." "Mr. Vernon," the reporter said, "we're very pleased to have this opportunity to interview you. Given that the Horvath have ordered you be delivered to them, there is a warrant out for your arrest for high treason, and you are under continual threat. Isn't this just a little risky?" "Risk is part of life, Jamie," Tyler said. "Given the situation, I'll admit I don't have a lot of freedom of movement, but freedom is a philosophy, not a condition. No truly free man can be made a slave. I will not be a slave to the Horvath or to a tyrannical government of socialists."
"You have some hard things to say about the residents of cities, Mr. Vernon," the reporter said. "Since we all can't hide, is that particularly fair?"
"Jamie, I've been fighting the tyranny of you lefty jerks my whole life. If you want to submit to the Horvath, that's up to you. I'm not willing to." He paused at a raised hand. "I'm not sure how much of that got out," Ryan said as the room rumbled and dust fell from the roof. "And we're losing transceivers." "And it's pretty much harvest time," Bruce pointed out, packing up the gear, time to move again. "I'm not a big fan of maple syrup anyway," Tyler said. "How many people have we lost in this Charlie Fox?" "Not nearly as many as we should have," Bruce said. "The biggest loss was a Peace Now demonstration in Burlington. They'd gathered around a big old historic maple, figuring the Horvath couldn't possibly hit them. Wrong. Dead wrong." "I had times when I'd find that really funny," Tyler said. "Somehow, though, it's just not as funny as it used to be." "You got a call coming in," Ryan said. "Hypercom." "Bet Osama wishes he had one of these," Tyler said, picking up the link. "Tyler Vernon." "Mr. Vernon, this is Sayank Morai with HyperNet Network News." "Hi, Sank. Kinda busy at the moment." "You're going to be busier soon," the reporter said. "The Horvath have sent their final demands to your president. Stop the resistance and execute Tyler Alexander Vernon, or Washington, Philadelphia, New York, and Boston will be destroyed. Their ship is coming up from the south. Then they will take up stable positions over the maple-producing regions and use their lasers to reduce them to ashes. That's as soon as their ship completes this latest orbit, which is now in 47 minutes. "I guess I got them a little riled," Tyler said, his heart sinking. Petra and the girls were outside Boston. "Guess this is it. Can you get a word to the Horvath?" "We've sort of taken over your broadcast system," the reporter admitted. "I mean, it's just sitting there." "We might as well get out of the news business," the CBS producer snarled. "We'd better get out of Washington first," the anchor replied. "So the Horvath should be listening." "Fine," Tyler said. "They want me? I'll be at the summit of Mount Moriah when they come back around. I'll be nice and easy to spot." "Isn't that suicide?" "Tired of hiding anyway," Tyler said, jumping on one of the ATVs parked in the cave. "Let's do this thing." There were hardly any trails, much less roads, in the area, and what trails were accessible by ATVs did not make it to the top of Mount Moriah. The last 200 meters had really sucked. It was also bitterly cold, didn't cut it in Tyler's opinion. The recent cold front was yet to completely pass, and the air was not only below freezing, but in one of those tricks possible only in a place as screwed up weather-wise as the White Mountains, humid. He was standing waist-deep in snow in a thin, wind-driven, icy fog. It was the sort of cold that didn't just cut to the bone. It went right through layers of clothes, skin, flesh and bone, so fast that it only stopped when it got around to freezing the marrow. Then it started to chill the body from the inside out. His parts that were in snow were the warmest parts of his body. The Horvath had better kill him quick, or the hypothermia was going to do the job for them. Despite the thin fog, it was a great view, though. "I can see your house from here," Mr. Hazelbauer said, huffing up the last few feet to the summit. "Couldn't you have picked a lower spot?" "What the hell are you doing here?" Tyler asked. "This is my big moment. Get your own." "So, this is your plan?" Mr. Hazelbauer asked. "Die?" I figured you were going to use your secret smelting lasers." "The Horvath ship has a shield," Tyler said, sighing. "We couldn't scratch it. So yeah, this is my plan. Die. Sometimes it works. Heroic defeats have led to most of the great victories in history. Let somebody smarter figure out how to defeat the Horvath ship. Hopefully motivated by that poor, brave, doomed bastard Tyler Vernon." "Figured as much," Hazelbauer said. "Which is why I'm here. Couldn't let the Rebs get all the credit." "You and your Rebs," Tyler said, shaking his head. He took out a cell phone and loaded in the battery. It had been out for a couple of months, and the charge was low, but what the hell? It wouldn't have to last long. And with the carrier signal going, there was no way that the Horvath could miss and hit some innocent. Hopefully, with him dead, they'd back off on destroying the region, at least for a while. He fumed for a moment, then couldn't hold it in. "The only reason you won was you outnumbered us 10-1, and had all the cannon foundries. And that might not have happened if Jackson hadn't had his first bad day at Seven Pines. The Union's as bad as the Horvath. Shouldn't start a war if you don't have cannon," Mr. Hazelbauer said smugly. "Well, that was the point, wasn't it?" Tyler said. "The South wanted industries, and Northern monopolies abetted by Northern congressmen wouldn't allow it. So, when we started to sell our agricultural products to the British for, among other things, mill equipment, you went and put a block on that. An unconstitutional block, given that it was essentially a 100% export tariff. There's a reason it's called the War of Northern Aggression." His phone rang, and he pulled it out with a snarl. "What?" "Mr. Vernon, are you and Jason Hazelbauer, a noted resistance leader, actually re-arguing your country's civil war in your last few moments? Oh, hi, this is Sayank Morai with HyperNet News Network. Your cell phone network isn't exactly secure either." "Not much better to do, Sayank," Tyler said, dropping smoothly into professional mode. "It's pretty cold up here. Ask those Horvath to hurry, will you? A nice orbital death ray would feel good about now. On that subject, the betting on your survival is 100-1. Do you have any comment?" "I'll take 1,000 credits on the nose," Tyler said instantly. "Isn't that a bit of a risk?" Tyler closed his eyes and wondered if there was some sort of lobotomy involved in becoming a newscaster. "If I live, I get 100,000 credits, Sayank," Tyler said, slowly. "If I die, I won't really care that I'm out a grand. Think about it." "True. Well, your bid has been registered by a bookie called Ungatuli the Knife, who says you'd better be good for it." Aware that these may be my last words, I'm good for it. "You have about 3 minutes. The moment of decision for Washington, however, has passed, and the Horvaths seem to have chosen not to fire." "Damn it," Tyler said. "What does it take to get these guys to get rid of all our problems for us?" "You really don't care for city people, do you?" "Hate 'em," Tyler said. "Bombing's too good for 'em. They need to be chopped into little bits and buried alive." "And Philadelphia? Apparently the Horvath disagree." "Don't care for Horvath either," Tyler said, "especially if they're not going to gut cities." "And New York is still there? The Horvath ship is about to clear the horizon, Mr. Tyler. Seriously, last words." Tyler thought about it for a second and then shrugged. "There's no joy without pain, no victory without sacrifice. This is my victory." "Very nice. Sorry, cutting in here," a new voice said. "Horvath ship. Take no hostile action in regards to the maple-gathering regions of their polity or tribes. Say again, take no hostile actions or you will be destroyed." "This is unacceptable," a metallic Horvath voice replied. "Who is this?" "This is Commander Fayeth Riang of the Glatun heavy cruiser Kagungwe, and—" Tyler was looking up and actually caught the sparkle. "Not only are you about the size of my longboat, your shields are down. Power down your weapons and leave orbit so we can negotiate, or I will finish what my secondaries just did with my main gun." "Mr. Vernon?"
"Yes?"
Tyler said. "Could you ask your people to possibly begin gathering maple syrup? My sailors are about to mutiny."
"Right away," Tyler said. "Hey, everybody! Ollie, ollie, oxen free! Time to get to work!"
"Thank you. I assure you, you won't have any more trouble from your Horvath benefactors." Tyler hung up the phone and shrugged.
"So, we froze our ass off for nothing."
"Can't say that," Mr. Hazelbauer said. "It's still a fine view. Take it the cavalry arrived."
"Yep," Tyler said, feeling strangely depressed and badly in need of a drink. "And now we've got to actually, work."
"Been working my whole life," Mr. Hazelbauer said. "Best make some calls."
"Yeah," Tyler said, looking at his phone. "Me too." He hit speed dial. "Hi, Petra. Can I talk to the girls?"
"Mr. Vernon," the CNN reporter said to a background of a boiling pan of maple syrup, "things seem to be progressing well in the maple syrup harvest."
"Quite well, Courtney," Tyler said. "Despite some reports to the contrary, the weather is cooperating very well and looks to be a bumper crop."
"So, all's well that ends well," the reporter said. "Mr. Vernon, you said some very harsh things about the people of our great nation cities. Surely you weren't serious?"
"Courtney," Tyler said seriously, "I'm an American patriot. All of America. I don't care for certain strains of politics, but it doesn't mean I wouldn't give my life to save the lives of others, of the Terrans even. I just wish that those who disagree with me could at least agree on that."
"So, you weren't serious?" the reporter said, confused. "Why in the world would you say those things? You really upset a lot of people, not to mention making yourself and the people of this region a primary target. Were you crazy?"
"Oh, I don't like city folk," Tyler said. "Don't care for their politics, don't care for their attitude, which is more ignorant and provincial than they can possibly understand since they're ignorant and provincial. But it doesn't mean I wanted anyone to die. Quite the opposite. As to why I said it, I'll leave you with the words of the smartest rabbit I know.
"Please, Brer Fox, don't throw me in that briar bush."
Sapple. 1. Tyler looked around the extremely empty personnel bay 41816B of the Galactic Commercial Transfer Station 1 in annoyance. His eyes lit on what was clearly a hypernode terminal, and he walked over. He'd been looking forward to savoring the moment of his first steps onto a space station, but since his local guide was conspicuously missing, it would have to wait. "Connect to Falalor Wathayat, please," he said. "There are 687,000 Falalor Wathayats on the HyperNet network," the terminal replied. "Could you comm his registry number?" "I don't have a comm link," Tyler said. "He should be somewhere on this station. He's probably in a bar and he's probably drunk on maple syrup." "Searching. Falalor Wathayat 82 Alpha 2 4 Kilo 01 Hotel November -1. "Like I'm gonna remember that," Tyler muttered. "Tyler," Wathayat slurred. The background was clearly, as Tyler had guessed, a bar. "Hey, man, how's it going?" "You were supposed to meet me at the ship, Wathayat," Tyler said. "Remember?" "Oh, yeah, man," Wathayat replied. "Sorry about that."
Hey, just catch a cab over to Kulo's. I'll meet you here. Fine, Tyler said, sighing. Ned, I need a cab. There are over... Just pick the closest one and tell me where to pick it up. Very well, the terminal replied snippily. Proceed down the corridor to the passageway. That's the hallway on your left until it comes to a bigger hallway, since you're a primitive. The cab will meet you there. That will be 5 credits. Tyler Alexander Vernon, Tyler said. You should have only one of those. Registering. Please obtain a full registration package at your earliest opportunity. Thank you. Have a nice day. The cab turned out to be a floating compartment with seats for 2. Small seats for 2. It was smaller than a terrestrial twofer car and didn't look as if it should be able to stand upright. Tyler said, fumbling where he figured the door should be. I don't know how to... I'll open it, the cab said. The entire transparent top collapsed into the rear. Get in. New, are you? Primitive world, Tyler said, sitting down. The top quickly popped back up. Earth, the maple syrup planet? Oh, yeah, heard of that, the cab said. Destination? Kulo's? Tyler said. Right, the cab said, pulling out smoothly. Who's that maple syrup guy, Vergen or something? Tyler Vernon? Tyler asked. The cab maneuvered skillfully through some light pedestrian traffic, mostly Glatun, but a few other species Tyler didn't recognize, then slid into a compartment like an elevator. The door closed. Yeah, the cab said. You think he meant the Horvath should waste the city? Seems pretty, I don't know, cold. No, actually, I don't think he meant it, Tyler said. There was no sensation, but he was either trapped in a room with an apparently sentient cab, or he was in a very smooth piece of transportation technology. He was banking on the latter. There were no flashing lights to tell him he was going anywhere, though. Not even a bank of numbers. Just walls and a lack of sensation of movement. He was just saying that so the Horvath wouldn't waste the cities. If he could get them to think the maple sugar gatherers didn't care, that took the cities off the table as hostages. Guess you might be right, the cab said. He sure kept consistent, though. Thank you, Tyler said. I'm Tyler Vernon. Oh, the cab said. Then I guess you'd know. Can I ask a question? Go ahead. Are all cabs AIs in the Federation? I'm not an AI. I'm a replicant program. I just have a set of queries and responses. Sounds like an AI. And if somebody gets outside my programming, I can call Felcow, which is the station's AI, to get its help. Happens so fast you wouldn't notice. So, Tyler said. Was that a standard response? Yep, the cab said as the door opened. It was clearly a different passageway since the light was lower, mostly from blown light panels, and the pedestrians were different. It was amazing how universal a bad part of town could look. Graffiti, it turned out, was another universal. The cab slid out of the compartment smoothly, then started weaving through the pedestrian traffic. Someone threw something at it that thunked off the plastic top and left a green, drippy stain. Not the best part of town, Tyler said. Nope, the cab replied. Have to get a wash after this. You're registered on the HyperNet banking system. That's 5 credits. Authorized, Tyler said. Does that work? Yep, the cab said, dilating the top. Have a nice day. Keep your credit chips hidden, but Kulo's is pretty safe. Tyler walked over to the nearest door and looked at the marquee. It was in garish letters, but he couldn't read them, so he wasn't even sure if he was in the right place. Look confident and as if you're not a yokel, Tyler muttered to himself. Open? The door refused to budge. Hey, he said, turning to ask the cab, but it was gone. Damn it, he muttered. He could hear dissonant music from inside and the sound of an occasional yell. Sounded like a bar. Hello? He said, rapping his knuckles on the door. Open sesame? The door dilated, and a bipedal lizard, even larger than Mr. Hazelbauer, filled it. The thing looked like a velociraptor with a toothache. Scrockergar! It bellowed. It had to. The door had been soundproofed, and the noise inside was at the nuclear decibel level. What it? Tyler shouted, craning his neck up. The view of the thing's face wasn't much better than the rest. Gar-agar! The thing shouted back, gesturing inside with a thumb. It even had velociraptor thumbs. Tyler stepped inside, and his ears immediately tried to shut down. The music, if it could be called music, was a series of incredibly loud, apparently random notes with asyncopated pauses. Most of them were near the top of the audible range, so it was possible that there was some out-of-human audibility he was missing. If so, he'd pass. It was a worse experience than the one indoor bagpipe competition he'd attended, but only marginally. The crowd was mostly Glatun, and they seemed to be mostly using hypercom implants. They'd have to. There was no way to hear. There were a few other species present. 2 large purple slugs were drinking something green in a corner, and a giant segmented exoskeletal black and red worm was chugging what looked like a gallon of something that smoked, to some shouted comments. At least Tyler assumed the Glatun were shouting. They were opening and closing their mouths, and between notes he could pick up some yells. A few more of the giant sauroids were circulating the room, but they seemed to be servers, or security, or both. A Glatun shouted at him, clapping him on the back. Wathayat? Tyler shouted back. He had to assume it was Wathayat. Racist as it might seem, Glatun really did all look the same to him. The Glatun opened and closed his mouth several more times. Tyler could only get a few syllables. It had to be Wathayat, though. I can't hear you, Tyler screamed. What? Tyler grabbed him by the arm and dragged him to the door, which fortunately opened. God almighty, Tyler said when they were outside the cacophony. How can you stand it in there? Stand what? Wathayat asked. I couldn't hear a thing, Tyler said. Are all you guys deaf? No, Wathayat said. Oh, you don't have a plant pack. No, I don't have a plant pack, Tyler said with a sigh. Human, remember? Come on, Wathayat said, waving for Tyler to follow. Time to fix that. Wathayat, Tyler said. I'm not sure that a Glatun doctor would know the first thing about human physiology. I talked to Corey about it, Wathayat said. He said no problem. Who is Corey? Tyler asked as Wathayat took a turn down a service tunnel. A couple of Glatun were just sort of hanging around the tunnel in a very nonchalant manner, like a nonchalant your money or your life manner. Wathayat! Don't worry, Wathayat said. Everybody knows me. Hey, guys, buddy of mine from Earth. This is the Maple Syrup King. Oh, wow, one of the Glatuns said, surreptitiously putting away his vibro knife. Gosh, it's nice to meet you. You wouldn't happen to have any... Catch, Tyler said, tossing them a sample bottle of Vermont's finest. They just made it past the scuffle. Turned out the Glatuns had blue blood as well as skin. Wathayat, could we please get into some patrolled corridors? We're here, Wathay said as a panel opened. "Come on in." Tyler had, like most kids, done a paper on the Holocaust in school. His particular paper had focused on Nazi experiments and Dr. Joseph Mengele, the Angel of Death. The dingy room called back some very unpleasant memories. Same torture rack, Sweeney Todd barber's chair. Same, "We have ways of making you talk," light in the face. Same sharp blade things hanging in midair. In this case, literally. The only thing missing was the smell of antiseptic, which, under the circumstances, was not reassuring. "What's that?" Tyler said. "Don't let this place fool you," Wathay said. "Corey's the best plant thing on Glaucott Station. Hey, Corey! Where are you?" "In that case," Tyler said, backing to the door, "I think I'll take my chances on finding one on the—" A 4-foot-long black scarab beetle had come bustling out of a back room. It wasn't exactly a scarab beetle, but the resemblance was remarkable, except scarab beetles didn't have the big, cutting mandibles. Come to think of it, Tyler had seen a few more scurrying around in the corridors. He'd assumed they were dogs or something. "What's that?" the beetle buzzed. "Is this the human I get to experiment on?" "No!" Tyler shouted. "Yes," Wathay said. "He wants a full plant pack with all the trimmings." "True," Tyler said, "but I'm not so sure I want it from a beetle." "Racism," the beetle buzzed. "We exoskeletals are used to it." "Man up," Wathay said. "The Anankawamor are the best plant specialists in the Western Spiral Arm, and Corey is the best of all of them." "Modestly, I must admit this is true," the beetle said, mounting a small step stool by the barber's chair. "Are you going to lie down, or must I get the stunner?" "Look," Tyler said reasonably, "you don't know a thing about human physiology." "Au contraire," the beetle buzzed. "I have researched everything your primitive medical profession has discovered, and I will not be going in unaccompanied. Louisa is a specialist in alien physiology." "Who is Louisa?" "I am," a voice in the air said. "I am the medical AI. You need not fear, Mr. Vernon. We will first do a very thorough examination of your physiology. As you have noted, we are unfamiliar with human physiology, but we will not be after we have completed our thorough scan of you. Furthermore, any first contact procedures must be reviewed by a medical board for safety and best practice." "How long is that going to take?" Tyler asked. "I'm only on the station." "The review will be more or less simultaneous with the examination," Louisa said. "The majority of it consists of discussion amongst AIs. We communicate and decide very fast." "Is this an invasive procedure?" Tyler asked. "The examination will not be," Louisa said. "The plant procedure, extremely. But you won't feel it." "Anti-infection protocols?" Tyler asked. "Are you saying I don't run a clean AUG parlor?" Corey buzzed angrily. "Not at all." Tyler managed not to glance at the scuff marks on the walls. "Just getting a feel for the place." "Can we leave it at I know what I'm doing?" Louisa said. "There is zero danger of infection. I'll admit that Corey could tidy up a bit." "It's an atmosphere thing," Corey said. "Make this place look like a hospital, and I'll lose half my custom. People go to hospitals to die." "We call places like that—" Tyler was going to say hospices. "Good point. You're right, Wathay. Time to man up." "That's the spirit," Louisa said. If you could just climb in the chair and relax."
"Climb. Yes," Tyler said. "Relax?"
"Right," Wathay said. "This is going to take a while, and I'm thirsty. See you back at the bar." "So, when does the examination start?" Tyler said a few minutes later. He had to admit the chair was more comfortable than it looked, and he was even getting a bit sleepy. "I've been examining you since you came in the door," Louisa replied. "I'm about halfway through." "Oh," Tyler said, looking around for the scanning equipment. All the icky floating stuff was still floating where it had been. "MRI?" "Distantly," Louisa said. "GRI would be closer. Gravitic resonance imaging. Some magnetic. I've completed a thorough survey of your gross physiology and anatomy, and am doing a chemical survey and interaction modeling. You're remarkably similar to the Ngatngat. Not in gross anatomical ways, but in interaction and biochemistry. Most Ngatngat protocols will work perfectly well. By the way, on the subject of sepsis, I see what you mean. You guys are sewers." "Thanks," Tyler said. "Some of that seems to be evolutionarily interactive, so—" "Oh, recognized," Louisa said. "We won't mess with the important sweets. You actually seem to be missing some, and we'll take care of the interaction problems while we're at it. The question is approaching. What do you want done?" "I'm not even sure what a full plant pack means," Tyler admitted. "Hypernet connection and memory buffer mostly," Corey buzzed. The beetle was busy behind Tyler's head, which was causing him increasing paranoia. "In your case, since you didn't have it as a kid, immune system protocols, geriatric stabilization, and since you're clearly pretty screwed up in places, ocular and oral adjustments and implants and a full rebuild on skeletal and vascular systems. That's gonna cost a bit." "I can hear just fine," Tyler said. "Sure, I've got a little high-frequency hearing loss, and so I wear glasses." "Do you want to see and hear clearly?" Louisa asked. "Yes, please," Tyler said. "And if you could get rid of that weather knee, I'd appreciate it." "No problem," Corey said. $450 will do it. You got the stones?" "Are we talking 450 or 450,000? Tyler asked. 4 million? 450 credits, Corey said. "Unless you want to pay me 450,000, which I'm not going to turn down." Tyler said. "What else is available? Because I can afford some upgrades." "Ooh," Corey said. "Big spender. I like that. We can do a full prosthetic rebuild of your motor system." "It cost an arm and a leg is a metaphor," Tyler said quickly. "I was thinking more along the lines of, I don't know, what do you have that keeps all my bits attached?" "Well, if you really don't want the full cyborg package," Corey said. "I really don't want the full cyborg package," Tyler said. "Can I get a list or something?" "How long you got?" Corey said. "There's the athletic package, very popular. Increased muscular density, faster neural twitch response, increased oxygenation systems. Hyper-cooling package, balance systems very good if you're going to be in zero gravity as well. No nausea, which you guys must get with that screwed-up oral balance system. That's all nano-based, so once we get past the basic plants, it's non-invasive since you're a sissy. Personal combat package is a big seller around here." "I can imagine," Tyler muttered. "Skull hardening, rib cage reinforcement, micro-armor sub-integument weave." "You do all that with nanites or something?" Tyler asked. "Nah, gotta do a full strip," Corey said. "Don't have the time today." "And by full strip?" Tyler asked. Pull off all the skin and muscle and adipose tissue and do the plant, Corey said. Takes a few hours. Skip, Tyler said. Maybe next time. Whatever, Corey said. Spaceman's package. I'll take the basic package, plus the natural athlete package, thanks, Tyler said. Keep it simple for now. Customer's always right, Corey said. Louisa, where are we at? Authorizations all in place and registered, Louisa said. We can start any time. What does start mean? Tyler said. First, we've got to get a mapper into your neural system, Corey said. You might want to hold your head still. You're going to stick a wire in my head? Tyler asked, starting to turn around. Oh, no, Corey said. Already did that. That's why I said stay still. Right, Louisa, start the mapping. If you could please think about your first memory, the AI said pleasantly. And remember, this is for science, so be honest. For the next 30 minutes, Tyler was put through possibly the most unpleasant experience of his life. Mapping consisted of a long series of seemingly random questions. Think of the taste of blue. Flashes of random memories, muscular twitches, and occasional strange feelings in odd parts of his body. All this culminating in, "Ow!" And pain mapping complete, Louisa said in a kindly tone. There, that wasn't so bad, was it? Yes, Tyler said, panting. It had felt as if he'd been dropped in hot oil, and even though the sensation was gone, the memory of being dropped in hot oil was still right there, reminding him this is what it feels like to be dropped in hot oil. That was bad. That was bad on toast. Well, it really was, for science, Louisa said. Now that we have one human mapped, it won't be so bad for the rest. We'll just have to check what the differences are, and they'll be right and tight. So, now comes the invasive bit. You'd probably rather be out for this. Permission to put you to sleep? You have to ask for that, but not to put a wire in my head? Tyler said. And put to sleep is an expression on my planet. Anesthetize you so that you'll be unconscious through the rest of the procedure, Corey said. No big deal. We just activate the sleep centers of your brain and then lock you down so you can't wake up while we're rummaging. I've done stranger things, Tyler said, settling in. I think. Okay, go ahead. And we're going out in 3, 2, 1. What happened? Tyler asked. You guys started yet? Done, Corey said. The beetle was across the room cleaning some instruments. That'll be 5 1/4, please. I don't feel any... Tyler started to say. Then the tornado hit. Bugogs, Gargobots, get 'em while they're... Intergalactic Cosmetics announces Interstellar Super Deal Mart, Interstellar Super Deal Mart. Big Bargo's Bargain Barn! Ah! Tyler screamed. His head was filled with images, most of them so alien he couldn't even process them, as well as a string of seemingly random commercials. He couldn't even hear himself think. Crap, Corey said. Louisa, put up a trans block. I forgot he was getting his first node plant. Ah, Tyler said as the cacophony cut off. That was... You are going to have to learn how to control your implants, Mr. Vernon, Louisa said. I'll adjust them so that they are dialed up to high protection. But if you want to be able to fully and openly communicate, you're going to have to learn how to filter. And how exactly do I do that? Tyler asked. It's a skill, Louisa said. The implants work interactively with your brain, so the more you use them for more different purposes, the better you get. But you won't get the full use until you start to grasp the full function of the implants. You are, at some point, going to have to open up. If you can... Dial them up or down, Tyler said. I don't want people to have remote access. He suddenly realized he hadn't, in fact, opened his mouth. Just thought the query, more like mused on it. I can, Louisa said. Here, while you are still a patient and in this room. Otherwise you are quite well firewalled. Why would anyone use a system that was not secure? The first thing you might want to be careful of is calming when you don't intend to. Great, Tyler said, aloud. I need to use these to buy some stuff. How do I— You'll figure it out, Corey said, dragging him out of the chair. I've got another customer coming in. Go play with them. Have fun. Goodbye. Tyler found himself back in the disreputable service tunnel. Excuse me, what he at first took to be a robot said. You're blocking the door. Sorry, Tyler calmed, standing aside. When the robot went through, it was apparent it either had a thing for Glattun hair down its back, or it was a Glattun cyborg. Tyler walked down the service tunnel quickly. Fortunately, other than a little blood, there was no sign of the nonchalant, gentle Glattun from earlier. As soon as he reached the main corridor, he looked around for a HyperNet terminal, but the only one was clearly broken. Crap, Tyler said. Taxi? He said, thinking at his implants. I need a taxi. Is cab? A voice responded. Voices in my head. Great. Hi, I need a cab to take me to my lodgings, Tyler said. I'm not sure of my location, but I'm near Kulo's. Dispatched, the voice replied. 2 minutes. Thanks, Tyler said. There was a distinct feeling of the communication being cut off. Well, he muttered. That worked. Hey, buddy, can you spare a credit for a veteran? Tyler looked at the rubbish-besmeared Glattun and shrugged. I can, I just don't have a way to do it, Tyler said. Sorry. That's okay, man, the bum said and wandered off. The more things change, Tyler said as the cab pulled up. It was pretty much the same as the last one, come to think of it. The green stain on the cover. Hey, Tyler, the cab said, dropping the canopy. You waiting for me to get stoled or something? Not at all, Tyler said, dropping into the cab. Where to? The cab asked, pulling out without waiting for the information. I've got it here somewhere, Tyler said, pulling out a piece of paper. He cleared his throat. The Gazhazipilhauakaksafik. This is worse than a Hawaiian name. Kawabiyexelagal. The Gaz, the cab said. No problem. What does the name mean? Tyler asked as the cab pulled into one of the transport elevators. Big, nice hotel, the cab replied. In Glattun? Oh, no, course not. That's in Ogutterjatted Osifaz Hiduajan. That's enough. They're sort of this arm's main hospitality race. Call him the Ogut. Oh, Tyler said. We really don't know much about the species in this region. We got an initial download from the first Glattun we encountered, but it's so large and so poorly indexed. Google's still working on it. You need to get some implants, the cab said. I just did, Tyler said. I'm still trying to figure out how to use them. You'll get used to it, the cab said as the door to the transport box opened. It whisked out into a corridor that was well lit and lined with what looked to be upscale shops. Well-dressed Glattun and a variety of other species more or less packed it. The cab had to move slowly. In about 3 minutes, they pulled up before an ornate facade resembling, of all things, the front of a tomb. The Gaz, the cab said. That's 3 credits. Authorized. Tyler said. The canopy popped down, and he climbed out. I guess if I call for a cab, I'm probably going to get you, which is fine. As long as I'm available and not too far off, the cab said. Have a nice day, Mr. Vernon. Two of the big sauroids in a sort of quasi-military uniform flanked the double doors of the hotel. Tyler contemplated them for a second, and the word Rangora flashed into his head. He instantly knew the general outline of their territory in the galaxy, and, as he probed a bit more, their strategic relationship, competitive neutrality, with the Glatun. They were considered slightly less technologically advanced, aggressive, and expansionistic. Individually, within the Glatun Federation, they tended to work in menial jobs that required more strength than smarts. "Do you need help with your bags, sir?" one of the Rangora asked. No," Tyler said. "They were sent ahead." He'd had to send more than bags. There were no foods known in the Federation that humans could consume. Since the milk-run Gorku Corporation freighter only ran once every 32 days, he had to be prepared to stay a long time, so he'd included in cold storage 3 months' rations. Since the Glatun could somehow inhibit any degradation in organic materials, rations meant a very choice selection of foods. He wouldn't be surviving on MREs, but he would have to cook for himself. That was okay, though, because he was a pretty good cook. He was planning on being on Glaucod Station for some time. He had to get more information about the Glatun before he could progress to the next stage of his plans. Earth needed Glatun technology, but he wanted to figure out how to learn Glatun technology. He didn't want Earth constantly dependent on the Glatun. The close call over maple syrup had convinced him that Earth needed to be technologically and strategically independent of the Glatun to the greatest possible extent. Not to mention, he was looking forward to kicking some Horvath butt. The same thought had occurred to most Earth governments. But the fact was, until there was more to trade with the rest of the galaxy, he was in the strange position of having more available credit to do something about the disparity than any 5 Earth governments. And since most of it was banked and traded off-planet, it was remarkably hard to tax. If he had the choice of turning over his credit balance to Washington to do something, or doing it himself, he'd take his chances. "Checking in, sir?" the Rangora asked, opening the door. Yes, Tyler thought. He thought 10-credit tip, and the Rangora tipped his helmet at him. "Thank you much, sir." "No problem," Tyler said, walking through the doors. "Mr. Vernon, a pleasure to have you in the house." The speaker was a meter-long caterpillar. That was about as far as Tyler could get. Unlike caterpillars, it had large, mobile antennae, but it was still more or less caterpillar-shaped, its skin patterned in a wild array of colors. I'm talking to a psychedelic caterpillar. "Yes, I am, Mr. Chaposh Yaf Muffab Fexic Chug Thogab Neaj Pe Tashash Gutach Ziz Linosh," the caterpillar said. "Most Sophants call me Chup." "Welcome." "Thank you," Tyler said. "Your room has been prepared," Chup said. "If you would follow me." The main lobby was large and ornate. Tyler wasn't sure what most of the metals, woods, and cloth were, but they looked expensive. When he'd gone on the HyperNet, he'd searched for a good hotel on Glaucod Station that could handle multiple species. He'd apparently found more than good. He wasn't sure he wanted the expense of staying somewhere like this for as long as he contemplated staying. He could afford it, but he had a lot of stuff to buy and no real idea of the costs. Chup led him to what Tyler figured was an elevator. There was the usual absolute lack of sense of movement, and it opened on a large room. 4 rooms, Chup said. Bedroom, bathing room, sitting room, kitchen. Adjustable grav beds, extensive grab bed and a couch in case you entertain company, usual suite of entertainment devices. I'm still learning how to use implants, Tyler said, walking across what he presumed was the sitting room to what could be either the bathroom or the bedroom. As he half expected, the door didn't open. "Why don't I just leave all the doors open until you're more comfortable?" Chup said, dilating the door. The room was a bedroom, and it looked about like any hotel bedroom he'd ever seen, except for the bed, which was... "That's sorta odd," Tyler said. The bed appeared to be 2 pieces of glass suspended in midair. "I'm sure you'll find it quite comfortable," Chup said. "It's adjusted to your surface gravity. The lighting is adjusted to near natural sunlight. And while we had a bit of trouble with some of your bathing arrangements, I think you'll find those in order. Furthermore, we have a cookbot programmed with a variety of Earth dishes. If you prefer to use room service or visit one of our several first-quality dining facilities—" "Thank you," Tyler said. "We aim to please," the caterpillar said. "We admit that learning the needs of a new species is always challenging, but we do our level best. We were unable to successfully design concubine bots, but—" "No problem," Tyler said, thinking, high tip. "Thank you very much, Mr. Vernon," the caterpillar said. "If there's anything else—" "Not that I can think of right now," Tyler said. "I'll just relax." "Since you are still getting acquainted with your implants and the conditions," Chup said, "I can set our AI to monitor. That way, if you need anything, you can simply ask. Nothing, of course, will be released about such monitoring. We are very strict about our guests' privacy." "Please," Tyler said. "And I will leave you to your relaxation," the caterpillar said, wriggling out of the room. 2. Tyler stretched out on the oddly shaped but surprisingly comfortable couch and intertwined his fingers behind his head. Since getting on the tramp freighter in Manchester 20 hours ago, he hadn't really had a chance to relax. Manchester, New Hampshire, was coming on to being Earth's biggest spaceport, much to everyone's surprise. Unlike Burlington, it had suffered little damage in the war and was central to several major maple production areas. Since Earth was still only trading maple syrup, that meant that was where the traders landed. The Horvath had geeked to giving up the maple syrup, but they were bound and determined to the point of battle to hold on to the heavy metal mines in Russia and South Africa. The Canadian production areas overlapped the maple region, so production from that area was still under negotiation, and they'd raised the subject of the metals Tyler's company was starting to extract from asteroids. Their position was that they owned all heavy metals in the Sol system. Since sovereignty can be defined at bottom as might makes right, they were standing on firm legal ground. Tyler's position was that they owned it as long as they could keep it. He intended to end that condition very soon. He decided it was about time to figure out this implant thing and just thought about the Horvath. Instantly, information started flooding in. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was complete and organized more or less as he needed it. He realized that the system was not only responding to his forefront thoughts, but lower-level concepts. The information, since he was mostly worried about the Horvath as a threat, was concentrated around their strategic position in the Galactic region, military and industrial capability, and resources. It was neither more than he could absorb, nor was it scattered. He wasn't even sure exactly where the information was coming from. He could see why Earth's firewalls would look a bit like looking through an open window. You just thought about what you wanted to know, and there it was. "Wow," Tyler muttered. "I've got to get rid of my Google stock." As he examined particular bits of information, more would become accessible. He delved for a while into Horvath reproduction habits and cultural implications. Horvath had two sexes, male, female, more or less corresponding to standard Terran form, even if their basic physiology was completely different. They did look a bit like squids, though. The females laid a single egg in a nest, which was then fertilized by a selected male. Gestation was 6 months. The nest was kept by the male. The female laid and left. After birth, the young were moved to a creche, where they went through a series of moltings over 20 years and then were released as adults. Males, almost invariably unrelated biologically, did most of the rearing. Robots were replacing them as the Horvath advanced. Child-rearing was not high on the list of Horvath jobs. Interested, he jumped over to the Glatun and received the shock of his life. One of the big questions on Earth about the Glatun was pronouns. Generally, the Glatun were referred to by male pronouns, but it had been noted, quietly, that they didn't seem to have appropriate reproductive parts, and they responded perfectly well to neutral gender terms such as it. What he found out quickly was that they were all three. Or rather, the Glatun with which people dealt were hosts to both. Male and female Glatun were non-sentient parasites that existed within a brood pouch on the Glatun's sentient neuters. More or less on command, they would reproduce, the female releasing an egg and the male fertilizing it. Then the offspring would be raised in the pouch. If it was male or female, it would stay there, more or less turned off, until a ceremony where it would be transferred to a young neuter. If a neuter, it would be raised to a certain size, released from the pouch, then raised to adulthood by its parent neuter. "Okay, that's bizarre," Tyler muttered. He decided to examine the Glatun a bit more, and received another shock. The Glatun were one of the older species in the area, having been contacted by the Ormatur through the new Glatun Gate nearly 30,000 years ago. At the time, there were very few Sophont races in the immediate star systems, and over a period of about 6,000 years, the Glatun had spread out and absorbed the 32 systems that made up the Glatun Federation. Along the way, they had encountered 4 other Sophont races and more or less absorbed them into the Federation. They also had encountered some that resisted absorption, but had become trade partners. At this point, the Glatun Federation sat as the nexus of trade between 14 different races, some of them having, in turn, expanded widely. They were rich even by galactic standards, and with riches came problems. They had a permanent, unemployed underclass approaching 30%. Their military was paltry for their size, absorbing less than 0.03% of their GDP, and their trade imbalance was becoming astronomical. "They're eating their seed corn," Tyler muttered. "You can afford to be the French if you've got a great big buddy to take care of you, but—" Tyler took a look at their strategic situation and nearly had a heart attack. They were bordered by 9 expansionistic groups. Of course, Earth and the Horvath, neither actually strategically dangerous, were included. But the Rangora, Ogut, Barshay, and Ananankawamor each had military forces that, in sheer number, dwarfed the Glatun. They were all technologically inferior, but quantity has a quality of its own, Tyler muttered. He wasn't sure that Earth hadn't hitched itself to a falling star. Speaking of military technology, primary ship weapons were fusion-pumped visible light X-ray and gamma-ray lasers. Secondary weapons were high-acceleration missiles using either kinetic or fusion-pumped laser warheads.
A relatively new weapon on the scene was the gravity gun, which could disrupt ships' shields and cause massive damage. However, it was relatively short range and of limited utility. It also required truly massive amounts of power, so it was only found in capital ships.
"No unobtainium," Tyler said.
"Good. And speaking of power and drive systems..." He got confused almost immediately. The primary power system was a helium-3-driven... Well, it was a matter of conversion plant, not a fusion plant. Still, required He3 to keep it from producing radiation. It converted matter to plasma and electricity, and then it did something with the plasma and got more electricity and less plasma, somehow converting the neutrons and protons of the plasma to electrons? How? The last of the plasma could be used for... Tyler realized his basic science background was kicking out information that was contradictory to background and gave up. Let the big brains figure it out. But it needed... Aha! Heavy metals, primarily in the platinum group. That was the reason the Horvath were so hot for platinums. The power systems were thick spheres composed entirely of metals from the platinum groups. The drive system of a freighter the size of Wathayats was half a terawatt? That couldn't be right. He checked. That was right. Earth produced 4 terawatts a year of power worldwide. The entire eastern U.S. power grid could be driven by a ball of osmium 6 feet across. Inertial control was induced by spinning plates of... Brain lock. These people obviously had some theory that contradicted most of what he thought he knew. The grav plates looked doable. They required some exotic metals, but that was what orbital mining was for. Scratch that. Basically, beryllium bronze with a touch of lanthanides and platinums. Pretty much all of that was available on Earth. You needed grav plates to make grav plates, though. How'd somebody make the first ones? The drive system was a function of grav plates. Drives generated pressure beams? That pushed on what? Generated mass points? SAN check, Tyler muttered, sitting up and pulling out of the welter of information. I feel like the World War II Air Force general that said the jets couldn't work because they didn't have anything to push. I think these guys have rediscovered Newton's ether. I need to get somebody smarter than me a set of plants and some free time. For right now, though, what he wanted was a ship. The problem being that he'd need a captain and an engineer, and one ship wasn't going to do. What he needed was Boeing able to make ships. He'd brought a laptop with 400 petabytes of Atacirc installed. Surely that would be enough to fill in the basics. Barely. And he needed a fabber to make grav plates so you could make a larger factory to make bigger grav plates. And he was going to need people who actually understood this stuff. And a ship drive. They looked tough to make. Did this place have eBay? He spotted a reference in the grav plate system information to a vendor called Galactic Neocow, which produced grav fabbers and probed on that. Galactic Neocow! Galactic Neocow! Galactic Neocow! Galactic Neocow! Ow! Tyler muttered. The answer was, yes, you could go shopping, if you could figure out how to ignore the commercials. Flashing banner ads on a screen were bad enough. Flashing, screaming banner ads in your brain were another matter. He just rode the tide for a while, trying not to whimper. Right, he said, pulling out of the ad flood. I'm gonna need more blood sugar to handle this. AI? Mr. Vernon, a voice said.
Do you have a name that is less than 5 syllables?
You may call me Isna, Mr. Vernon.
Isna, I had some Terra foodstuffs sent along, Tyler said. Is the server-bot really programmed to produce Terran foods, and what's available?
Over 628,000 recipes have been obtained from the Terran Information Net, Isna said. With the available foodstuffs using substitutions, 247,000 possible combinations are available.
I didn't bring that large a range of materials, Tyler protested.
Yes, you did, Isna said. You even brought a full range of spices.
Damn, Tyler said, thinking about it. He delegated the foodstuffs to one of his assistants. Find a chef and tell him to send along everything he'd want if he was going to be stuck on an alien planet for 3 months. Do you think the bot could lower itself to doing some spaghetti? We'll start there.
There are 6,000...
Spaghetti with meat sauce, Tyler said. 400... Spaghetti with meat sauce, Tyler said, his mouth starting to salivate. Bit more tangy than sweet, heavy on the meat, heavy on the oregano. Pick a recipe that's along those lines. Thin spaghetti noodles, Chianti, or the closest approximation to a company. And can I get a Coke?
Your supply of Coca-Cola, since it is toxic to Glatun systems, is still in customs hold. It should be released in a few days' time.
Tea. Earl Grey. Hot.
Coming right up.
There was a ding, and a compartment on the wall opened. There was a steaming cup of tea in it.
Sugar, cream, lemon, lime, orange.
Just sugar, please, Tyler said. 1 teaspoon to each 5 ounces.
That is very close to solubility, the AI pointed out.
There was a rushing sound, and the teacup floated out of the compartment.
Your tea, sir.
Thank you, Tyler said, taking the cup. It was a tiny little thing. Next time, could you put it in a bigger mug? Say about 16 ounces. I drink this stuff by the gallon, but gallons are hard to hold.
Of course, sir, the AI said.
Your spaghetti is being prepared. The robo-chef assumed standard accompaniments. A balanced diet seems to be important to maintaining regularity of the Terran digestive tract and balance of trace nutrients. Tyler said. Okay. Just the spaghetti would have been fine. I'll eat an apple or something. Are there apples?
Yes, sir, the AI said. Would you like an apple?
Not right now, Tyler said. I'm just going to pick around in the net for a bit.
I'll leave you alone, then.
Oh, Tyler said, looking at his cup. And I need another mug of tea. And maybe some bottles of water to just have around.
Coming right up.
Tyler lay back down and, with more information, started to ponder on the central subject that had been occupying his mind ever since the end of the aborted maple syrup war. How to get the Terran system up to Glatun standards in the shortest possible period. Rome wasn't built in a day. This was most certainly true, but part of that was that Rome spent much of its history getting hammered in wars. Wars are a waste. There were times when war was the only practical answer. There were things worth fighting and dying for, but infrastructure didn't get built during wars. While the Glatun were still sufficiently interested in the Terran system to keep the Horvath off Terra's back, mostly, Terra needed to build orbital infrastructure. Fast. The problems were immense. All of Terra's industry was Earth-side. Just being able to smelt metal in space wasn't enough. There were way too many things that had to get made in places like China and Bangladesh. Eventually, systems would have to be self-supporting off-planet. Building all that infrastructure, though, was going to mean, in the meantime, getting stuff out of the gravity well, which meant ships. Then there was the problem of doing anything in space. Space was an unforgiving bitch. And to do all the work that was going to need doing meant that taking 6 months to practice a 5-minute spacewalk was right out. Spacesuits. He'd completely forgotten the problem of spacesuits. Then there was the personnel problem. Tyler had gone on a hiring binge before leaving Earth. He figured that anything that was normal and regular you could get MBAs and PhDs to handle. He was only interested in the new and odd. Once it was making money, there were little people to handle it, which was why he no longer had to go tap maple syrup himself. But doing stuff in space was going to require people with special abilities and training, of which there were maybe 200 or 300 on the whole planet. Much of the work could be done with robots, but robots couldn't think their way out of new problems. Tyler was going to need thousands of people handling tens of thousands of robots, and they were going to have to be people who could think on their feet, people who understood space without being afraid of it. They didn't need PhDs. He could get them trained in the basics pretty easily using implant technology. They just needed to be smart and able to handle implants, which meant people familiar with information technology. The last problem being that even the solar array system was costing him like crazy to set up and run. He had a lot of money, but eventually it was going to run out. Getting a couple of thousand people who were what NASA would consider qualified and thus extremely expensive was just out. Where in hell am I going to get a couple of thousand geeks willing to work in dangerous and, at least at first, horrible conditions for low pay, just to be able to work in space? Put that way, the answer was simple. "Your spaghetti, sir," Isna said. It smelled wonderful, and came with an attractive selection of grilled mixed vegetables and a bottle of wine, 1 glass already poured. "Ah," Tyler said. "Ambrosia." He tucked up to the table and had a taste. "I have limited experience dealing with human facial expressions," Isna said. "But from your reaction, this was not the most perfect gustatory experience possible." "Isna," Tyler said as soon as he'd finished the glass of wine, "make a note to the chef. Bit lighter on the cayenne in the future, especially if he's using a hot style of dried tomato. And by a bit lighter, I mean none." 3. Ronald Reagan, 40th President of the United States, once famously stated that the only way Earth could ever have a unified government was if it was invaded by aliens. As it turned out, he was optimistic. Despite first contact with extraterrestrials, Horvath destruction of multiple cities, the seizure of all of Earth's precious metals, and the abortive maple syrup war, Earth did not have a unified government. Worse, despite many conferences, negotiations, meetings, summits, and various other diplomatic endeavors, Earth had neither a centralized space management command, nor even a finalized treaty on space extraction, nor exploration, nor colonization. The monthly shuttle from Glaucod, by default, communicated with the U.S. Space Command in Eglin Air Force Base because it was going to be setting down in U.S. territory. The Horvath, on the other hand, wouldn't deign to speak to Eglin and had repeatedly threatened to nuke it from orbit. If they bothered to speak to anyone, it was to call Russian Space Command or the South African Mining Consortium, usually by cell phone. Tyler, however, was, despite some people's opinion, an American patriot. Spacecom, orbital mining ship Monkey Business, with 4 heavy robot tugs, leaving gate and preparing for orbital insertion. Roger, Monkey Business. We have you on trajectory for orbital insertion. You're not showing a Glatun registry, Monkey Business. Please state home, world, and species. Over. Homeworld, Terra, Space Command, Tyler said. Species, human.
Boy, you're getting too big for your britches, Mr. Hazelbauer said, looking up at the side of the still steaming Paw 4. The space tug, unlike the monkey business, had the ability to land on a planet. It was not, however, very aerodynamic, and even careful re-entry tended to heat up the surfaces. On the other hand, it could take it. The robotic tug was a mass of gravitic generators, drives, and power plants surrounded by a thick shell of high-strength alloys. It looked like a steel brick the size of a small warehouse. "You bought a ship?" Mr. Hazelbauer said. "Leased," Tyler said. "I leased a ship. The tugs came with it. And you don't want to know how much it's costing. Dollars trade at something like $500,000 to the credit. So this is costing me about $1 billion a day. Sorry, make that $20 billion. We'd better get something extractable out of that asteroid, or between the cost of this thing and the cost of the Very Large Array, I'm going to go from the richest man on Earth to the poorest in a nanosecond." "And who the hell is flying it?" the farmer asked. Despite being, like Tyler, an instant multi-billionaire, Mr. Hazelbauer hadn't changed. He still dressed like a homeless man, still worked his fields every day, and still didn't seem to know the meaning of the word vacation, which was why he'd volunteered to come pick Tyler up from the Manchester spaceport. Tyler hadn't changed either. He did know the meaning of the word vacation, he just didn't seem to be able to find the time. And he wasn't going to anytime soon. "I am," Tyler said. "I had to have a certified pilot to get it to the gate, but on this side there's no certification requirement. Yet." "So you're a rocket pilot now?" Mr. Hazelbauer asked, pointing the way to the truck. Manchester Spaceport was not part of Manchester Airport. During the Maple Syrup War, one of the targets the Horvath vaporized was Tower Village Mall. It looked like a very inviting target, which it would have been had they dropped the rock during the day. Instead, they dropped it at 4 a.m. local time, and the bomb they dropped was one of their smaller ones. Nobody had been killed, and very few people were even injured. The smashed spot, however, was in a perfect place to put in a spaceport. Close to I-93 with good access using US 3, maple syrup could flow in from the region and galactic goodies could flow out. Of course, the spaceport currently consisted of some poured concrete, large areas of slagged concrete and metal, and a parking area that was what was left of the mall parking lot. It also was remarkably unsecure. Glatun traders had their own defenses to prevent nosies or thieves damaging or stealing from their ships, and nobody could quite figure out how to manage ships over which even their own space command didn't have control. Which, given that an orbital re-entry ship was another name for potential crater the size of Washington, was another thing to be negotiated. "It's not a rocket," Tyler protested. "And yeah, I am. I took an online course while I was on Galactic station." "But you couldn't get certified," Mr. Hazelbauer said. "I had to spend 5 years as a mate first," Tyler said, shrugging. He tossed his carry-on into the back of the pickup and got in. "I didn't figure I had 5 years to waste piloting a freighter. Most of the systems are automatic. The pilot's really just there to tell it what to do. The big problem is I need an engineer. Fast. I've hired a couple of Glatun to help out, but I'm going to need a human crew, which means finding some people to send to Glauca to get implants and training. Oh, and training on this particular ship is sort of hard to find." "Why?" Mr. Hazelbauer asked, starting up the truck. "Well, it's kind of old," Tyler said. "I couldn't afford a new one, which is why I need an engineer, quick. This truck's old, but I don't need an engineer on call all the time, Mr. Hazelbauer said. Just some decent TLC. How old is old? Let's put it this way, Tyler said, leaning back in his seat. I considered calling it the Santa Maria. You bought a ship? Dr. Foster said. The chief science officer of Aten Mining Corporation, it seemed to Vernon Tyler, chairman of the board, was a bit nonplussed. You didn't say you were going to buy a ship. Aten had started off in a small and cramped set of rooms in an industrial park in Huntsville, Alabama, not far from the company that made their mirrors. Since Aten was 95% of their customer base, Aten had quickly absorbed Amtech, which was now a division of Aten. And they'd moved into bigger offices as the workforce had expanded. It needed to expand. 3 doctors and a few lab rats could control 50 mirrors. Without an AI, though, controlling 450 mirrors was a different ballgame. It was costing Tyler like crazy. Not as much as the lease on the tugs, but still costing like crazy. Leased, Tyler said. 5, sort of. We needed tugs. There was an orbital mining control ship and 4 tugs going for cheap on the Glatun version of eBay. I leased them through a subsidiary of Gorku, Inc. They gave me a deal. I think Gorku likes me for some reason. You leased a spaceship, Dr. Foster said in a faraway tone. For one hell of a lot of change, Tyler said. Since Icarus was a bust, what have you been up to while I was getting implants and leasing ships? Because we need to put them to work. You know, pulling usable metals off of an asteroid. You leased a spaceship, Dr. Foster said again. Can we get past that? Tyler said. No, Dr. Foster said, grinning. Look, nobody gets into this business if they're not seriously bent on getting into space. So far, despite Glatun freighters coming every month, I've been grounded on this rock. I'm not getting younger. When do I get a ride? It's not for thrill rides, Tyler said. Who said anything about a thrill ride? Dr. Foster replied. Does that ship have probes, spectroscopic and magnetic detectors? Some way we can figure out what these asteroids are so we're not trying to figure out what a rock is from the ground? Tyler said, closing his eyes and accessing his hypernode link. All of the above. Then let's go, Dr. Foster said, grabbing his jacket. Where's the ship? I'll call my wife on the way. It's in Manchester, Tyler said, holding up his hand. FAA had conniptions when I wanted to fly down here. I leased a plane to fly down. Getting from Manchester to Huntsville commercial is an incredible pain. So let's go, Dr. Foster said, heading to the door of his office. Wait, Tyler said, grabbing him by the collar. We've got to do this one step at a time. Do you have a passport? Oh, what? Dr. Foster said. ICE is treating off-planet flights like going out of the country, Tyler said with a sigh. We can leave just fine. Getting back, you need a passport or you've got a lot of explaining to do to immigrations. The tug only has room for 5, and it only has bare minimum facilities, and those are for Glatun, which, as it turns out, we can kind of use. They use basically the same sort of toilet we do, and a shower's a shower. But the living quarters are on the monkey business. There's room for up to 10 if you're very friendly, and 2 of those slots are taken up by the Glatun engineer and pilot temps. There are no EVA suits. I was planning on buying some off of the Russians. Well, there is one real spacesuit, but it's mine. So if there's an emergency, you better hope we can hook up to one of the tugs to get back to Earth. And there's bound to be a problem since all the ships are older than the United States. Oh, and there's no cook. And don't get me started on the robo-chef. Last but not least, you're the chief science officer of this lash-up, and you can't just go gallivanting off into space at the drop of a hat.
I'll quit, Dr. Foster said. Then there will really be no reason for me to bring you, Tyler pointed out. And what about Dr. Bell? He's the small planetary bodies guy. Fine, Dr. Foster said. We'll take Nathan too. He paused for a moment and thought about it. Will he fit? Yeah, Tyler said, shrugging. Barely. You're determined to do this, aren't you? I really do need you keeping this lash up running. I can do that remotely with the HyperNet, Dr. Foster said. At least for a while. I'm not that bad of a manager, thank you. I've got a passport. So does Nathan. The question is, how long we'll be gone? What sort of acceleration does the ship have? How quick can we do some flybys? 90 gravities, Tyler said. The tugs are about 1,000 at max power, but it costs like crazy in fuel. 1,000 gravities? Dr. Foster said, boggling. Continuous? The space shuttle only pulls 10, and that's for about a minute.